Another 1 minute we should be, yes, we are live. I would like to appreciate the support of two youngsters who helped me resolve this. One is Harpreet from the CoA office, and another is Sandeep Pathe from the CoA social team. Quickly, they jumped in and resolved this. Thank you so much, both of you. And we are live, so we can now begin the formal session. Good morning, everybody. We've been together for some time, but yes, a good morning to all of you once more. And I welcome you all to the third day of the zonal juries of the CoA Award for Excellence in Architectural Thesis 2020. We've had two juries prior to this. Yesterday was Zone 2, and on Monday we had Zone 5. Two winners have been identified from two winners have been identified from both the zones, and they will be notified, and the names will be declared today to the public. Today we begin the third jury, and this is Zone 1, which is the North Zone. We have got around 90 plus entries in this zone. In the first phase, these entries have been evaluated by panels of examiners or evaluators, and we have identified the top 10 projects in this zone. The 10 projects are listed with us. They are not in any order of merit, but each one will be given an equal chance to present by selection through the Google random selector. Each presenter will have 15 minutes and a jury interaction for 15 minutes. That is about the process that we would be following today. We are privileged also to have with us the President of Council of Architecture, Architect and Professor Habib Khan. Khan sir himself is an educator and an award-winning architect, and he has a keen interest in academics. He has been a great support to the TRC platform. He has also started the CoA Social Outreach, which connects the entire fraternity, students, practicing architects, and faculty with the Council of Architecture. It's a privilege to have you here with us, sir. May I welcome you and request you to please address our audience today?
Thank you, Jayashree. Good morning, everyone, my dear students, presenters today, fellow panelists, jury members, and Jayashree. Thank you for inviting me to this jury, Zone 1. It's been a pleasure to be amongst all of you always. And the TRC Pune has been doing this job phenomenally since last so many years. I think since the time it was called NIASA, if I'm not wrong. And the awards have generated a lot of interest and have gained a lot of repute over the years. And a lot of students and a lot of institutes look forward to the Thesis Awards. And it's a matter of pride and privilege to win in these juries. And it has happened because of a lot of commitment, dedication, and you take in the entire process. It's a phenomenal, mammoth task to do this year after year with so much of dedication, and to make it as transparent and as ethical as possible. And we have a lot of very interesting activities lined up in the TRC, and very soon we will be coming out with a very interesting initiative of the TRC. We have TRC in Pune, Bhopal, and we're opening one in Bangalore and Delhi very soon. And we're coming up with a very interesting initiative in the for the entire TRCs across the country, and we will launch it very soon. It'll be a comprehensive platform for all the activities that are happening in the TRC. Ujan, Vandana, Geeta, Aninde, Alok, Ritu, and of course, Jayashree. Thank you so much for doing this year after year, and with so much of dedication, time, and your interest in furthering the cause of academics that has taken these awards to another level. And I'm sure you all will meaningfully contribute today and have been contributing up till now. And your support to the council is very heartening. And I hope that you all will be with us in the initiatives. Rama, sorry, I forgot you. Hi, Rama. And thank you for being there always for us. And your support and your contribution in the furthering the cause of the council is welcome and acknowledged. And I'm sure you'll keep cooperating with us in the future as well. And thank you, Jayashree, for inviting me here. I couldn't make it on the first day because of some certain unavoidable circumstances. And to let me know if you need anything else, any other support or any other uh, means that you would want me to chip in. And thank you once again. All the best to my dear students for today's juries. Those who are unable to present, please don't get disheartened. There's always a chance and opportunity for you to participate again in the postgraduate thesis juries. And there are new categories that we keep adding, and we will take. I'm sure we are working on it, but I'm not very sure. But we'll take this internationally as well. We'll take this awards to an international arena very soon. Thank you so much once again, and all the best, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a privilege to have you with us. I know you are extremely busy. We waited for you, I agree, but that you're here today makes a lot of difference. Thank you so much, sir. We will now formally begin the program of the day. I welcome all the three jury members on this platform. We have architect Ujjwala Ghosh, architect Geeta Balakrishnan, and architect Anindya Basu with us. A warm welcome to all of you. At this point of time, I would like to say that this is an effort which, although we've been doing for the last so many years, it doesn't become possible without the constant support of certain people. We've been having Dr. Rama Subramaniam, the principal of Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture, and Professor Anirudh Paul, principal of KRVI Mumbai, Kamla Raheja Vidyanidhi in Mumbai, who have been with us for a long time on this platform and have always tried to see that we are able to raise the bar every year. Thank you, Rama ma'am, for being with us. Dr. Rama is with us today. And Professor Anirudh was with us yesterday. He will be back on Friday. Also, this program, which we conduct in 5 zones, doesn't become possible without the association of so many schools in every zone. For every zonal jury, we've been associating with the School of Architecture so that that school acts as an extension of Council of Architecture in their respective zones and helps us to coordinate and conduct this program. For this zone, that is Zone 1 of the 2020 cycle of the awards program, we have had with us the renowned school from Lucknow, and we have Dr. Vandana Sehgal, who is the Dean and Principal of the Faculty of Architecture and Planning at the AKTU Lucknow, with her dedicated team of the two young architects, Dr. Ritu and architect Alok Kumar, who have done excellent work over the last 1 month, and they have been following up with all the schools, motivating them to submit. And I must say that this is one of the few times that we've got such a phenomenal response from this zone. I really appreciate the contribution of the school to ensure and bring this zone, make it active for this year. Thank you so much.
And incidentally, sorry to interrupt, Vandana is also a council member and representing the state of Uttar Pradesh. Thank you, Vandana, for your cooperation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, I would also like to formally introduce Dr. Vandana Sehgal. She's an architect, artist, and an academic. As an academic, she's been teaching architecture since the last 24 years and currently is the principal and dean of the Faculty of Architecture and Planning at AKTU Lucknow. Her area of research is architectural theory, and her thesis was titled Abstract Ideas in Architecture. She writes regularly in journals on the theoretical aspects of architecture, cultural history, pedagogy, and practical design issues. As an artist, she has done solo shows, Between Spaces, Ramayana, Lucknow Ek Nazar, The Woman and Krishna, and has participated in group shows with various artists all over India. She has painted illustrations for reputed authors and publishers and has curated many exhibitions like White on White, Sanctum, etc. As an architect, she is associated with design projects like extension of State Archives Lucknow, documentation, conservation, and adaptive reuse of historical buildings like
You have got muted.
Yeah, the host muted me unfortunately, but I'm back now. Um, let me explain. Let me introduce her role as an architect. As an architect, she's associated with design projects like extension of State Archives, Lucknow, documentation, conservation, and adaptive reuse of historical buildings like Chattar Manzil and Lal Baradari in Lucknow, and documentations of many areas of Varanasi and planning projects like new urban scheme of the GOI through institutional consultancy. She's also associated with some private projects like hotels, memorials, homes, and interiors in an honorary consultant's capacity. Dr. Vandana Sehgal is also a member of the Council of Architecture and actively participates in so many of the activities of the Council. A very warm welcome to you, Vandana ma'am.
Good morning, everybody.
May I request you to please tell us a little more about your school and the young coordinators who are with us?
Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. First of all, to be part of this whole process of selecting this and encouraging students at this level. I think it's a beautiful activity that the council does every year, and with so much finesse and with so much, perfection. And we are glad that as an institute, we were able to, contribute this year. Talking about our college, which is called Faculty of Architecture and Planning of APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, which is the UP Technical University. It's a government university, and it's situated in a 6-acre patch near the Gomti, which is very near to the district center of Hazratganj. And it was established long back in 1911 as Government College of Arts and Crafts by the Britishers, and it's one of the oldest in the country. The institution separated from the College of Arts and Crafts as Government College of Architecture, and it's popularly known as GCA and known as GCA in almost the whole of architectural fraternity. And it's since 2000 we have been known as Faculty of Architecture and Planning from AKTU, and we have since then grown a lot. We started as a batch of 40 only, but today we have a bachelor's in architecture which has 2 batches of 40, and we have master's programs and masters in architecture, MURP, then masters in environment design, and we run a very successful PhD program with the AKTU, where almost there are 40 to 50 scholars who are enrolled, and as much as 3 people have already received the doctorate from there, because it was started about 5-6 years back. So as a institution, we have grown. We have 2-3 academic blocks and administration, and there are 2 hostels and some faculty quarters which are part of the campus itself. And it's a very, very small campus with a I think I would like to say it's a campus with a soul. There is a lot of bonhomie. It's a family-like atmosphere, and in fact, that is what separates it from many other institutions, because I think there is a personal touch to the kind of education that is imparted here in the campus. So we will run our video which we have made for the college, just to get a glimpse of the spirit and the soul of this campus.
Faculty of Architecture and Planning is a spectacular institute for nurturing young minds, to inspire passions, to learn and grow as individuals, daring to make a positive difference in the community. Popularly known as GCA, FOAP is a faculty of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Students here get to master the core principles of architecture and develop analytical and creative skills and spatial attitude. FOAP offers 5-year bachelor's degree program, 2-year postgraduate degree program, part-time and full-time doctoral degree program. To encourage advanced learning, world-class infrastructure is provided to students and faculty members. The college houses seminar halls, lecture hall, well-furnished spacious studios with lockers and workstations, smart lecture rooms for enhanced learning, well-equipped futuristic laboratories, and newly upgraded library known across the state for its enormous collection of books. The curriculum is designed so as to balance academics and extracurricular activities in such a manner that a lot of emphasis is laid on overall development of students. Educational tours and regular field trips are organized for students to study buildings of significant architectural importance for helping them undertake important research to aid their studies. Each trip is created with typical contents of future education in mind. Every year, students of FOAP bring laurels to the college by participating in the events, conventions, seminars, workshops, and competitions organized by NASA India and various other institutes. FOAP is known for having a vibrant campus life with lush green, sprawling campus. The college has separate hostel facilities for boys and girls, spacious canteen facility with a wide variety on their menu. College fests are organized biannually, where students get a chance to showcase their talents in sports and cultural arts. The college offers a wide palette of warm and accessible, highly qualified teaching staff, online seminars and lectures by eminent architects from across the world, and an alumni association for development of the college and students. Training and Placement Cell provides interface between students and industry. It helps students with academic training and placement post completion of course. At FOAP, students are encouraged to be critical thinkers and attain a high level of contextual excellence in architectural design. The institute is committed to research and teaching that prepares architects for future.
So I will, at this moment, I will like to introduce the coordinator and co-coordinator of this zonal center, Dr. Ritu Gulati, who was the coordinator, is an associate professor at our faculty, and having an experience of academics, research, and practice for the last 23 years. She has completed her PhD from CEPT University and also a certified Greha trainer and evaluator. Her areas of specialization include energy efficiency, sustainability, heritage, traditional and vernacular architecture, especially of Lucknow and adjoining regions, on which she has worked for the past 14 years. She is an author and reviewer of numerous international and national level publications, including Elsevier, Springer, and Pleer. She has edited a publication on Banaras Ghats along with a chapter contribution to People Called Lucknow, and eminent panelists at several prestigious forums like ISHRAI, Economic Times, Center for Science and Environment, Inside Outside, and Better Interiors. She is the recipient of awards for contributing to practice and academia from A+D, Birla Yuva Ratna, SARC Nations, A3 Foundation, and AKTU. She is the coordinator of institutional consultancy at FAO AKTU, that is doing well-known government projects in planning, conservation, architecture, landscape, and interiors. Besides the other significant administrative jobs, she's the coordinator of PhD program along with Masters in Architecture and Masters in Environment Design courses at Faculty of Architecture and Planning, AKTU. Architect Alok Omar is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Architecture and Planning, having an experience of academics, research, and practice for the last 12 years. He has completed MArch from Faculty of Architecture itself. He is an experienced senior architect with history of working in the architecture and planning industry, specialized in group housing, hotels, commercial, residential, and institutional architecture and design. Thank you so much, both of you, for doing this at a very, very superior level and making it successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Your team has been a really big support to this entire activity, and they have put in a lot of effort. I really appreciate the contribution of your team to this program.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I now request Dr. Rama Subramaniam to please introduce and welcome our panel of jurors.
Yes, it is my pleasure to introduce the members of the jury panel. And I would like to introduce architect Anindya Basu, a graduate from the Department of Architecture, Jadavpur University. He started his career in 1990 as a design team member for the Raichakon-Sea River Resort project. That is a turn-of-the-century benchmark project for private tourism in West Bengal. A winner of several design awards at student and professional level, he has been visiting faculty and guest lecturer at Jadavpur University, IEST Shivpur, that is BE College, IIT Kharagpur, and Om Dayal College of Architecture. He is also a member of the Indian National Trust for Art and Conservation of Heritage, that is INTAC, engaged in active conservation projects. His firm provides design consultation services in the related fields of architecture, landscape, and building conservation. In 2009, the restoration proposal of his conservation team, DBA Partners, an architects consortium for the Indian Museum, Kolkata, was selected on a national level and recommended by Biocentennial Vision Committee to the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Relevant to his collaborative work with INTAC in Acharya Bhavan, an ongoing science heritage museum project housed inside the residence of India's pioneering scientist, Sir J.C. Bose. He was invited in Germany in 2014 as part of an Indian delegation for design of museums within heritage buildings. Apart from architecture and heritage, Shri Bose's keen interests lie in classical music, illustration, graphic novels, traveling, and photography. Some recent awards: 2017, he was competition winner in the design for Sensory Park at Newtown, Rajarghat by Government of West Bengal. 2017, he was also the second prize winner for Serampore Town Square redevelopment under National Museum of Denmark. And in 2009, he was competition winner for the restoration proposal for Indian Museum under Ministry of Culture, Government of India. A very warm welcome to architect Anindya Basu. I next welcome Hanji.
Yeah, good morning and greetings to all my co-jurors and everybody in the team that I see in the monitor. Also, Architect Habib Khan. Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome Architect Geeta Balkrishnan, a graduate of School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Geeta Balakrishnan completed practical training at the Center for Building Performance and Diagnostics at Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, USA. She underwent a training program on stabilized mud blocks and other alternative methods of construction at IISc Bangalore. She then worked with an NGO called Awas as a shelter coordinator in the slums of Bangalore. She continues to be a trustee of Awas. She moved to Kolkata in 2001 and started Ethos with the intention of making the architectural and civil engineering community alive to the changes happening globally and in our country in the field of architecture and construction. Ethos reaches out to over 45,000 students of architecture and civil engineering from around 600 colleges across India through interesting array of events. Geeta Balakrishnan has also authored a book called Acumen, Questioning Architecture. Acumen, the quiz she conceived, was conducted in Sri Lanka in 2006, and an episode was hosted in Lahore in 2010. Ethos also launched ACE Edge on August 15, 2018 to offer online education modules that give edge in the field of architecture, construction, engineering, and design. Since then, ACE Edge has hosted over 150 live sessions, self-paced courses, and lectures. ACE Edge brings attention to the South Asian context through their courses and has mentors from across the globe sharing their insights on theory, practice, technology, and the arts. Geeta is also immediate past chairman of the West Bengal chapter of Indian Institute of Architects. She was in the shortlist of the top 25 people in Kolkata in the Lead India campaign by the Times of India. She is very enthusiastic about her running and has recently completed 2 full marathons and multiple half marathons. A very warm welcome to Geeta Balakrishnan.
Thanks, Rama. Thank you so much. Greetings to everybody.
It's also my pleasure to welcome architect Ujan Ghosh. Architect Ujan Ghosh did his undergraduate studies in architecture from School of Planning and Architecture, SPA, New Delhi in 1975. After working for 2 years in Delhi, he went to the University of Pennsylvania, where he completed Master of Architecture and Master of City Planning in Urban Design. He continued to work for a few years in the USA before coming back to India and joining Upal Ghosh Associates as a partner. Since then, he has been practicing architecture and urban design in various parts of the country. He is visiting professor at SPA New Delhi and has been teaching Urban Design Studio for the last 38 years. He was nominated to the Senate of SPA Bhopal and has been a member of Board of Studies in different departments of SPA New Delhi. Presently, he is a member of the Academic Council, Delhi, Dehradun Institute of Technology University in Dehradun, and on the Board of Studies of Sushant School of Architecture, Art and Architecture, Ansal University, Gurugram. He is also founder member of the Institute of Urban Designers India and former president. A very warm welcome to Ujan, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Rama.
I now give over to the host college to host the first speaker, first presenter.
Rama ma'am, you may want to pick up the slip for the next presenter before we begin the first.
Let's do that. So now on the random number generator, I have put only 1 to 9. I'm just sharing the screen. Oh, that was fast. So we now have number 8. Let me correlate. So number 8 is 20Z1058. Eco Sericulture Village, Meghalaya.
So participant with code number 20Z1058, are you there?
I don't think this participant is present now.
Okay. Participant with code number 20Z1058.
No.
No.
So the choice the random number generator is giving me, shall I announce next?
Yes.
Yes.
That would be number 5039. National War and Military Museum, New Delhi. Number 5, that is 039 20Z1039, National War and Military Museum, Delhi. Is the participant there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes, yes.
The participant is there, so
So that can be number 2.
yes. Okay, so shall we start with the first presenter?
Yes. Please repeat the number and the name for the benefit of the jury members.
Okay.
before we
So
begin.
the first presenter is, the code number is 20Z1053. The project title is A City with Farmscape, Merging the Line Between Water and Architecture.
Thank you.
Okay, so I am going to share the screen for the presenter.
053, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All the best.
Thank you.
So is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so now you can start.
Not visible to me for some reason. Although I am live, I can see pictures of fellow jury members.
Alok, the
Okay.
presentation has not yet commenced. It's still.
The presentation has not yet started with the first slide. I can see the
Okay.
folder and the file number, but the presentation as such has
Okay.
not started.
Okay, just a minute.
Alok, so you can keep it open on your desktop and then start sharing screen.
Right, ma'am. I'm just again sharing my screen. So now is it visible?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yes,
Okay.
but the slide mode has to be put on. The slide
Okay.
mode.
Yes, that I am putting.
Yes, that's right. That's
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Coordinators, please maintain time for the participant.
Yes. And the participant will get 15 minutes to present. So we'll remind the participant after 10 minutes and then 13
Right.
minutes and then the final 15 minutes.
Right. Perfect.
So you can start number 53.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Good morning,
Yes.
everyone. My thesis topic is A City with Farmscape, Merging the Line Between Water and Architecture. Next. So in this presentation, first I will explain the introduction of the project. Then I will explain that the whole process, that how I have evolved my design throughout the journey. Then I will explain the technical details that will show the importance of these kind of thesis project on the site. And then there is an advanced objective which will show that particular detail about my project. And next slide, please. Yes, so first I will explain the abstract of my site. As we all are aware about that water is the most important element in our nature, and water is an element that life is constantly surrounded by, an element that has given the birth on life on earth and continues to support it. Next slide, please. And throughout these journey, I asked various questions in my thesis topic, that what is the importance of the ecological crisis and how we can solve the problem. Then what is the importance of advancement, technological advancement in the building for our future proposals, And it is very important to create the awareness in the people to solve the problem of wetland areas and the issues related to the nature. Next slide, please. Yes, and then I will explain that about the existing site condition and what the government, what the local authorities have proposed to the same problem. Next slide. So yes, so talking about this is the Drivavati River, which is located in Jaipur city. Jaipur is the capital of Rajasthan state, and in 2016, the government has proposed to rejuvenate the Drivavati River by providing a concrete section throughout a 40-kilometer of chunk. So this is one of the picture which shows the dream idea of the Jaipur government to make the city more viable to the wetland area and towards the river. Next slide, please. And yeah, this is the picture. This is the site plan which shows that the river is flowing in the red mark. There is a site, and river is flowing in front of my site. Next picture. And what is happening right now is the government has ignored the topography and the natural condition of the site, and they have provided a complete concrete section from top to bottom without understanding the existing scenario of the site, and they put the concrete section in the front of the river. Next slide. And these are the beautiful picture which shows the importance of these wetland areas. And if you can clearly see in the third picture, they just ignore the topography and the wetland area, and they provide the whole section of concrete from one place to another. Next slide. And this is the site location. The site is located in Jaipur city, which is in the Rajasthan, and which is near to the Sikar Road. Next slide. And the context is all surrounded by the residential area. Next slide, please. And we all are aware about the climate of the Jaipur. It has a very hot and semi-arid climate, and there is a high stress of water in the Jaipur city. And these are the existing vegetation spaces and the drainage area. From the water is flowing from top hill to the bottom. Next slide. And this is the most important research work that I did, and I found that these are the color coding that has shown in this map. The red mark is the place that shows a very high water stress by the countries. And if I particularly zoom in into the particular zone, can you next slide, please? If I zoom in into the map of India, you can see that at the western part of the India, it has a very high water stress, extremely high water stress on the places like Rajasthan, Jaipur, Delhi, Haryana. Next please, next slide. And if I zoom in into these places, Jaipur is one of the place where is a very high, extremely water stress by the state. Next. And if I zoom in into particularly near to the Jaipur places, these are the intervention areas where I found that water is clotted along the spaces. And in these, there are 40 to 45 places where water has clotted. And I found one of the slide next. One of the slide which is marked in the red. This is the proposal or the place that I studied and provide the prototype on this land. Next slide. So I studied all these, next slide please. I studied all these areas and I chose particularly one intersection point. Next slide please. I chose particularly particularly this intervention area as my proposal. So this particular chunk that I have shown in my can you go back? Okay, it's all right. You can clearly see the picture that I have marked in the red one. Next slide please. The picture that I have shown in the red mark is this one. So this is my site, and without understanding the natural topography, the existing condition, what government did, they provided a concrete section in from the middle of this wetland area without understanding the existing condition. And what I found that I asked various questions that what kind of architecture is born out of this system, and how we can bring back the richness, bring back the richness of these sites, and how to create the awareness in the people to solve the problem of these wetland areas. Next slide, please. So these are the questions that I asked, that there is an abundant wetland, there is a lack of awareness, there is a polluted land, there is no resources to control these places, and there is an insufficient understanding of farming and unemployment on these sites. Next slide. And by to understand
जितने
these problems,
participants हैं उनका यहाँ mark करना होगा I think.
Next slide, please.
Specific.
So I studied these problems and try to reciprocate these problems by providing an appropriate solution on the site. Next slide, please. Next. So these are the problems, and it is very important to protect these issues, and to provide, I provided places which will create the awareness, then try to providing preservation on the site. Then there is importance to provide an education, then developing skills on the site. Next slide. And these are the functions that I have provided on the site to cater to solve the problem of these lands. I provided a proper waterfront museum to create the awareness in the people. Then the research center to use the maximum potential of the site. Then there is an urban farming system that will create a proper channel from farming from these lands to the retailers to generate the revenue on the site. Then there is a recreation center for the city. Next slide. Then there is a psychological to physical transformation. Next slide. That how I have converted these land into from concept to the proposal. So this is the existing site. Next slide. It is important to locate the site. Next slide. Next. It is important to mark the site. Then it's important to next slide, please.
Mr. Omar, the space bar.
Yep, next
Hello,
slide.
Mr. Omar, the space bar, it has to be advanced.
Okay. Okay. Currently it is visible.
No. Only 1/4 of the screen. The next, when you press the space bar, the next part of the slide will open up.
Okay. Right now?
No.
Okay, I'm again sharing then. I'm again sharing.
Okay, no problem.
And please note the time lag, because this extra time has to be given to the participant.
Yes. Sure.
We are on slide number 16, and we are seeing 1/4 of the slide.
Okay. Okay, so in this. So in this slide only this is visible, and there is.
Next slide.
Okay, just. Only this part is visible.
Can you go to the next slide, or can you just simply press the space bar button?
I'm doing the same, sir, but it is not running.
It's not advancing.
Can I share my screen?
No, you cannot.
Hold on, we will resolve this. Alok sir, just try running it on your desktop first without sharing the screen.
Okay. Now it is. Okay, I'm again sharing then.
Maybe you could share the PPT instead of the PPT file. Yes.
Now it is visible.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Can
so
you do it for the full screen, like?
Okay, full screen. Can we go full screen?
Yes. So
next slide.
Next.
So in the
no problem. Just make it PPT way.
Then let's go back to the PPT mode. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No worry.
I think it would be good if you share the PDF version. PDF version won't have these animation issues.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so no problem. I can explain it in this way only.
Okay, please carry on.
Okay. So it is very important to understand that first I identified the problem, and then there is a need to convert it into a proper physical form or to solve the problem. So in the first picture, you can see that there is a mark that I identified the problem. In the second picture, you can see that it is important to use this site in its maximum potential way. So I mark the maximum views from where I can get the existing get the maximum strength of my site. Then in the next slide, I studied the natural topography, the drainage, the entrances, and in the last one, the pink, in the fourth picture, you can see the pink mark where I provided a new connection of the city with the wetland area. The next slide, please. And the structure that I use here is it has to be technically advanced, but in a very simplest way. And next slide, please. So the concept of this whole typology that I have used is that ground has to be for the nature. And I have provided the stills where all the massing are at a certain level. And I provided the whole ground for the wetland area, for the farming, for the natural topography. And because we all have seen that these kind of construction are very common in the metro stations, where all the metro stations are at a certain level, and ground is used for the pedestrian and circulation movement. So I take the inspiration from that structure and I convert it and I use that structure into my proposal. Next slide, please. So this is the existing condition. This is the model which shows the existing topography of the site. There is a river which is flowing from one place to another, and the government has ignored the whole problem and the issue and just provided a concrete section from north to the west without understanding the existing condition of the site. Next slide, please.
Okay, so your 10 minutes are over, including the time lag.
No, I think he has to be granted an additional 5 minutes because of the problem.
Okay, fine.
So this is the evolution that how I have studied the site, and there are in the first picture there is the entrances. Then I place the massing of my blocks in the second picture. Then I raise the whole platform at a certain level, and these are the evolution, the conceptual framework which shows the whole journey of the design from concept to the physical transformation. And in the last slide, you can see that I provided the whole ground in the at the right bottom. There is the whole ground is for the farming. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So this is the
next slide.
Yes.
Next slide.
Oh
no.
No, not this one.
Next slide. Slide number 22.
22, right.
Slide number 22,
yeah, so
please.
This is the whole master plan, that how I have studied the problem and converted into a proper transformation of the site, and by understanding the need of this site. So you can clearly see that the blocks are at a certain level, then there are reservoirs on the ground level, then there are a step farming from one place to another, which will solve the proper problem of water. Next slide, please. And I have provided a proper farming system. That there is a production zone in the site, then there is an education zone which will explain the workshop. They will sensitize the people to do the farming on their best level. Then there are public and service zone which will generate the revenue for the site. Next slide. And this is the master plan which will shows the whole journey from one place to another, that how the spaces are placed. And next slide. And then I studied the different landscape map which will shown the natural and the man-made farming system. Then there are the proper drainage system that I have provided, from where water is flowing from one place to another with the proper filtration of natural in a natural way. Then there is a new cycle track pedestrian track that I have provided in the site. Then I studied the infrastructure of the site. Next slide. So the planning is quite easier, quite simpler. I use the basic concept of grid planning that Jaipur has already. So I took the inspiration of grid planning from the Jaipur, and I use my concept. I use my grid in a square form, and I place my function into it. Next slide. And these are the different floor plans which shows the different function of the site, which has a next slide. I will explain these through the illustrations. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, next one. So these are the floor plans that shows that explain the function of the phase. Can you go back on the master plan? Slide number 29. Yeah, 29. Yeah, so this is the whole master plan which shows the new connection of the city with the water and provided a proper function. And the function that I have provided here are slide number 30. Next. I provided a new, can you make it a full screen? There are no animation in it.
Okay, so is it visible?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
these are the functions that I have provided here. I provided a training pavilion which will create a new connection you can clearly see in the right part there is a new connection of the city with the water, and I use the texture or the grain of the city with respect to the context. I use the exposed stone and a very simpler box grid system for my structures. Next slide. So these are the training pavilions that I have provided for the people, for the community. Next slide. And then there is next slide. Then there is
All the
Please
slides
advance to
changing.
the next slide, number 32.
Okay, so there is a problem with the slide show. So I'm
No, so go back to the
presentation.
Please go back to the PPT mode.
Yes, I'm going.
So okay, so next 30.
Yeah.
So I provided the training pavilion. Then they go back, just go back. Previous 31. Then I provided a new farming system, the greenhouse farming system, into these blocks to generate the revenue of the people. Next slide. Then whatever the farming they will create here, they will sell these farming to the retailers through a food market that I have provided on the ground floor. Next slide. And to create the awareness in the people, I provided a waterworks museum, awareness museum just go back. I provided a waterwork museum, awareness museum in these places to create the awareness in the people. Next slide. And to generate the revenue, I also provided a co-working spaces into these places, which will create a new connection of the city with the building mass. Next slide, please. And to generate the recreation value, to use these places into its maximum potential, I provided a research area on these blocks to understand the need of the wetland area, to understand the need of the farming, and what kind of farming can be placed on these, can be cultivated on these lands. So I provided a research area for it. Next slide. And then there is a bathhouse, because we all are aware that Jaipur has a very high, very rich history of step wells. So I replicate the same system, but in an advanced way. I provided a proper bathhouse system in this place to generate the revenue of the site. Next slide. Because my thesis is more related to preserve the water and to use it in its maximum potential. So these are the bathhouses that I have provided here, and you can clearly see that there are stairs and the whole floor is at a certain level. Next slide. And in 38, you can clearly see that this illustration is one of the most important, which shows that how the functions are going on in this site. On the ground, you can see that the whole place is for the farming. At a certain level, there are the functions that I have provided for the people. And on the ground, it is for the wildlife, and also for the farmers, for the people, and for the city. And next slide. And this is the basic section which shows how this building mass is working. The ground is for the reservoir, the wetland area, and I provided the function at a certain level. Next slide.
Well, 10 minutes are over. You have the next 5 minutes to sum up.
Okay, sure. So these are the spaces that I designed for the visitors to luxuriate the ancient benefit of the parking. Next slide. So this is what I have proposed here by using the proper, next slide please, by proper grain, the texture of the city, and making a new connection of the city with the wetland areas. Next slide. And I also studied the different topography of the site, where I have provided from talking about the edge of the site. I provided proper filters that will show that how water is flowing from building mass to the reserve by proper natural filters. And I provided also a different depths to create a new connection of pedestrian cycle from along the whole edge of the river. Next slide. And I also, this is the section which explains the topography of the whole site, and I have used the various levels to maximize the use of water on the site. Next slide. So these are the different filters which explain that how water is flowing from different channels of water of reed beds, and how the water is going from hard surface to the soft surface of the water. Next slide. So this is how the technical details which shows the importance of reed beds on the site. Next slide. And the politics. So this is the this is the main illustration which shows the whole building mass, that how how I converted the concept into the physical form, and it is a kind of a new architecture language by raising the built mass and conserving the existing biodiversity on ground with added farming landscape on the ground floor. So this is the main illustration which shows the whole thesis that what I did here. Next slide. And I also studied various structures that I took the inspiration from the metal stations, and these are the different columns grid pattern that will support the kind of massing of this structure. Next slide. And also next slide. So yeah, this explains that how the ground is for the natural park and for the forest, and at the upper floor I have provided various decks. Next slide. Various decks to get the maximum views on the site. Next slide. And ground is for the wetland area, for the farming, for the pedestrian movement, cycle track movement, and next slide. And where I have provided a different cycle tracks at a certain level. These are the decks that I have provided, and on these decks I have used a different farming system along these decks also. Next slide. And I studied the drainage system of the site where from water is flowing from one place to another in a proper manner. And these are the different reed beds that I have used to filter the water. Next slide. And next slide. For 54. So this is the illustration which shows that how the water is flowing from these channels from surface farming to the step farming, and then how this water is going from step farming to the floating wetlands.
Last 2 minutes.
These are the filters that I have provided in this land to improve the quality of the water. Next slide. And also use the maximum potential on the edge. I have provided various riverfront details where are the step farming system, there are meditation area, there are view index, then there are skywalks on the edge of this river. Next slide. And I also this is the glimpse of that illustration or the imagination that what I have provided here is that there is a step farming, and it is very important to take the action on these lands, because for the biodiversity, but also for the local animals and the flora and fauna of this place. And next slide. So this is the main picture. And next slide, please. So I provided proper farming. Next slide. I provided a proper farming system here, which greenhouse farming to generate the new revenue or new farming system on the site. This picture illustration shows the new park or the new circulation that I have provided in this space with added farming landscape and a technical advancement of the new building structure with the city. And can you just go to the 56? Slide number 56. Yep. So yep. This is my final picture that I want to end on it. And yep, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, your time is also up. So.
Yes, so the jury may begin.
Okay. If,
can I start?
Yeah, sure.
Please.
No, go ahead.
Please carry on. Please carry on. Yes.
Thanks. Thank you. So you had used. I found a very nice sentence that you had put on one of your sheets, which said, "Site becomes the museum and the building becomes the site."
Yeah.
And you also spoke about the equation between ecology and the technological advances. So I found your site and your presentation also discussed the journey of different types of visitors through the site, and I thought that could really be very exciting. But somehow when it came to the actual building plans, we didn't see too much because you didn't spend any time on the plans. You went into the 3D versions of it. And how exactly that building becomes the site, what are the explorations that the visitor could have through the built form also is something that was missing in your presentation as well as in your sheets, I thought. And one other thing is to understand the impact of all your interventions, because especially in wetlands and in spaces like this, it begins with first do no harm. So whether there was a need for all the kinds of interventions that you have planned for, or could we have done with less, is something that I'd like to bring to your notice to see if you can speak on some of that.
Okay. Can I pitch in?
Sure, please.
Okay, participant number 053, congratulations for an extremely well-made presentation. And a lot of hard work has gone. Your sketches are wonderful, and there are very many, there's a truckload of new ideas that you've thrown in. It almost seems like it's like an utopia that you have started, dreaming of and building. There are a couple of points that I would just like to get addressed on these. One is a major dominant feature of the design is the continuously winding, connecting skywalk. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Okay. So as I said, I started out by congratulating you for the lovely work that you've done. A couple of queries that needs to be answered or addressed. One is a major dominant feature of the design is the skywalk. Now, this is roughly, as I can see, it's about 1 kilometer long, maybe slightly more because it is winding. And this skywalk is a kind of a transportational connector between the island and the various places.
Right.
Tell me something. How, if one goes up on the skywalk, what along this entire stretch of 1 kilometer, where are the exit points? Right. Because it may be too monotonous and too much of a challenge for once you go up, you won't be able to exit the skywalk beyond unless you reach your destination. So have you accounted for exit points in the skywalk? Yes, and second is how do you propose to animate the skywalk and make the experience of going a little more varied, not only seeing the vistas that you provided, but also having things like small retails or this and that, small breathing spaces. This is point number one. What about how would you propose in the skywalk? The point two is, what about general commuting inside the campus? Like general commuting, how do you propose to bring people from one into the other across this entire network of greenness that you've done? Yes, please.
Okay. So I completely agree that what you have said. I have provided a complete skywalk which will connect the wetland area, which will connect the island to the edge of the project. So I have also provided a various exit point on every 100 meter, where if you can go up, you will at every 100 meter. I have provided an exit point on the whole bridge. So here my intention was to provide a kind of a journey where you enter into a place, and then you will see the views, as well as these skywalks are going in between the massing of the blocks. So it's like first you go on the skywalk, then you will see the spaces of the farming places, then you will see the food market, then you will see the bathing house, then you will see it is a kind of a journey which has a different potential views as well as potential spaces which will excite the people when they are moving from one place to another. So that was my intention of providing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's a kind of a race promenade. It's a high-level promenade.
Because my concept was like ground has to be for the nature. And because we have seen a lot of technical advancement in our recent world, so why can't we go up and provide the ground for the biodiversity, for the wetland, for the forest, and just go up and use and see the new vision of the whole space. And that was my concept behind this kind of approach.
So there are exit points in the ramp.
Yeah,
maybe I missed the slide on which it shows. But it seemed to me that once you go up the ramp, you cannot come down very easily.
No, it's not like that.
Okay. And number two is, what about general commuting, general transportation across the entire stretch of the terrain that you've selected?
So
apart from the skywalk.
Yep. So the general transportation that I have provided is the cycle track that I have provided here. Then there are e-rickshaws. I have provided proper tracks. If you can see my slide where I have shown the infrastructure that I have provided on the site, which will generate the revenue. First, I provided the e-rickshaw setup on different levels. Then I have provided the cycle tracks. And if you don't want to use both of them, then you can use the whole site as on a pedestrian way. But I haven't provided any vehicular movement on the site. Just restricted that vehicular movement on a particular retailer space only, on the service road. That's it. I haven't.
No,
I haven't.
that is a service. That is for service vehicles. But
Yes, yes,
general
yes.
transportation, people, mass
No,
transportation, going from
no,
one.
no, no.
What are the options?
I haven't allowed those things on the site because there is a highway in front of in front of this wetland area. So I thought like the vehicle should be go from that highway, and I haven't proposed vehicular movement on the site as of now. But if this, because I have used this project as a prototype, but if you want to go for the 40-kilometer of patch, then there has to be a vehicular movement along the whole river. So that is for the future proposal. That is for the future stage. As of now, I haven't provided any vehicular system on the site.
Ujan, you would want to say something? I didn't get my responses as well.
If you give me a chance, I would, if there is time. If there is time, I would like to say a few things. Yeah.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Please, Ujan, yes.
Yeah. Actually, Jaipur is pretty familiar to me. Not only I'm running a studio right now, urban design, and we did it also 4 or 5 years back. And one of the central issue was this Nala, which is now being called river for no apparent reason. And partially it has been all concretized, some kind of a Sabarmati model. And the rest are waiting for it. I don't think anyone can stop it. Anyway, that's the background. I would say it's excellent work. I mean, there's no doubt about that, especially the quantity and the depth in which you have gone into every aspect of it, the way you formulated your objectives, your aims, and it went pretty well up to when you had typological concepts, not really the actual design. Let me quickly ask you a question. Who is your client?
Okay. Like in 2016, JDA has proposed this.
No. Just say, is the government is your client?
Yeah.
Or some private body or philanthropic association?
No. What has happened here is, this is the only chunk. The site that I have chosen is the only chunk which they haven't concreted yet. The whole 39 kilometers they have concreted. This chunk is left. So I
know all that. Yeah. So I know all that you've explained. Just tell me, who is your client?
My client is the community and the farmers that they needs to be taken to the point here, and the government.
See, you are almost talking about the user clients. There is somebody called a paying client who pays for it. Anyway, I think that's the one thing every thesis should start with, even if you don't talk about financing and all that. A lot of design changes, just broadly knowing that which project is a private project, is it a government project to start with. Anyway, some of these channelizations are being done to create land to be profitably used. Okay, so let's ignore that. Now we have a land and we are assuming that this will not be concretized, and we have started and done very well in terms of design. But what happens is you have a number of very noble, I would say very noble objectives and aims. You see, what happens is if you have very broad level things of ecology, community connectivity, farming, that is to really work towards that, and then also satisfy some other architectural things, sometimes they come in conflict. And that becomes the challenge for the thesis. Now here, I'm sorry, because that's very good. I mean, all the elements, the site plan is open in my larger screen, and it's so attractive. It will be sold in no time to the government. Only thing they would like to few more towers of office and a lot of parking. Anyway, so if we, so architecturally, I would say, okay, the buildings are well researched, and perhaps if I go into detail, I'll find them good enough. But site planning, I think they don't go with your overall this thing. Farming cannot be done. This whole urban farming, I believe, is a very Western idea. We have farmers who farm outside, and it's very difficult to farm in these expensive places. And farming is also like a classroom, you cannot play, the plants don't like also people hanging around. And these little strips of farming doesn't work. So if you really wanted to do farming, it should have been approached in a very different way. But if farming dominant thesis, work may not qualify as architectural thesis. So I can understand you have bits of everything, but you should be aware that when you talk about community, then this immediate community should have been thought about. I have walked on those streets, that white areas on the right side, top right corner. And I wouldn't have put a big road in between this development and that development. If you're talking about community connectivity, I would have brought those roads to the water, the inner roads, and made small community facilities on the water and keeping a lot of land for farming, if at all, or playgrounds, and make our development concentrated near the road on the right side top. I don't know design here, but I just want to tell you that this relationship, this to me looks like a very nice urban park. I mean, as professors say, very utopian, and it's like a what do you call Bombay ke Bahar? There's amusement park kind of thing, and you walk and see. You call it amusement park. Why to talk about ecology and all that stuff? Just because you make a cross section showing how water and this happens. I'm sorry, I'm maybe sounding harsh. That's how I talk. But please understand the underlying things I'm talking about.
Yes,
In terms of broader issues we architects must do. Or you do one thing, you take one part of this site and say, look, I'm the architect. This is a plot government has given me. I have to generate this much of square foot.
Right.
You do that and show how wisely you can do better than that. Just instead of just sort of meeting the requirement of the paying client, you show that, look, without telling him or not, I'm doing something public good. If you take such a big land, then, it's no point spreading out these walkways and all the very, very, anti, you talk about nature and then you do this, I find it. So it's all good. As you know, nobody can say that. But, even if you look at those perspectives, the whole atmosphere is so elitist, so urban, people on bikini driving, I don't know where, in the Nala. And this, no matter what, it will never be blue. I'm telling you, I think we later start admitting rivers and nalas are no longer rivers. They are a public open space. Sometimes it takes water. Sometimes buffaloes come there. Sometimes we play. It's a poor man's land, and we have to think about it. You can't give it back to the rich. So anyway, so these I want you to carry forward in your mind for other things, not necessarily, this thesis. I think you will do well in this thesis also. You have ticked all the points, good drawings, good this, concept has, case study has, survey, tick. So you get good marks. But, in your heart, you should feel these things. Sorry for this little lecture, but I think it's for everybody, not for you only.
I completely agree with your point, sir. Thank you for that.
I am done, of course. Yeah. Should I move, or Geeta, you are trying to ask something?
No, I was saying that the alienness that you were mentioning is something that I was also trying to point out.
Yeah, I know. I knew also you will ask that kind of thing.
Go on to the next presentation, maybe Alok.
Yeah.
Okay, so ma'am, before starting with the next, can we draw for the third?
Yes, Rama ma'am will do that.
Okay.
Yes, I have just run my random number generator, and the next one it is showing is project number 10, Z1105, culture and community.
Okay. So code number 20Z1105, are you there?
Culture and community.
1105.
I am seeing.
Yes, there's a chat message.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay. So can we
Let's,
start with the second student?
yes. So
So
039 should start the
yes,
presentation.
yes. So I'm going to share the presentation for him. Okay. So the presentation is visible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Can
Okay.
we have the full screen mode on, please?
Full screen, please.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So, good morning to all. So this thesis topic is National War and Military Museum. Next slide, please. So in the following presentation, I will start with a brief intro along with selected case studies, then looking at the site both on micro and macro level and its connection with the city context, leading with this study concept and following with drawings and then looking into the inside of the museum to understand more about its partial nature through series of diagrams and visualization. Next slide, please. So Indian military defends us, this nation, and the discipline and pride that they bring among us is commendable. The unbreakable will and determination keeps this nation safe and proud during this unpredictable, non-conventional war chapter. Well, we all have witnessed several museums erecting to follow certain themes and idea for it. However, very few revive the culture aspect, trigger the people and bring back the lost emotions and continuum for the past into today. This thesis aims to design a museum not only to showcase the glory and glories of the Indian military, but also to portray the true essence of their hardship, culture, customs, traditions, and history through medium of architecture, to act as a permeable contact zone between military and civilian. The results substantiate the need for flexibility in museum spaces to deal with the rapidly changing visitor dynamics, collections. Also, the focus is laid on the experience than quantitative data so that museum itself can be viewed as an artifact other than being a building that houses artifact. So next slide, please. One more.
Please advance to slide number 5.
Is it changing?
Not yet.
Okay, so can I run the presentation itself because slideshow has some issues, I think.
Okay, sure.
Should I share screens? Is it the same presentation that was there in the earlier stage? Then maybe I could share screens and. We've also been sent those presentations via email.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
We can try that.
We can try once, then. Yes.
Mr. Omar, I think it will be great if you run the PDF version instead of the slides.
Sir, I only have the PPTs right now.
Okay.
I'm sharing screens. You have to make me a co-host for me to share screens.
Ma'am, I am sharing in a normal manner without slideshow.
Yes, this is okay. This is fine. This is fine.
Okay, so
can we go on to slide number 5?
5, okay.
Slide number 5.
Yeah. So here I have categorized my selected case stories into the parts. So first to understand the thematic spaces concept in Indian architecture, and then later to understand the functionality of a war and military museum. Next slide, please. So with the help of these cases, I tried to understand the spatial configuration of courtyards, terraces, along with their hierarchy, the framing of context and connecting with the built and making an in-between zone, understanding the methods of public engagement through levels of interaction, like here you have 3 interaction in this particular Bharat Bhavan, and along with how a single space but different enclosures create experience through exponential volumes. Next slide, please. The idea of materiality, its color and texture and psychological triggers and creating an environment. As most of the museums are introvert looking, I also looked for how to develop spaces for refuge or a story within the complex. So basically a space connecting all. Next slide, please. Again, few sketches illustrating the approach, arrival and transitions. So the idea of transparency and the permeability and the relationship of the display with the light. So next slide, please. From these set of cases, I focus more on the spaces and function for a war and military museum. To understand the area required by artifacts, different zones and spaces needed to be understood along with the idea of sustainability. Like here in the Canadian War Museum uses the green roof managing the storm water which certainly helps in air purification. The concrete with the use of 15% of fly ash helps in the climate control and so on. So next slide, please. The axial, in the next slide. Yeah. So the actual connections to the organized various blocks and form of the museum to bring far to near, outside to the inside, and not just sitting randomly. And other construction figure for structure is facade, floor, and so on. So moving on to the next slide. Similarly, yeah, another study in focus to add more on the abstraction of spaces in symbolizing the war period. I studied Imperial War Museum in Manchester by Dan Libesky. Next slide, please. Yeah, one more. Thank you. So keeping in brief, looking at the site of 6.33 acres and its setting in context, it sits in a parallel arrangement of Chandni Chowk and Central Vista between old and new. Located in the north of the India Gate and in proximity to National War Memorial, the architecture in the context of this area follows the Indo-Sasanic style with monolithic look. Earlier, there used to be a bunker for the officials, which were constructed during the World War II, experiencing monsoon winds in the July and September from east through the Yamuna and driving actual connection from Dread Fort, Police Memorial, War Memorial, India Gate, etc. It situates best to have a National War and Military Museum here in this setting. Next slide, please. Looking at closer look, I have mapped the noise level around the site with the built and the open system around it. If you look at the plan in the right, there are 3 entries has been provided, where the one in the south is primary and the one in the north is for service. The immediate surrounding marked by the C has built structures which are years old, while the B is also zoned for utilization as socio-culture areas marked in Land Use Master Plan of Delhi 2021. Next slide, please. Yeah, next one. So I basically started my project with a series of sketches to understand the idea of thematic spaces, the user experience, and in between spaces. The spaces are the connections between the inside and the outside. Like if I given an example, the ghats along the river Ganga, as it is an in-between space for the city and river. The community interaction, social meets, functions, breathing space within the built. Similarly, to drive physical change for separation and relationship between open and built, with the help of these sketches, I visualize the spaces for the museum. Next slide, please. Yeah, so these are the few study models to study the relationship of the light and the shadow within the museum and throughout my study to understand the dynamic character of light, how it shapes the environment which is inside. So next slide, please. All those sketches and models were translated to develop this initial model for the project, where you see a horizontal block mainly going to constitute the admin, retail, and other function, while the diagonal one as a space to invite the audience in and connect the galleries, a juxtaposition of cubital volumes, which are around 25 meter cross 25 meter. So this creates the angular spaces between them, and all these volumes are arranged by following the connection of the old Delhi with the new Delhi and their parallel alignments. So moving on to next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, next one. Yeah, thank you. So looking at the site plan, yeah, the one above, yeah. Yeah, so the entrance to the museum is from the right, from Tilak Mark, taking a roundabout, reaching to the point where it has mentioned number 4. From here to enter the museum, one need to go to the left, while the retail shop mark at point 6, and the restaurant can be accessed by going upwards. As explained in the previous slide, the cubital volumes in the back are exhibition galleries, and spaces between them are nookers crafted to narrate the story throughout the sculptures and through material. The block marked with 13 in the left of the horizontal block is an auditorium whose roof is accessible and it directly gives the view of the India Gate to the audience. So this, in the right side, you see the series of the diagrams to show where it's built up at floor levels, the public zones along with the skylights and the glazing in the museum. So next slide, please. So if you see this plan in the left side, you see you can enter from point A, where go all along to this corridor, which actually leads to you the main reception lobby. And from there, you sort of take this ramp down. And if you see the map plan on the right hand side, you reach to the this reading space area. From here, you try to go to the either left for digital library. And if you go to the right, you can go to the administration area, or there's a workshop area, which is provided between this reading and admin area. As you move forward, you see this zone C, which is the atrium. So the atrium is basically a centralized space which is act as a thematic space for this museum, which has transition at both the levels. It connects the gallery space with the non-collection space at the ground level visually and at lower ground level physically. So apart from this, it also works as a temporary exhibition space for art and crafts, and it actually accessible from the parking, which is in the basement, which you will see in the next slide after for this section. And as I explained already, these are the galleries which are at the back of it. And these galleries are basically divided into 2 zones, which are the permanent and the flexible exhibition space. So all gallery space are oriented in a particular direction, developing voids between them. And the nature they have placed are very three-dimensional in nature. And all the heavy objects like tanks or other vehicles, military vehicles, are put on the ground floor for easy maintenance and services accordingly. So moving to the next. Yeah, so this is a parking layout for the museum, and you can see the services are provided over these surfaces, and which are actually connecting the temporary exhibition space in basement one parking level. Moving to the next 24th slide, we can go directly. Yeah, so this is a section which cut across centrally to the from the museum, shows the different volumetric experience that one can have. So where you can see the first section where you see the helicopter hanging is the reading area, so giving a maximum volume, and there's a pitch thing coming out from the wall. It is actually a part of the auditorium. So people who are specifically visiting the auditorium can actually get inside of the museum what it is. And then you see the atrium, which is connecting the galleries part and with the other public part, and you can see the other material that I've used for is for basically for cladding, I've used a paper crate. So it is a experimental material. So you have paper and the concrete all mixed together. So making panels light in weight, and they sort of covers the whole facade of the museum. So giving a post-war modernistic look. And then for hanging the aircraft, you use grip lock system. And as I study in the Canadian War Museum, I use the green roof system again to get the rainwater collected, and again the Warren truss and using a waffle slab to extend and get the most of the spaces columnless. So moving to the next 25th slide. Yeah, so again, sort of a lot other series of sections, but here I want you all to focus on the one which is in the corner in the right side. So you can see the whole museum doesn't suppress the already presence of the India Gate, which is in the vicinity, and eventually sort of giving a homage to which one exists particularly. And if you see the elevation, you see a very monolithic structure which is in the existence and showing a sort of fortress and giving an inward looking to the museum. And yeah, so we can move on to the next slide. 27th. Now let's go into the inside of the museum, how all the technical things has been visualized. So you see the experience when you enter from the museum, you see a welcoming, which being welcomed by a huge door. And there's nothing on the first front that you see what is inside the museum. But as you see on the right side, this is the first window that somebody take into what is exists in the museum. So I call this particular area as a first window. So first peekaboo sort of thing into a museum. So moving to the 28th slide. So next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the reading space that I was talking about, the space which is actually a very double-heighted and which is connecting a sort of a last window, first window. And then here you can see that other sketches showing the transition of the ramps and stuff that I've sort of visualized. So basically, as you move to this ramp, there's sort of a mimicry of the bunkers that military people goes into. So as you move out, you explore the new space as you transit from one to other physical space. And moving to the next slide. So this concept of ramp, and basically when I study the structure and the psychological impact of how the sun and light can be given to a sort of a particular person. So inviting more sun to the light, to the inside of the person, and giving a openness within the complex. And then this is a concept of balcony that we have in Indian context, that we are not able to reach that particular space, but you actually can interact intangibly with it, talking and looking towards it. So basically the idea of giving a balcony was without entering the museum, you can see what's happening inside the museum. And on the right hand side, you can see the restaurant opening to this. So moving to the next slide. So this particular slide actually shows the first render shows the
sorry to disturb, your 10 minutes are over.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So the 30th slide gives the idea of the atrium, how it's located, and you can see that particular nook that I was talking about, the spaces between it. So you see the person holding his son or kid, and you can see as you move towards the roof of the auditorium, you can see the India Gate, but as you go around, you can see what's the story is all about the next phase. So moving to the next. So this particular diagram shows the in three-dimensional spatial nature how the different program has been arranged for the museum, and so shows if you see this in overall museum, you can see an inclined surface which actually shows the the memorial sort of thing. And the experience that you see here is a different wall gallery. So all the wall galleries has been materialized differently according to the wood structure or the colors, you can say. So you don't even have to name which gallery you're going into. So even the material giving the context to the museum. And moving forward. So this particular slide shows the area which is the transition from the lower ground to the upper level. And there's a series from where you can see the aircrafts going around all the way. And as you go all the way, there's a history, because in this bottom surface, you have the aircraft which were used earlier, but now you have the new aircraft. So this is sort of a transition as you move all around up there. And then you have the tanks and giving the context picture behind that is lays in what type of context it is. And moving to the next. So while all these three services blocks are there, so this is a space between all the three services. So sort of giving a picture and portraying a person, an audience, like he or she can imagine to be part of the military, and giving a real time of scenario how we can lift the forgotten army, because a lot of in World War I we have participated in Indian army, but how we lost the history. So sort of trying to portray the landscape within it and try to narrate the story accordingly. And moving forward. Then this particular render shows the introduction of the Indian Air Force into Indian Navy. So Indian Navy is portrayed by the water itself, and the Air Force giving the first aircraft of Indian Navy. So showing a very calmness, and the space which is in emptiness is depicting the one particular story about their coming togetherness. And 35 slide will show you the next slide, please. This particular slide will show you the water, how it has been subjected into the experience of the Navy. So basically there are two galleys, as I told earlier, there's one permanent and flexible. So the first one, which is not permanent, shows the water body outside, but you can get the essence of the water that you are in particular touch with the Navy. So moving to the next one. This 36th slide is giving the idea of the Navy gallery. So the water which is behind the gallery, but when you sit down and read the stories on the walls, and as a wall are portraying the story, you can feel the presence of the water in there. And then you have the parachute regiment also. So people look up and how they feel. So basically how you're projecting the exhibits is also matter in a museum. And since these museums are 15 meters in high, so there's a possibility to extend that in future. So you can just add ramps to it and make it more spacious in future as the museum expands. Moving to the next.
In last 2 minutes.
Okay, so next slide, please. So next 37. So this particular slide is the memory. So you end the whole museum by the memory. So basically the idea was sometimes we don't design this space, but the emptiness that it carry. So this particular memorials where the names are written on over the walls. So the guiding factor, which is the light, as the sun revolves and the light falls through it, it explores and surprises all the people with the names. And so it brings a silence to people. So you don't have to tell people to stop saying or something like that. Even the space is telling just be quiet and let's pay homage to the people. And 38, 39 slide will show you the exterior part of it. And 39 particularly will give you the idea. So if you go to 39 slide, please. So 39 slide will give you the idea how this different nukkad that I was talking about, the in-between space have been visualized within the museum. So ending with the memorial museum and with the cafeteria, so the people can actually get refreshment. And this is what is all about museum. Thank you very much.
Okay, so jury members, now you can.
Over to the jury members. Can we start with architect Anindya Basu?
Okay. Participant number 039, you have put in a lot of your heart into this, I can see. And there are several dramatic spaces and images that you've thrown up. And what I appreciated also was the restrained use of color and the proposed texture with paper and concrete. I appreciated that. I can also see that one major influence has been Daniel Libeskind in the design that he proposed. And on this, I have a few queries. One is, there are several installations that are given. One installation that is not normally used, I haven't actually seen elsewhere, is the use of a series of paratroopers. Maybe that could have been a little more highlighted or done in a different way. You know, that was very, that's a very unique design gesture that can be elaborated on. The two queries I have is, now coming to a lot of heart, now coming to the mind, you haven't given any area program for the slides that you put in. General area program and the different spaces that have been visualized in terms of presenting your ideas. You haven't shown any area program. That I think was needed. Number two, see, this entire sighting is a very special place in India, because this is on the almost at the one end of the famous Lachan's Vista, and it is prone to all kinds of disaster, impending disasters, including terrorism. So how would your design address the issue of disaster management, access control, and not only in case of fire, but in case of terrorist attacks, how does your design respond? Finally, point number three is your grid spacing is roughly 8 meters center to center, which means in the basements, I think we don't get adequate number of, you almost have 80 meters between fire exit to fire exit, in the basements especially. Now, when I'm talking about disaster management, the vertical and the exit points for evacuation are also very important. So, how would you address that?
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So I agree
3
that I
points. I
haven't
think
showed
I
any.
hope I have made your point. My point. One is
Yeah.
disaster management. Number two is area program, disaster management, and management of exits, evacuation in term, generally.
Okay. So I'll start with the area program. So I think, yeah, I haven't sort of given a proper listing of it, but in this, the first slide plan, I've sort of given the idea of the areas in terms of how it's been done. And about disaster management, I think, especially and the accessible part of it, if you go to the plan number one, if you can, so can go
Slide
to the slide
number. Tell
number,
me slide number. 21.
just go above. I think the plan, I think we can go one, where's the site plan, the
Slide
normal
21,
floor
please.
plans are.
Slide number 21.
Yeah. So yeah, 21. Yeah, so basically, for example, here you see, if we just talk about the restaurant part itself, so the restaurant part itself has the two entrance. So the one which is from the inside of the museum and which is from the exit of the museum, from the front of the museum, from the front of the restaurant. So people can easily go about it. And even the accessibility part of the services, which is exactly happening for the kitchen area from the backside of it. And the people who are going down to the reading area. So there's a staircase which is been given to the next, say the left hand side of the structure. So you can actually get out from there. And the people who are basically within the museum, so there are few refuge points are given. So you can see the staircase, which are when there are two buildings are getting together. So you have those spaces to get out, and those are actually getting in the exterior part of it. And I think for particular disaster management, the part of the like the fire or some terrorist attack, I think more thought could have been given about it. But yeah, I'll work on that more. And then you're talking about the parking issues. So I think my main idea was, since it's very in the heart of the city and a lot of people are already traveling there and there's a lot of traffic congestion. So I sort of want to discourage the the parking issue. So people will know that they're not very sufficient parking in there. They're sufficient, but not enough, like everybody can go. So trying to maximize, and it is very well connected with the public transit also. So why not use that and promote that in sort of way in their brochure, what the website they put in this museum. So that's what sort of the idea. And for the, if you see the basement park, so I've sort of given these vent areas and they in 30 meters of zone, so you can actually be used for the, in terms of fire and exit points. So this is how we're going to, and even the whole site doesn't have to come from the one primary exit. There's a lot of different exit to go. You have behind, you're in the left side also. So I think, yeah, but I think I should give more focus on over this particular disaster thing.
But overall, very extremely, a lot of ideas thrown in, and you have used wonderfully the concept of juxtaposition as a design tool. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Can I ask architect Ujan Ghosh to join in?
So this is sometimes you get pleasure giving comments to this kind of work. Splendid work. Here is a thesis one can, really praise, but you don't have time. Anyway, very well done, really. And I don't know how you could do so much in a semester. Firstly, what I like is a very mundane thing of case study. I'm sure a lot of students are hearing me. I think guys who are participating are already into offices and making toilet details. But the other who are still studying, if they're hearing on YouTube or somewhere, this case studies done here and learned from there, choosing the case study, analyzing it, and this gentleman is analyzing it with his own little doodles and sketches and understanding the essence of those carefully chosen museum kind of setups. And one can see how the essences he has used. Not only these, he must have done many other research you can see. And I also agree with Professor that this, sometimes I used to sort of frown seeing arbitrarily buildings being twisted and this thing. But when you twist them with a purpose and what it does ultimately, then you see, oh, twisting is fine. So this, and I like many of us, we have seen many museums. I was just before pandemic, I was in Japan want to see Ando's work. Some of your interior sketches, of exposed concrete, not only leaves skin, but it also gives some feeling of, Ando. Only thing you don't have curved walls. That's all right. It is all good. I don't want to, so process-wise good, product good, detailing good, everything is good. Now we have to make some comments of whether you can improve. You actually have 2 sheets of case study, site analysis that shows the weakness there. I would have looked at little more of inferences taken from the site. One is the roads. I see a building coming too close to it or some, and other thing, the trees. As you know, there was a big competition and fantastic projects have come in. I don't know you worked in one of those or not. This would have been a winning competition, but the problem still are the trees. That's why this project is not coming yet. One of the reasons is that it's full of trees, no doubt. Unless you just make a forest out of it, any development you have to cut some trees. But when you twist things around, sometimes you do that to save trees. And if not all, if you just can add in the same design, put on the trees, you might find many of them are on the courtyards. And at least you can say, look, I have saved 30% of the trees and other 50 has been transported out. So that is one. And I had one more. Yeah, area program you answered. And one very important thing of this kind of large, museums and, public things is what you call readability of spaces, legibility or whatever you call, how do you find your way? Very well-known modern, old ones is not very confusing because they are nice, simple buildings. The new award-winning ones are often confusing. I have personally got lost where only 3 blocks are there. And so that maybe it is there, but there should be a presentation on that, one slide on that, how people move, the wayfinding method, how a shaft of light or like in one museum, I saw the courtyards are treated differently. Not all of them don't have a tree and some grass, some sitting. So some are totally stone, some are totally grass. So you can say, oh, you turned right at the grass court, So I had one more thing again, which you can improve is you already have the drawings. The look of building, the architect character is superb. The museum character, this is the massing and the surfaces at angle, light, outside, inside, all fine. The problem is that it is not coming through because your drawings too small, too many. I would put a couple of those elevations, which are 8, 10 of them are there in small and bits and pieces. Just enlarge 2 of them and put in one screen and little part also. Same thing with sections. And this is a scheme which is not only designed on case studies, research, and plans. It is also designed by section and elevations. They all work together to create this. So why not highlight that little more? You have the drawings, you have to enlarge them, I think, and maybe render them a little. That's all. Fantastic work. All the best.
I'll have to say that again, very elegant drawings. In fact, I had made notes which are very similar to what has already been said, that the format of presentation was very systematic, how you inferred from your case studies and actually brought it into design and even depicted that through your presentation is comment worthy. You did mention in the beginning that, your building should be an artifact, and your building has really become an artifact inside out. I had just one comment on, in addition to what has been said, on the relation either of your building with the outside, with the landscape itself, or even of the visitors into the outside. There's not so much. There's nothing in terms of analyzing the rest of the site which is outside the building to tell us what is happening in those spaces, how people are using those spaces, because this is a very heavy subject for a museum, a theme for a museum. When people visit, it is something that they are internalizing and brooding over and so on. So it would have been nice to see how the outside space actually gives them relief at some points. So yeah, so that's about what I had to say. Excellent work and congratulations.
Okay, so can we move ahead
Yes, I
for the
think
next set of draw?
Yes, we'll move ahead to the next set of draws. My random number generator is now showing number 4. That is Z1027. Z1027.
Yeah.
Play-Doh
Hello.
Crafting Futures.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
He's there.
027 is present.
Yes. Play-Doh Crafting Futures is the title. 027.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
so now we can start with the student with code number 105. So I'll share the screen for him.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, so I'm just sharing the screen.
That is
Hello, can you hear me?
Z1105, Culture and Community.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sharing the screen for the Z1105.
So can you do it full screen? There are no animations, so it won't be a problem.
Sorry, I have the PDF file only.
You can just press this thing, Control L. Can you press Control L? It will do full
Control
screen.
L.
Yeah.
Okay, just a minute.
It is already full screen, beta. You should start. Yeah.
Now
Okay.
it is full screen.
Better. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Shall I
Yes,
start
your
now?
You
time
can
starts now.
First of all, good morning, everyone, and all the best to the last presenter for such amazing work. So I'll be starting with my presentation. So I have basically divided into 3 broad schemes. So first is the introduction, then the design process, and like finally the interventions that I've done. Next slide, please. Next. So the thing that I'm talking about here is like what role does architecture play in the context of a culture and the community. So while I was like reading about what is a culture and what are all the things that which constitute this complex entity. So I came across many texts and drew my inferences in this manner that any culture can be it can be defined as a constitution of these 3 broad things, which are namely the ethnicity, which kind of tells you who the people are, who are the people, and how they interact with each other. Then the heritage it broadly it constitutes what those people do for a living, or what those people do as their hobbies or ways to express their talents to each other and the outside world. And the third thing is the architecture, uh, the actual act of building spaces, like what spaces they inhabit and in what spaces they spend their lives in. So this is how the study for my project started actually, mapping these relations between between a culture and architecture. Next, please. So this project, so I chose Shimla as the site where I wanted to do this project because, like since my childhood, I visited this place many times, and I always kind of felt that there's a lacking in the sense that we cannot experience the the whole culture and the whole history behind the state, which is so rich in culture and heritage. So this project is actually proposed project which comes under a scheme known as the Shimla development project. So the Shimla Municipal Corporation, they have identified several sites over the landscape of the city to make such public projects wherein you can engage the people and the tourists as well to interact with the rich history and the cultural context of the state and the city as well. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah, so the site is located on NH5, which is the Kalka Shimla road. It has an area of roughly 62,000 square meters, and it's located almost 7 kilometers away from the center of the city, and it is quite accessible by the means of this local bus and the famous toy train that runs from Kalka to Shimla. Uh, Next slide, please. Yeah, so in this image, you can see the topographical, the landform of the site, and I've marked the boundaries in the dotted line. So you can see the road adjacent to the site on the top, and the north is towards the left. So this main road it connects Chandigarh to Shimla. So the site has real good connectivity in terms of public transport as well as private transport. Next slide, please. So in this slide, you can see there are 4 pictures that I've chosen. So this kind of gives the feel of the context of the site. We have the valley, which is towards the west. So you have the look of this valley. There is a railway line which actually it cuts through the site and divides the site into two parts. And the famous toy train that runs from Kalka to Shimla it uses this railway line to make its commute every day. And uh, then towards the east of the site, you can have a view of the main city and the site itself, what kind of landscape and like what sort of vegetation it has. So these 4 pictures, they kind of describe the context of the site. Next, please. So this is the sun study. The north is towards the left. As you can see in this plan, the railway line it cuts through the site and kind of divides the site into two parts. Next, please. These are again some pictures of the site and it shows you how the surroundings are and all that. Next, please. So talking about the site, so one of the major strengths is that the site is located on a ridge, so you have a very good visibility of the site from all the 4 directions. Even from the city, when you stand on the mall road, you can actually see the tip of the hill. So that is one of the strengths. So one of the weaknesses is that actually the total buildable area in terms of the slope that is safe for building, it's quite less. So that are marked there. So moving on to the next slide. So I'll be talking about the conceptual premise now. So how my design started. Next, please. So talking about the morphology of the blocks. So as you can imagine, there's a simple block that we start with. Next slide. So the site has a very dense vegetation of trees. So what I've tried to do is like skew the forms wherever there's a presence of a big major tree. Next, please. and then the site, and then the volumes, they kind of fit to the topography at the location where they are placed in the site. Next, please. Another is the idea of apertures where you have very beautiful views at vantage points all over the site. So what I've tried to do is to like frame the landscape through apertures. Next, please. Next. So this forms the windows inside the whole complex. Next, please. Another idea is of the pilotis or the columns, you can say. So the site is sorts of a seasonal forest wherein the density of the vegetation changes with the seasons. Next, please. So taking that vertical element of the bark of the trees, I've tried to incorporate that gesture into my design. Next, please. This becomes the structure that holds the roof, almost like a canopy for the users. Next, please. So talking about the site again, there is an existing bridge on the site which connects like both the parts that have been divided due to the railway line. Next, please. This was identified as the relatively buildable area, which is safe according to the slope of the site, and so this is where like most of the building sits. Next. So taking inferences from the linearity of the site, I started my planning. Next, please. Next. This is how I have arranged the functions on the land. Next. And then taking in mind all the vantage points, I've created like breaks between the blocks. Just keep moving. Next. 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 Keep moving, please. This just gives you a rough idea of how the circulation path that I've like followed and how the building it sits on that. Next, please. So after many iterations, like going through different shapes and forms of the built blocks, so what I decided the wisest thing would be to like divide the function into small blocks and then place them on the site where there is a possibility of not taking out too many trees and preserving the oldest ones. And so all the functions are skewed, just navigate their way through the dense vegetation. And as you can see in this model, so all the performing area which has like larger spans, I put it onto the like relatively flat part of the site, and all the other functions have been broken down into like smaller volumes, and then they have been like interspersed among the vegetation.
Sorry to disturb. Your 10 minutes are over.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yeah, please carry on.
Next. Yeah, so this shows the overall master plan of the site. Next, please. Yeah, so this shows the overall scheme of the site plan, wherein you have the road on the top, and then you have four entry points marked as one. On the right, you can see the site parameters. So as you can see, the FAR achieved is actually less than one, which kind of shows uh, how like it has a very minimal footprint on the ground. The area program was devised in such a way so that we can go ahead with the minimum requirements and touch the ground in the lightest manner possible. Next, please. Here you can see the four entry and exit points. Next. So this shows the like the major circulation, wherein like this is the only road that has been put on the site, which is just adjacent to the main road. Next, please. So this axonometric shows the whole schematic in one go, wherein you can see the volumes, they have been fit to the topography of the site. The major function that needs large span they have been placed on the flatter end of the site, and then when you cross the bridge, all the exhibition areas have been placed on that part of the site, which is like on the west of the railway line. Next, please. Talking about the plan, you enter from a series of steps after you alight in front of the complex. Next, on the left, I have placed the admin for all the admin functions and the offices. Next, then on the right, you have the library and the seminar function which have been clubbed together. Next, and there is an observation tower which goes up a staircase. Next. Talking about the section through this area, so this is just a roof which has a foyer beneath, and when you enter through a series of steps which have been articulated to gently take down the user, and as you reach the edge of the building in this portion, you can actually see the railway track down from there and the view of the valley beyond. Next, please. Next. Next. Yeah, so this is the sort of elevation that you get for the observation tower and the foyer, and there is a cutout for a courtyard which has some trees in it. Next,
Your last 2 minutes are remaining.
keep going. So talking about a journey as you move through the building. Next. Next, please. Next. Next, please. Please skip this one. This kind of shows the elevational the language of the building. This is an elevation of the library, and you can see the tower like behind the building. Next, please. This shows a section through the observation tower and the skylights just beside it. Next, please. So as you come down the ramp that connects the foyer to the rest of the campus. Next, please. Can you move on to the next slide? Yeah, so as you move inside the building kind of expands in sections. So it is kind of a telescopic experience wherein when you enter the building, the roof is very near, like it's a very human scale. And then when you go ahead in the building and move forward, the building kind of expands itself internally. And then you experience the building from like a small part to a whole. Next, please.
So your time is over.
Okay, just keep going through the slides.
Just let him run through, yes.
Okay. So you can quickly go through.
Just run through.
Just keep running through the slides. I'll explain.
Just in case if you have anything to highlight, just
yeah. So this just shows a view of the multi-purpose area.
No, we know that.
Courtyard. Yeah. Just keep running through the slides, please.
Please carry on. Advance, please.
So this is a structural system. So what I've done is I've taken some columns, then a gutter which acts as a beam. Then there are for the structure I have employed a pin jointed structure which actually emulates the anti-seismic like structure which derives inspiration from the vernacular of the region, wherein this is a very earthquake prone zone. So I thought that this structural system is better to make the building earthquake proof, and then like stone masonry has been used as an infill material for the walls, and wooden louvers like they add to the vocabulary of the elevation. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, sir. I'm done.
Okay, sir. Though the presentation is over, so the jury can continue.
Who goes first?
Jan, go for it.
Me?
Please do.
Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, we don't know these names, and I don't want to call them by number. फिर वो कुछ और लगता है. So anyway, dear student, it's a good work actually. When I started looking at this thing and when I saw one straight axis in a hill, I got a little worried. But then that's actually not a true axis per se, but it is some kind of a organizing kind of movement space, which you later used along which the buildings will kind of line up. So that you did very well. And, the buildings, because your presentation, is such that there are many slides which are very basic. Somebody has got a square, somebody has a rectangle, few columns, few rafters. They are not required, I think. They can all put to one sheet and get done with it. And so I looked at the plans and they're very intricately designed. And I'm sure if minor levels are required, they can be incorporated because they are not mammoth blocks that cannot be split. So that way, architecturally, its block is very good. Site planning, I think you understood how slopes work and, how you put retaining walls, create land and use them as viewing areas and all that. While on that, I'll just make a small comment, along the main road, your internal road in the left portion is too close. Obviously, I don't know what is the level difference between the existing road and your proposed road. But normally we keep some, and because of the entries, where there is an entry next to it, and to make any turn or a car coming out will be very dangerous. It is in the hill, it is a big issue that when you come out, to these speeding vehicles or highway to Simla. So that's a little thing about the site plan. As far as, I like the way you have used local material and not only that, construction systems, it seems you have studied very well with those later drawings. Only thing if I would say which will add to your scheme is actually drawings. In the sense, all your visuals are kind of very diagrammatic, and in today's time when you see so many ways of doing more realistic, because your buildings and some spaces have that quality which is not getting expressed just because of the drawings. The 3D drawings are plenty, but they are very, very isometric type, basic, not rendered, sections kind of thing. You showed a big passage empty, no plant, no tree, nothing, so we do that. That will be to agree. That will add a lot to your very simple, no-nonsense design, but and has good qualities. I'm sure this sections also, detail section, you had one or two with very shallow slope. It doesn't snow there, I think. Does it? Hello? Does it snow there?
Yes,
it does?
Yes, sir, it does. In this
then you should
region,
make those slopes little steeper if possible. Of course, there are flat roofs in snow areas, no big deal. But, when you're doing a theoretical or architectural thesis kind of thing, some norms we follow, but that's
Right,
okay.
sir. We'll look into that, sure, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, because otherwise those shallow slopes and all sometimes look very interesting, but then if it snows, we shouldn't.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, I would end that. So overall, frankly speaking, I'm pretty happy, other than graphics, which you can easily improve. First of all, you have to make them to only 20 slides very easily.
Okay.
Very easily. Just you have to drop some of this, absolutely not required. Okay. And add some, few, if not all, few nicely drawn views, because you will carry the portfolio, so it's no harm spending some time on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anindya, you want to ask something?
Yeah, if you have anything to ask, you may ask. You may carry on, because I have a couple of 5-6 issues that needs to be clarified. So you can go ahead if you want.
My first comment or question, comment would be that yes, you had the luxury of a beautiful picturesque site and a a large one. Tell me, what was the, you mentioned that this is a real life proposal as well. What is the area program according to that? What is the plinth area or the site area, the built up area supposed to be according to that?
Yeah, so ma'am, this whole scheme, so what the corporation has done is they have identified various sites across Shimla who develop public parks and these kind of community centers. So they haven't actually provided any briefs for that.
Okay, so this was developed brief.
Yes. So the brief was developed over many iterations with my thesis coordinator, and
right. And your FDR that is allowed here is a little above 1, and I think you've achieved something.
That is 1.5.
1.5. You've achieved something below 1.5.
That's below even 0.1 now, actually.
Sorry.
Can you go to the site plan? So can you go to the site plan?
Yeah. On the on what slide the site plan is?
Above, like go
35.
Okay.
Slide number 35.
Okay.
I think we can go back to the PPT mode and select this slide number 35 straight.
Okay.
This is it.
Yeah, okay. So 1.5 and you've achieved 0.0. This can't be true. You've achieved 0.0. Okay, it depends on what you consider your.
Yes, ma'am. So the built-up achieved is quite less. Yes, ma'am.
That's what I said. You had the luxury, but I guess okay, because of the non-buildable areas, that kind of.
Yes, ma'am. Also, like the site, actually, when you consider like the site is divided into like 2 parts. So the other part, it's not very accessible, like because of the railway line.
Square meters is kind of small. The other thing that I had a comment on was your admin area being where it is. Is that the best point for, there's a lot happening. I saw a pokey little office in the auditorium and a couple of other places, but they're really tiny. If you're supposed to control large inflow of people and so on, I was wondering if having the admin area where it is kind of removed from the rest of the facilities, if that's the best location for it.
Ma'am, the idea was to like have the offices near the entrance. So where you can see it's marked 3 in the plan.
Yes,
so
I know where the entrance is, and that is the place where you designed the entrance to be. But I was just wondering if there was any other way that it could have been done, or you could have split it up. Anyway, so I leave that. Go ahead, Anandya, with your questions. I just wanted to put in a few.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So participant 105. Coming to my observations on your design, firstly, I must congratulate you on your sighting with respect to the topography, the terrain and the contour lines. I think you've understood the terrain. You know the terrain very well. It's quite clear.
Yes, sir.
And I found that some of your, strangely, your monochromatic images, like the sections, are more eloquent. They speak, a richer language than so-called 3D renditions. Which is something that you don't get to see nowadays. Your monochromatic, so to say, traditional renditions look more eloquent. For example, slide number 44 looks wonderful because you see the entire cross section of the terrain with the toy train coming. Now, coming to this, now the issues. As you must be knowing that the toy train is a World Heritage enlisted element by UNESCO. And there wouldn't be very many sites in the world where a UNESCO World Heritage element cuts through the site in 2 parts. So how have you addressed, for the visit experience, how we address the issue of highlighting one of the world's most important and beautiful things? Number 1. In your SWOT analysis, the strength weakness visual slide, you haven't mentioned that this is the World Heritage. It's a very special kind of a train in the world, and it runs through the site, and you also have an in situ bridge. So maybe you could have used the bridge and to convey some message, some information for the visitor who is entitled to this, this privilege. This is number one. Number two is though you have a general percentage or a pie diagram for the area program that you've prepared yourself, you haven't, most of the slides, at least the plans, they do not have any title names. So it's a little unclear for someone to understand which building is what and what is the footprint in terms of square meter, square foot that each building has. So that maybe would have helped. Now, the two major issues that I have is, what is the visitor incentive? What is for the guest visitor as you move in to come into the art and craft thing? What would be a major incentive in terms of making this a hangout space and a place where you want to stay, spend time, learn something, and there are quite a bit of takeaways. Every time you come, there will be something. So what I'm saying is, when you prepare the area program and the siting of the different spaces, the admin, the cafeteria, the auditorium, this, that, how would you incentivize the guest visitor to have some rich experience and to also give him some incentive to spend time on? Because none of your outdoor your 3D images show any art and craft in this art and craft center. They're very stark. As I said, the 3D renditions are like 3D renditions, but I see no visuals of art and craft of the richness of Shimla area in this place. So what would make the visitors stay for some time? There are no outdoor displays. There are no outdoor events or displays. The only two auditorium, and the thing is, indoor. And you don't have events happening all the time inside the auditorium of the drama. So elsewise, when there's no show going on, so to say, there must be something, some incentive for the visitor to make this a very unique experience. So with that I have found missing. And as I said, the area program also, the entire navigational route also has to be incentivized so that the best places where visitors feel at home and can stay around should be at either the corner, at the start of the journey or at a very vantage point in the journey. That also I think I haven't found. Any comments? World Heritage Site, Shimla Railway, how do you address that? Number one. Number two, what is the visitor incentive for staying in the site when there's no performance going on? And number three, why are there no outdoor displays of art and craft?
If I may just add to that as well, Anand, if you don't mind, the drama of the site, the picturesqueness of the site also I felt had not been exploited to its fullest in the outdoor experiences. Yes, in the building you've said you're framing certain, but the experience of the visitor itself I felt needed a lot more in terms of through your drawings and explanation.
Yes, I suppose if the presentation is done, then we should look at the next one.
There's no, has the participant left?
No, it shouldn't be left.
The participant did respond.
Hello.
He
Hello.
didn't respond?
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, there was an electricity cut. Sorry, I got disconnected.
So I asked basically three queries. One is how you have proposed. How do you propose to utilize a World Heritage Site running through your site? Number two, why are there no outdoor displays in an art and craft center in Shimla? And number three, how do you incentivize the visitor when there's no performance going in the auditorium? Like, what is there for the visitor to experience when there's no running performance? So in other words, where would be the outdoor special areas of hangouts that can incentivize it?
Yes, sir. Sure. So if you would look at this plan, so what I've tried to do is like to carve some outdoor spaces which actually are surrounded by buildings. So in this plan, you can see there's a place marked as 12. So that is a.
Can I go to slide number? Slide number? Slide
You
number,
can go
please.
to the plan. I mean, like come
Plan
down
means
to the plan.
slide number 35 or 34 or what would be?
1 second.
Can you tell the slide number?
Yes, sir. 1 second.
12, yes. I think slide number 36 you're talking about.
Yes, sir. The first plan. 36. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a place marked as 12. So that is a landscape courtyard which is between the auditorium and the cafe block. Right. So then there is a place marked as 10, which is like an internal court, which also acts as a secondary entrance, and it has a staircase in it. So what I'm trying to say is that there are some outdoor spaces which have been landscaped, and they actually they are so placed so that they can take benefit of the various distinct vantage points and engage users to actually sit there and spend time with informal activities while enjoying the diverse views which are around the site. Similarly, I have three exhibition blocks after you cross the bridge, so they are also like placed on a podium, underneath which you have a gallery, and the podium above acts as an outdoor space in between the galleries to have some outdoor outdoor incentive to people to actually go to that part of the site and then have a view around.
But the siting of the exhibition blocks, I think, at the rear is a challenge because you can't move freight across the very frail, antiquated culvert, the bridge, which cuts through the two parts of the site. So all the freight of the exhibitions to go through just one bridge would be a challenge.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll think more about that.
But otherwise, I think the monochromatic rendition I have liked, and your use of the texture, the language of the local material and the slopes is quite nice, quite commendable. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so I think shall we move ahead for the next?
Yes, I think we move on to the next presenter now.
Okay.
That would be 027 Play-Doh Crafting Futures.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi.
And before that, I'm calling the name of the next presenter. I mean, the title of the next presenter. My Google random number, it shows 014 Lok Manch, a citizen narrative of democratic India.
Okay. So code number 20Z1014.
Yes. Lok Manch, a citizen of democratic India. Citizen narrative of democratic India.
Okay, so I think he is there. We are not able to hear you. Code number 014.
I
am here.
Okay,
wonderful.
fine.
Wonderful.
Fine.
Wonderful, good.
Okay. So for the fourth student, that is 027, I am presenting the screen.
Hi. Before starting the presentation, I have a small request that I wanted to make to the jury members and the eminent council members. Actually, my presentation is not like a normal presentation from which we can just go from one slide to another. It's a combination of an audio-visual presentation with some GIFs and some elements, which is kind of intervened with how I am narrating the whole scheme. So it would be really important if I am given the control to actually present my presentation.
I'm sorry about that, but we have not allowed it to any of the other participants. So we may be finding it difficult to make an exception. I would suggest that you remain in close contact in the chat box, and we can definitely respond to your movement requests.
Okay. So for that, I'm sharing the screen.
Also, we need to go to the slideshow system of the presentation, because there are many animations within the single slide. So
Okay.
it won't work if we are just seeing the presentation on the PPT.
Okay, so I'll try to run the slideshow. Let's see.
So request Alok to respond to his, movement request.
Okay, I'll about to start.
Whenever I say next, you can click the button and we
Okay.
will move on. And in some slides, there are some animations. So when you click next, the slide won't change. It will just animate on the same slide.
Okay, so I have to just click the for the next.
Just click the next. Whenever I say next, you click the next.
Okay,
That's
okay.
it.
So
Thank you so much.
Put it into the slideshow.
Slideshow mode. Okay. And can you please switch on the audio version so that we can hear what is actually being presented on the screen?
So how it is to be done?
It comes on the top where the share screen options are there. You go in the more in the Zoom only. When you go to the top, there is an option which has more, which is termed as more, and there you have the option where
share sound. Okay.
Share sound. Yeah. Thank you so much, Alok.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can start now.
Okay, so the screen is visible to everyone.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Visible.
So this presentation is an artist's memoir as he went around the urban village of Sihi and what he saw, including his interaction with Sunil, who was the designer of the project. Next. A year back, I had my moment when I visited Sihi for a sketch walk. Sihi is a small urban village tucked amidst the formal organization of Faridabad. It was the village children who took me around. Talking to them made me see how they were missing out on childhoods and early education. Their vulnerability was an unsettling experience for me. Next. With time, that experience blurred. Next. Yeah, play it. Next slide. Next.
Just a minute. I'm trying to.
Yeah, but last night I was suddenly reawakened with that same uneasy feeling of a loss. The one question that kept on occurring was how can one challenge the primal forces behind the loss of childhoods? What kind of a resistance can reshape the right to playful education? Next. So next morning,
next slide, please.
Yes. So next morning, I went back to the village with a faint hope of contributing in some way to their lives. Next. My first stop was at the village tea stall. I met two of my earlier acquaintances, Abid and Kishan there. I asked them about Hemraj, who was an Ola cab driver. How is he these days? Is he still depressed about not being able to give time to his children? Is he still miserable that his children have nowhere to learn and play? Next. We started walking. As we walked, we came across numerous vacant plots turned into garbage dumps. Nothing has really changed from last night, I thought. Abid, finding me disappointed, suggested me to meet this person, Sunil, who is doing something fantastic with these plots. Next. And as I moved ahead, I saw newer additions in the fabric. Abid excitedly remarked, see, the village is transforming. Childhoods are improving. Hemraj is a hopeful man today. Next. We came across this gentleman in green kurta, Sunil, guiding the people in making the change. Abid introduced me as the artist who conducts art workshops with the village children, and Sunil introduced himself as the architect. Next. Looking at my amazement, Sunil took me further inside. He was interested in my arts background and wanted me to take an art class in the new space. Next. And there I was. Next. I literally arrived. The spectacle struck me. That was my moment. While I witnessed the fantastic avenue in the dense village fabric. Next. An urban village for an urban room it
Next,
was.
please.
I remembered little Sonu talking to his mother. Previous slide. I remember little Sonu talking to his mother the last time when I ventured into the village. He was talking about these small open voids which served as their organic play spaces, and I quote, "Since I was 4, I have seen Mukesh uncle's site lying half constructed. Papa said that he has moved to Mumbai for some work with the film industry. He must be friends with Salman today. But what about us? We don't have any space to play. Neither we go to school. Who knows what our fate is? Mummy, mummy, can we go play in Mukesh uncle's place? Who knows whether Sonu will get her rightful education and a rightful childhood or not?" Next, I asked Sunil about his inspiration, what gave him the strength to do all of this. Sunil told me that it was actually a school in Kenya he visited. Next, it was situated in one of the largest slums in Kenya, which was reshaping their childhoods. This school was educating 600 children, nourishing their childhood and curating their futures. And because of this, the slum came in the eyes of various donors worldwide. Next, he told me that after witnessing such a model, an enthusiasm of sorts nudged him towards mimicking something similar in India. Next, at that moment, a group of kids next recognized me and they took me next into their new adventure land. The volumes served as gateways as I walked through them along with Sunil and the kids. Next, while we walked, Sunil told me about a similar effort next in Delhi known as the Mod School, made for the squatter settlements near Yamuna banks. Next, continuing his argument, Sunil commented on the dismal condition of migrant workers and the people on the margins in the village. Next, how they were being treated as only objects of labor, obliterated of any human dignity and the quality of life. Next, the comrade in me was triggered, and I began to rant about how urban villages in Delhi, like Shahpur Jat, Hoskas village, had been converted into these elitist spaces, and the well being of the labor and worker class completely ignored. These very people who produce the city, who labor for us, have been neglected and marginalized. Next, but Sunil laughed off next my rant, saying that the discriminatory urban politics was beyond our control. Next, he said that we must focus on rather something small and precise. Next, this led him to start working towards the betterment of the deprived children who were facing neglect on a daily basis. Something, a space that can be built by the people, of the people, and for the people. Next, I observed I observed that he was more focused. Uh, yeah, play this. I observed that he was more focused upon building the project rather than just drawing it on paper, constantly explaining to me how the construction process and material selection provided him with the desired flexibility in the design. The steel structure system gave him the durability and the sturdiness to go higher while maintaining the ephemeral character needed in case of dismantling. Next, I found myself next, I found myself in the middle of some kind of a cultural theater. I could feel the hopes and dreams puncturing the mundane village. There was no control of any kind. Everything and everyone in those spaces seemed liberated. Next, I also realized the anonymity in Sunil's design actually mimicked the image of the village itself, grown on the idea of chance. I turned to Sunil and I questioned him about the palpable organic flow and how was he able to achieve that. Next, to this, he gave me an elaborate reply, and I quote, "My design process was intuitive and spontaneous. Based on some raw ideas, I searched for relevant images on Pinterest and ArcDaily. Next, which led to more images and ideas. Next, then I pinned some of them onto the village context to map their implications. Next, this was the first step. Next, I was surprised as an artist having a fetish towards the idea of creativity as originality. I pointed out to him that this process seemed arbitrary. Next, he seemingly posed a question to me. What is this idea of creativity you talk about? Does your idea of originality indeed has anything original in it? He quoted the English design philosopher David Pye, who said, "Everything we design and make is an improvisation, a lash up, something inept and provisional. I think it made sense. He further explained his method of critical inquiry associated with the choice of reference images, explaining that these images helped him to visualize and evaluate his ideas. Next, the replication of singular modules and the idea of exploring temporal change or building a system that can be moved, rearranged, or by creating an interesting icon with colors. Basically, Sunil had explored many ideas which might suit the present concerns. Next, gradually, everything began to get clearer to me. I began to acknowledge the smallest interventions in the design which turned those ideas into realities. A revolution where learning was empowering the little souls in an interactive way without any imposed boundaries. For instance, Ramu, next, a 7-year-old boy, told me that he and his friends loved the abacus wall in the maths class such that another classroom was added that could accommodate the increased number of students. Next, spaces kept on opening to me one at a time. Next, as if I was going from one room to another. They were not orderly and organized in the classical sense of the word. Their emergence was dictated by the ensemble activities. Next, every nook, next, every nook, every corner, helping them to learn, express, and grow. Next,
Your 10 minutes are over.
I saw the significance of the module which Sunil talked about. Next, talked about where it was repeated, modified, and multiplied to create a variety of experiences. Next, Sunil elaborated why his design process was based on a generic system that would be easily understood and appropriated by all. Next, 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 and next. Next, the grids served as an open-ended structure aligning the whole landscape. Next, the plates created different levels and allowed for the play of open and closed spaces. Next, the cubes colored added to the village skyline. They also presented certain fixed standings to the design. Next, and an array of activities flowing in and out of the scheme governing the whole design. Next, he said he employed the playful approach of a child while iterating these elements. Next, placing a cube here, removing a stick from there, sketching on it, tracing something, doodling another. The process was like intuitively arranging and then rearranging Lego blocks. Next, but he also derived certain optimization rules like keeping the 2 meter by 2 meter grid as a constant so that it facilitated a modular system. Next, simultaneously, he analyzed how people can change or adapt to it. Next, he said that at times I sketched first, then I arranged the model. Next, other times I did it the other way around. Next, to help me understand, he showed me some photographs. They were cheerfully playful. Next, staircases formed gateways, courtyards sprung up from here and there. Scenarios kept on changing. Next, drawing left deliberately unfinished. It sure as heaven seemed as a recipe for limitless design possibilities. Next, a recipe for the village to make the dish of their own flavor. Next, snapping back to reality, I saw how the people were actually reacting to the intervention, kind of taking a moment from their otherwise highly controlled lives. Next, it was something much bigger than the art or the architecture itself. Next, it was the people. Next, the people who were dynamic. Next, ever changing. Next, and evolving. Turning to Sunil, I appreciated him for giving away his architectural control. To that, he humbly replied that he could do only so much. Next.
Your last 2 minutes are remaining.
Next, yeah, thank you. At the end of the day, it was the building, something very physical, something with real materials, structure, and construction, which will result in a certain degree of tangibility and thereby the guide and the control. Next. But yes, as Sunil assured the quest was to incorporate as much flexibility, he gave me the example of the walls which were made of these 1 meter panels. Next. Everywhere the dimensions of these frame remained the same, which ultimately meant for the modular system and the local fabricator to easily replicate. The components of these panels were also fragmented into similar geometric modules, and the material inside those modules could be altered as per the children. Next. Sunil accounted for this versatile knowledge of materials from this project, next, called the Manav Sadhana project by architect Yatin Pandya, next, for the Ambawadi slum dwellers in Ahmedabad. Next. He also explained that these panels were not fixed like walls. They had been carefully constructed as pivot systems so that the light and air could be modulated at the needs and aspirations of the children. They can get the sunlight in to read a book or cut it out to watch a movie. Next. I began to go and take my class which Sunil asked me. I took his sketch pad and saw some initial sketches of the project. Next. 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 There were diagrams, collages, details, views, everything that he was talking about. Next. I walked to other part to take my class. Next. Privacy was provided by flexible panels that Sunil talked about. Next. Next. Also, there was a shop in the same grid in front. Next. Which struck a dialogue with the street. Next. I brought some watercolors from that shop. This shop also demonstrated its expandability as actually the building right next to it was transformed into a canteen. Next.
Your time is up, actually.
Yes, right. Please let him go through. He's almost there.
Okay. Okay.
Next. I was genuinely preoccupied in the project. I just gave the children some colors and sheets to draw on, and they came back with a random splash of colors. Next. Next. Looking through my mobile frame, I clicked different paintings. Keep on going. Next. From within that single artwork. Yes, keep on going.
Next, please. Next, please.
Each frame suggested a unique story. Next. The idea of a collage, which this painting was, took me to what this project was and what this village is. You know, in the words of Sunil, each fragment with a different timeline and a different story. Next. I could experience the versatile form through the building section, which I experienced on multiple levels with different activities going all around, from pictogram to exhibition to classes, everything. Next. As I moved deeper, I found a close relationship between the street and this kids' corner. Next, Abid told me that during the morning hours, the space was utilized for exercise and attracted people from the street to pass through. Next. And it was cordoned off from the street, and in the daytime, it was used for a dance class, which demanded privacy. Next. I was surprised at how did the design accommodate for such specific needs, to that Abid told me that Sunil had conducted a workshop with the kids to know them. Next. Where the kids drew what they wanted on site and wrote in detail about how they spent their days. To that, I thought that this must be what guided the Sunil to infuse the design with such specific programs. Next, probably because of this kids' participation, the design process itself, that kids were so thrilled with their own space. Next.
So I think the time is overrunning because of the slow pace of the presentation. Can the host college run the presentation faster?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yeah, a little,
And there
the speaker,
whole scheme...
presenter should not speak. Presenter
Okay.
should not speak here. Yeah.
Okay.
There I was introduced to the idea of Play-Doh, and I could experience a smile around the corner, and this gave me a relief from the disturbing last night's sleep. Next. No, next. Yeah.
I think you just go ahead with the advancing the slides, and the presenter need not speak.
Yeah, sure. Thank
Presenter need not speak.
you. Yeah,
Okay.
you can play it. No, you need to play it, then only it will.
Okay.
The 73 slide. Then you should click next. Next.
हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम
I think this is it. The
Yeah.
presentation is over.
The previous slide, I think. Okay, no problem. Thank you so much.
Yeah, over
Can
to the
I
jury.
can I make 2-3 remarks, concluding remarks before ending, if I am allowed?
I think you can take them up during the jury interaction, not now, please.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
sure.
yes.
Thank
You're
you. Thank you
already
so
late.
much. Thank
Okay,
you so much.
so now the jury can take up.
So I think Ujan can start his observation, then Geeta, then finally me.
Ujan, are you there?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
Your observations, please.
Yeah. What should I start with? I really enjoyed it, and I won't use the word mesmerized, but I like we look for innovation in design and all that, and I really appreciate some kind of innovation. That how do you present a scheme through a third person and telling the story through him about the design. And so I think that I appreciate. I always look for new things, and to start with that, we have worked a lot in Delhi, especially on these urban villages, and various things have been done, not only by architects and sociologists, economists. Everybody works in urban villages. So important they are. And here is one more, and it believes in that the need, believes in actually working with community, the so-called community participation, children, and all that, and utilizing the certain. Actually, before you presented, I had written somewhere that whom does this little land belong to? But then you have given example they belong to someone, but they're not around to claim it or kind of available. So let us assume it is available, and so I like this sort of prefab system. So that's a technical part which can be resolved very easily, and you have ideas about. But this whole idea of the location and their changeability and adaptability, and the children who are the main actually client of yours, because they are the people who don't do anything wrong around, and so the great strengths of your projects, and of course is real life. Real life in the sense there is a village and there are those spaces, but as a constraint, not your problem, but should I address that, is only that much can be done, in the sense that there are people who are ready to do this actually, so there will be actually still some spaces out of those things you had marked which are open. One with more detailed study, one will find, one is really available, one is really not, one you cannot build on, and some others you want to keep it open, not to build up anything on that. So there will be this little bit of site planning or whatever you call it in the overall. These villages are not very big actually, although a lot of people live there. Physically, they don't. So one can make really typify these spaces in terms of their location, size, and ownership, and then typify that 2, 3, not many, because we architects can do a lot of things, and it becomes more important when your system is so versatile. So this plenty and versatility becomes sometimes a problem. But you feel like turning around everything and creating a new thing. So one can actually typify them also, and typify these spaces, and typify the requirements. School, some community room, library. So how they fit in, and create a plan for that village. Here it is. There are 5 projects only using the same technique and same philosophical ideas anyway. And then they each cost this much. Then one looks for philanthropic or government agencies. There will be plenty to do this kind of things, because these are also little fashionable for some section of the society, which is good for the lower section actually. So overall, the credit I give you for your innovation The prefab systems may not be that much of innovative thing, but what you have done is also good. Good system. It's 2 meters. So overall, I'm very happy about it. And the only thing you have to know that your presentation must have a versatility to be done in 15 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. You are almost touching our hearts many times. I mean, the listeners in this case, us. So it is always good because you have to carry it around. I'm sure you will. And please make 3 modules of different time. And a lot of these little tiny sketches and all that are good for presentation here, although you run out of time. But they're not required in certain section of some funder or some financer you are presenting. He doesn't want to see your doodles and all that. You want to see things. So just you have enough graphic to play with and create modules or different presentations to be done different times. Okay, because it's very frustrating when the story is long and we have to cut you short. Some impact really vanishes if it's done that way. The way it was building up, it literally fell a little bit. All right, good work. I congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that poetic and delightful presentation. Was happy to see community-driven design processes resulting in possibly happiness and hope in design. The dynamism in handling different aspects or different needs of the communities and how these outcomes could actually be different every time there is a process in place also makes it kind of interesting while being replicable. I wish there were some more real-life iterations with actual, drawings there, which could have been showcased. There were a few I saw, but it would have been nice to see what was and what is, and what that intervention was with specific, with detailed information on how you went about it. It would have probably given us a little more insight into the exact handling of just a couple of those situations. Anyway, congratulations and good work. Great work.
Thank you. We'll look into
that. Firstly, participant for 027. You woke up from a dream, and it is also like a dream to me, running through what must be a really very original out-of-the-box presentation for a very original out-of-the-box thesis design topic. My congratulations to you. This is amazing work. And this is like, we talk about activism, but this is, if an architect can be an activist, this presentation is a kind of an activist architecture. So this is lovely work. And your entire presentation of the coordination of the slides, the narrative, the music, the wonderful photography. I could almost smell the spaces, the open spaces. So these are, and also your technique of using the third person for actually the first person. You are speaking for yourself.
Yeah.
You are Sunil, most probably. And the entire, narrative of you being a mirror to yourself is completely unique and a first timer for me. So let me congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
There are, but I have to do my job. So there are a couple of queries. One is you've taken a grid which is 2 meter by 2 meter, right?
Yeah.
Now, if I go to the detailing of the panel section, see standard boards in the world, even in India, are 1.2 meter by 1.2 meter. So putting 2 boards together would make something like 2.4, and with a frame could be 2.5 meters. So my first query is, since you're talking about prefab boards and prefab panels, why didn't you choose a 2.5-ish kind of a grid which can accommodate 2 boards with minimal wastage? Why 2 meter? Why not to something like 2.5? That is number one. And number two is, and this is a real life issue, is that how do you prevent encroachments on the ground floor for a dense forest of pillars, prefab pillars in an open space? They'll be prone to encroachments of small enterprise. So how would you prevent encroachments? Or on the other hand, why not allow for small commercial enterprises encroachments in the first place, so that it also brings a kind of a social surveillance for the kids, for the children? Even at night, the small enterprise can act as a social surveillance. Yes, please.
Yes, so for the first point, in which we were
2
talking about
meter, why not 2.5?
2.5 meter. So
what was your logic?
I think, matlab, when I was actually detailing the project in a 2 meter by 2 meter grid, I realized this fact, which you are just now telling, you should have kept the grid a little more so that it can accommodate easily the both the panels.
Two standard manufactured panels.
So yeah, so I think I haven't really reached to that stage where I am actually being able to kind of ascertain exactly like the 2.4 or 2.5 meter grids.
Right.
So I think it needs a little more
Brushing
time
up.
and a more resolution from my side.
And
for
regarding
the second point, sir, as I
encroachment, small enterprise as a social surveillance on the ground floor, a legitimate encroachment, so to say.
So as for that, in one of the parts of my presentation, I talked about this shop, stationery shop. So that was basically an idea of a commercial activity actually growing up and mushrooming in these spaces, small spaces. So matlab, the space is opened up for any such commercial small commercial activities that can be a part of the whole scheme.
And wouldn't harm the quality of the built space in the ground floor level for the children, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think my queries have been answered quite satisfactorily. And I must again congratulate you. This is very original work, and this is completely unique kind of a presentation. We all went through the entire sensory experience of moving through the alleys. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so shall we move ahead for the next draw?
Yes. No, we already have the draw, I think.
No, for the sixth student.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. For the next presenter, my draw shows terminus delta 20Z1008.
Okay.
20Z1008 terminus delta.
So,
yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, great.
So we will not draw after these presentations. We will not make a draw, but I think we will be taking a break for lunch.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then we'll draw the next.
Sure. So
James Bond 008 ho gaya, 007.
Yes.
Yes. So for the fifth student, that is code number 20Z1014, I am about to present.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, just a minute. So is the screen visible to everyone?
Yeah.
No, this is not the slide.
No, this is it.
This is it.
This is it, sir.
Yeah.
For the
This
014.
You said 008, right?
No, that is the sixth student. This is the fifth one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So may I start?
Yes, you can start. And your time starts now.
Okay. A very good afternoon to the eminent jury panel, and my heartiest congratulations to the last participant for the amazing presentation. Now coming to Lokmach. So basically, I would like to start with a small prologue that this project wasn't even perceived the way it is right now. when my thesis semester started. Basically, I had been reading a lot about politics and what is happening in the country, what had been happening in the country from the past few months at that time. And there were two major occurrences. Next slide. That came up, which led me to question the setup in our country. One was the CA and NRC protests that were going on at that time, and the Central Vista upliftment. So basically, being an architecture student, we tend to study a lot of sociology, something about history, and we also deal with urban problems, how things happen. So these two events caught my attention. I was reading a lot about them, and going ahead with the research, and I won't say research, but to quest my curiosity. Next slide, please. I went on to read a bit about history, that how democracy got defined. Next slide.
Next slide.
Yeah. So keeping in mind that like my architectural bent was always up in the game, so I tried to understand how it originated, and I studied the master plan of Corinthos, the administrative of Greece, and the way the system worked, how the agora was an important public sphere for all the daily activities and occurrences, how the decision making would happen. As we can see in the image on the top right, Saint Paul addressing a gathering in the agora, where people would sit together, discuss the matters, affairs, and make regular decisions about religion, politics, judiciary, social and commercial activity. Next slide, please. And then to understand what was going on with the Central Vista redevelopment and the Parliament House upliftment, there were a few queries that my mind could not go away from. Some of them are mentioned here, which say that will the urban recreational access of India will retain the character of freedom as it holds today, or will the VIP movement increase? When the VIP movement increases, will the common man still find the place that he finds for himself? Also, additionally, there was a lot of debate going on at the time about the parliament, that can the existing structure be refurbished or continued to use, and what should be the way to deal with our heritage institutional buildings like the parliament, which is a supreme landmark. Next slide, please. And following that, I came across a beautifully put together presentation by Lokpat, which was a people's collective talking about the Central Vista redevelopment and bringing public awareness about it, which documented the fact that these four countries having parliaments dating back to 100 of years were how they were refurbished, how the problems were tackled, even in the services department or in the civil works department. Everything was restored, whatever the cost implication be, keeping in mind that a heritage building should be retained because it is it's a memorable experience for the citizens and a huge part of the history. Next slide, please. So while I was experiencing and reading about all this, I had the fortune of meeting architect Prem Chandravarkar from CNT Architects Bangalore in early February when he visited Delhi for a conference for Central Vista at the Constitutional Club of India. And thereafter the presentation by Mr. Madhav Raman, I had the fortune of talking to Mr. Prem and discuss whatever I had found till then. And he recommended me to study the difference between the Central Vista and the new the National Mall at Washington. Next slide, please. It was interesting to see that how democracy as space, as shared history and a public space could be interpreted by understanding these two axes and the way they work. So a study conducted by Anil Ahluwalia clearly demonstrated it. So as we see in the graphics, the private versus public zone, the section clearly demonstrates that the red parts in the Central Vista are totally government, no public interaction is intended, and in the and the green ones demonstrate the public access zones. And in the Washington Mall, we see that there's a hierarchy, there's a balance. But the interesting thing to note is what is walled and what is accessible, which we see on the right. That on the Rajpath, most of the estate is walled. Now there are some different reasonings to comprehend why they're walled and why they're not. But one key feature is that apart from being government and walled, USA also demonstrates this model that the government building is still not walled and the public, the promenades are open to the public. The public can interact with the space, and it serves as a really good democratic setup when we talk about large public spaces. Next slide, please. So this led me to question that how has it been in our history? How has the public used the Central Vista? So this slide documents the fact that from the moment when Lord Mountbatten was leaving India after the announcement of independence till the CA and RC protests, the Rajpath has been a key space for the public to demonstrate, to participate in a democracy. And the Central Vista redevelopment, however, made seems that probably the public will be included in the scheme, but it does not really. It is a matter to critique that whether it will happen or not on real ground. Next slide, please. So this by this moment when we had to sort of finalize our topics and different such affairs, I thought that there was some scope of architectural intervention, that how can we visualize democracy as a space? How can a demarcated landmark serve as a platform for democracy? So this is how the vision intent shaped up. The timeline below shows the way that Central Vista had evolved by the time when Lord Lutyens started looking for a site to set up the British Raj, until 2019 when we had the Central Vista redevelopment. The key intent of the project is to understand that how can citizen and the political setup be strengthened, and the relationship could be built up by the use of knowledge, celebration, and culture, which lead to collaboration. Next slide, please. So as my design journey started, I first wanted to interpret the preamble of India in architectural terms. So the idea of socialism, secularity, liberty, democracy, everything, I tried to understand that how past or existing examples of architecture could be related to such spaces. So the bit of consideration by Le Corbusier in Chandigarh was a good example for socialism as the open big promenade. The idea of secularity was not defined by a symbol as quoted by Sir Corbusier and Louis Kahn, as they say that that such spaces should remain spaces of ambivalence, as mentioned, and should not really be symbolified to kind of directly for direct correlation. Liberty, equality, fraternity are emotions or phenomena that could be demonstrated by bringing people together in an arena. And the democracy and republic could be clearly seen in the examples quoted by space, which is the proposed extension of the Australian Parliament; by material, the restack building by Norman Foster; and by form, by the cupolas of Brazilian Parliament, which by Oscar Niemeyer, which show the open house, the public house and the Senate house with two inverted cupolas as a symbol to democracy. Next slide, please. So by the time I had evolved this thought to the extent, it was time to plan how to site this project, and it was a very interesting journey to site the project. So I would like to start with the Janpath Market Precinct. The given graphic shows that as per a notification by NDMC, the Janpath Market Precinct had to be redeveloped, and that served as a good opportunity to be explored because of the presence of the LIC building by Charles Correa, which also had the same idea of not having a private entity as on the site, but relating to Connaught Place, bringing a public promenade on the plinth, and then extending it to the site that I've selected. But the key issue was the visibility, as the project demands a very significant visual image, and the roads that are present in the connectivity access are not really visually strong. The second option was Rajgarh Thermal Power Plant, which had a very strong symbolical impact as an homage to Mahatma Gandhi, residing right behind his samadhi, like a people's collective walking behind him. But again, the same problem was there, that the existing connectivity routes did not serve ample visual connection, which the project demanded.
Your 10 minutes are over.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please.
I think do a little faster.
Yes, sir. Next slide, please. So it came to me that just right before this, So it came to me that why
Next
not?
slide, please.
No, sir. Okay, we'll talk about this. So it came to me that why not really talk about when the issue is such strong and we're talking about direct democratic impact and how people would relate to the existing phenomena. Why not cite it to right next to the parliament, taking inferences from the earlier case studies of other parliaments, bringing public promenades right there. So this is how this site got selected. Next slide, please. Now, this site serves a very rich context of the Parliament Library, the Parliament, and this site, which I propose for Lokmanch, having a direct relationship by design, as perceived by architect Raj Reval, as the Parliament being as the Parliament Library being the Guru, and the Parliament being the Shishya. Now, Shishya, by the perspective that in a kingdom, a Shishya is the Guru's Shishya is a ruler, and in our context, now the ruler is the constitutional. Is the parliament, and the praja, the civilians have to be brought in. So next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide.
Next slide.
Yeah. So this becomes the question that how is the civilian going to interact with the ruling affair ministry when there is a guru in the scenario. Next slide, please. Could you please go back 2 slides? One more, but that's it. So I would just like to go about the program quickly. So basically, the intention was to bring children, youth, and adults together in a public atmosphere by using stimuli like library, auditorium, interaction facilities like the amphitheaters, the discussion courts, and food courts, auditoriums. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so this slide talks about the form development, the plan development of the scheme, as taking inference from the Parliament Library designed by Raj Reval, taking inferences, talking about the 4 key zones: Varta, Kala, Udyan, and Anna. So Varta stands the central affair of the whole project. The Varta is the central affair. Udyan, Kala, and Anna contribute to the activity happening in Varta zone and make it rich in context. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this slide shows the spatial arrangement of the facilities. So there's an interpretation center for civilian consciousness, which documents the civilian activities throughout our past history. A public outreach block which houses libraries and discussion courts for students and general audience to come across democracy, read the archives and discuss about such affairs. Varta Khand is the main celebration ground in which dissent and celebration could happen based on national affairs. Then comes the Anna Kosh. Anna Kosh is a grand food court, food arena along the parliament with a scenic.
Last 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With a scenic environment. Then there's a Kala Kendra which carries a museum and an auditorium for cultural activities. Next slide, please. So these are the structural diagrams which show the Mahatma Gandhi's statue right in front of the parliament and the People's Collective right behind in the Varta Khand. The primary and secondary access, the main entrances, and the free movement zone is the key thing to notice here, that the access along the parliament has been reserved for restricted movement. Next slide, please. So we come to the Interpretation Center for Civilian Consciousness. Basically, this building is derived by the concept of Bindu by the great artist S.H. Raza, and his interpretation of the Bindu being the key Soch, Chetana, the Brahman being the collectiveness of every element of the universe, metaphorically bringing it to every element of the country, converting it to the ehsas of being together. The Shanti, the image on the lower right shows the section across the corridor of the museum block, which shows a great retaining wall along with the small water body running through, which is an interpretation walk made just around the gallery, and which slowly reveals the parliament as you walk through and reach to the main circular entrance. Next slide, please.
So your time is up.
Can I please get a few seconds to just quickly wrap it up?
Quickly go through.
Yeah, thank you. So the Varta Khand is the...
Yeah,
without speaking, you can quickly. Okay. That is the end of the presentation.
Yes, that is it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yuri, so you can continue.
Request the jurors to come on board.
I think Geeta, you can start this time.
You. So to me, you spent 2/3 of your time and your presentation on analysis and arriving at what and why, and barely got too much time to explain your design. I found the drawings inadequate. There, I mean, if you look at your drawings, it's largely, when you say section, it was not a section, it was actually a 3D representation. We didn't really see too many, like when you for one of these you said section, but these are all images from a model. Didn't really see plan sections as you would typically see to understand, and I would have expected a lot more in terms of explaining your design itself, because yes, the need for the center you've established in the first part of your presentation, but in terms of exactly the design itself, there wasn't too much that we got to see other than largely the site planning. So I don't really have too much to comment or question you on. Yeah, that's largely what I have to say. I wish the drawings were a little more.
Should I? Or
yeah, please.
Actually, when I looked at you, when I looked at your topic and all that, and then Central Vista, I got very excited. As you know, you all Delhi walas are very touched about it, and I personally have done so much of work on it, of course, for no purpose so far. The way you built up the whole case, it was very, very nice, and it almost looked like you are going to, your final design will be Central Vista. And then suddenly you went and, just to prove that there is a requirement of a nice public place, and nobody will dispute that. You can just go ahead doing any one of these analysis and go straight for a public place. And talking about all those democracy, Washington, D.C., and, all the other parliament buildings. So kind of, I felt that had a major impact on the final design, because I think the first half and second half, which is, case study analysis and all that, and the design of one particular area or building, which is a thesis requirement, are kind of divorced from each other. I don't think the design learned anything from the first part. There is no case study of this kind of a place. I think that's one of the reason. Whereas you must be feeling with all the modeling and all that, what's wrong about it? It is nothing wrong about it, in fact. Actually, there is nothing right about it also. That's the problem, You see, whatever the architects design, normally there is nothing wrong about it. You attend the site, you do the money, you do the programming properly, and make some decent building, and it's fine, It's one of those middle class, I mean, as we call ourselves middle class, and there is, So if I talk about your analysis and all that, which is good, but then that doesn't become good unless they're applied. So then when you come to design, I have a lot of problem with it. If you are designing the public place in front of Indian Parliament, I think the design the program is strong, because same as IGNCA, which is being broken down. The same kind of elements, public utility. Here, I know you have a open air theater, but open air theater also is not a open space per se. It is a open air theater. Maybe it is open, but then if you look at the building arrangement and the space creations, I think there are problems there. The little mediocre to be in a space like that, and it's got its access and all that, fine. But this is like designing a layout of a school or something, We'll have auditorium there and something there, something there. I'm not going to suggest anything, but I want to raise this question. I think this scheme is very timid, if I can use that word, may not be the right word. It doesn't command neither visually nor emotionally. or even feeling wise that, that this is it. And even if we sort of forget about the analysis and all that, we very often don't do much analysis. I may not do also. You get the triangular thing and make a cultural center or a public space and with some ideas. But thesis, any design can be described. You take any design, I have a building here, I have a building there, my parking there is there. You can talk about, describe it. But only few which can be talked about. So लोग बोलते हैं ना, there's nothing to talk about. So just telling the program is not talking about. So I think that in this, I wish there was something people go to other than a space only.
It's an opportunity lost, in my opinion, also.
Yeah, kind of. So don't feel bad, because as such it is as I call it, no nonsense good design. Your buildings are on axis, they are not roaming around, teda meda karke kuch nahi hai, सीधा building hai. Structural system will work, everything will be built. CPW will be very happy to build this, and so it's good. But I think you should carry this thing in your mind, because you are just starting. You will get some real projects. There are the opportunity to, as Gita said, that kuch to statement, that's something which somebody will talk, not the whole thing. Kuch to hai, ho. Maybe the whole thing would have been you argued that everything will be a plain sheet of space with one something. And instead of intricately landscaped in all the Dholpur stone here and all that all over, and Fohara, Sohara and all that, there are gardens here. We are talking about national public space. I mean public, not the main space. But anyway, I think I've talked enough. I will leave it that. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, can I come in?
Please, I think you should. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, participant 014. I've seen your presentation yesterday evening. Actually, I went through this, and for your kind information, actually, the article by architect Prem Chandravarkar, which has raised the hackles of the entire fraternity across the nation, is a very suitable inspirational benchmark for your thesis, which is very highly appreciated. Now, since my job would be to do my job, which is to comment on what your big labor of love, I have to ask a few questions. And before that, I must tell you that the 3D visuals are very professionally done, and a design of this scale needs the entire 3D volumetric envelope of the most important public space in India, and you have spent quite an amount of time doing the 3D visual precinct, which is very commendable. However, starting from the design that you have, the design form that you've chosen, let me ask you 2-3 pertinent questions here, I think. One is, as one of the jurors, architect Geeta Balakrishna, has rightly pointed out, your orthographic drawings regarding the cut-through sections through the entire volume that you've proposed is not there. So I wouldn't be knowing what you're doing for the spaces under the decks. Your raised decks, you have some spaces that are like bridges connecting decks. So under the decks, what's happening is not clear from the visuals that you have given. So that is something that you need to explain. That is number one, under deck spaces. Number two is you have started from the let's say from the eastern apex. You have started from a symmetrical design, invoking the void of S.H. Raza as Interpretation Center for Civil Consciousness, which is very brilliantly done, flanked symmetrically by the public outreach block, again very well thought out. But then your the entire symmetry starts breaking, so much so that the ramp and the stack leading from the OAT to the civil consciousness, that zone is also asymmetric. So from which point did you depart from symmetry to asymmetry, and why? That's number 2. And number 3, query number 3 is when I see the Sansad Bhavan, and just opposite to that I see a statue of Mahatma Gandhi, and I see a curved catchment area for the public space that you've designed, flanked by 2 parking bays. Fine, but then suddenly it seems that the Anna Kosh and the Kala Kendra somehow are not visually balanced internally. In fact, there's a slight discordance in this placement. I think slide 18 and slide 20, the 3D visual that I'm seeing now in slide 20 seem to be swapped, which means in slide 18, the Anna course is supposed to be on the south and the Kalakand is on the north, and I see it the other way around. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think there's a swap there. Anyway, coming to this slide number, the main 3D visual. See the typology, the shapeology of the Anna Kosh, which is like cloister-like base of the various food joints, I suppose, and the Kala Kendra, the shape of this. Suddenly seems to be a different language from the language of the parliament, from the Lachin's vocabulary that we talk about, because there are modules of spaces for the food zone which will be ultimately be usurped or will be taken over by individual food joint hoardings, billboards, graphics, and therefore the design control, the dignity of the design just opposite to the Samsad Bhavan somehow seems to be getting lost. Your model is monochromatic, largely sepia toned balsa wood, so it looks very somber. But in reality, when you think of the space which is direct opposite to the Kala Kendra, the Samsad Bhavan, it seems that there's a lack of visual balance, especially the Anna Kosh will be ultimately be cannibalized by all sorts of small enterprise billboards. And there needs to be some kind of an element, architectural element to rein in control of the facade of the space with respect to the Sansad Bhavan. So have you thought about that facade control of small enterprises to guard them and also to balance with the Kala Kendra block? This is number 3. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. First of all, thank you for all the jurors for their comments and observations. I do realize that probably the need of orthographic drawings were more important, but what I had intended to, by not keeping them in the presentation, was to talk majorly about the spaces and the nature that we can feel through the visuals. So that was my intention. It was not like I did not have the drawings to support my presentation. So coming to your question, sir, I would like to start answering them one by one. First, the underdeck spaces. Basically, as we can see in the current graphic, the entire level above the Varta Khand, all the ground level, and the Varta Khand is sunken. So we really don't have much decks over here, apart from the fact that the bridges you asked about, these are galiaras which would support, which would serve as small mela kind of activities where people could interact and could do minor shopping, and there could be some small vendors where, like by essence, somewhat what like happens in Delhi Haat, that kind of a scenario happening over there. But then going to the symmetry and balance of the whole space and the visual arrangement, there are 2 aspects to it. First, I would like to answer for Anna Kosh. Could you please go back a couple of slides to the Anna Kosh? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. So in the view that says Sanj, a tasteful evening, we can see that the promenade has Parliament House in the backdrop. So the fact that the space is going to be used as an open arena where people would enjoy food and have conversations and spend time. The visual aesthetics of the overall environment was the key driving factor of having such an architectural arrangement for the same. And talking about the facade control, again, I would go back to refer to spaces like Janpath and Delhi Haat, where the kind of arrangement, architectural language, the material palette, and the billboard typage, signage would everything be in a similar fashion to control the narrative. And coming to the Kala Kendra, next slide, please. So Kala Kendra had a very different agenda in terms of its architectural placement on the site. As we can see on the graphic which says Mela, the top flange, the almost L kind of an arrangement is the museum, along with small stores on the lower level, and the auditorium lies behind that. Now the auditorium did not have a direct visual connect to the parliament, so now the impact of movement from the museum, from the interpretation center to the Varta Khand, and looking leftwards we see the museum. The visual impact of the journey is the key reason that the symmetry was broken down, and the spaces were arranged in a fashion of experience more than the architectural balance of any kind. That was the reason.
Okay, I think I get my answer, and you've done a very detailed area program. That is also very commendable. But overall, I think you've tried. You are what you call a harbinger of a brave new world, and congratulations, best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you so
Can
much.
I add one thing? I know I've lost my turn, but I mean, I've used it. But it's good for the student. See, it has become a center of culture or things like that, a center. The way it has been planned with very definite entries. You see, you have walls all around. After that, there's a wall sort of thing of parking. So the formal entry is at in the front, which is again dominated by a vehicular drop-off. And then the stage or whatever, if the open air theater ever have, will be just across that driveway. Or I know you put a stage in the center of it, but not too far from the vehicles, which will be coming and dropping and taking off again. So that's not as in, all I was saying that it shouldn't have been to be literally walled in kind of a place. I think the sparking could have been gone below or at least clustered somewhere rather than ribbon like they're equally barrier like the next wall. So from all sides, which this design can actually take, that how you really make it democratic in the sense that you really can pour in from anywhere, not
Sir,
very
sorry to interrupt. I would like just to quickly clarify that. So basically, when I was having discussions with my thesis coordinator as well, we were continuously debating that whether to have controlled access entry points or to leave the walls down. The key reason to have walls all around it, all this triangle, is safety and security. And the main entry point, which is the first entry point right beside the Interpretation Center for Civilian Consciousness, is both a pedestrian and a private and a vehicular entrance, which also has a metro station just right next to it. As can you please go a couple of slides?
No, it's okay, metro station.
No, it's okay. We trust you completely on that.
Okay, so I would just like to clarify that the intention was never to obstruct the people from entering, but to ensure that there is some sense of control happening in the space and the environment in the context, so that a mishap doesn't happen.
No, that's okay. That's all. That's why I said it looks like a control center rather than a munch. A munch doesn't need much security. It is secured by the public. And anyway, let's not get into that. As you said, that we had a lot of discussions, so I perhaps sit in the other side. Yeah. Okay. Let's move.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so shall we move ahead with the student number 6, that is with the code 008.
Code 008.
20Z1008.
Yes, let us move on to the next presentation. That would be
Yes.
Terminus Delta.
Yes.
Please check if the presenter is here.
Okay, so student with code number 008, are you there?
008 was there at that point of time.
Yes.
Yeah, he's there. Can you please answer 008?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So I am starting your presentation.
Right.
So is the screen visible to everyone?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
it is. It is.
Okay, fine. So I think now you can start.
Okay. Can you move to the next slide?
Just a minute. Yes.
Okay. Railways as a mode of transport is by far the most abundantly used means to travel across India. It transports over 22 million passengers and 3 million tons of freight on a fully functional day. There are more than 7,321 stations in India. Next slide. Stations can be looked at as an intersection of place and node concepts. As a place, it has to act as a landmark and center for users. And as a node, it has to allow for the network to function efficiently while connecting to the city. A balance in both these aspects is important for a railway station to smoothly function. Metaphorically, stations are nodes in a network of a large net that ties the urban realm with the railway lines. And these stations can be looked at as the nodes in the nets. The relation between the city and the station is of prime importance while designing. As stations are an old entity, they have existed longer than the city, but have not developed at the same pace with the city. Next slide. If structures are physical manifestations of functions and functions are affected by the context, we find a direct correlation that structures have to be built in order to satisfy the context. Next slide. There are mainly two reasons for the conception of this project. One is that the existing station cannot cater to the increase in trains, that all eastbound trains are to be rerouted to Anand Vihar terminal. And the second reason is that Indian railways are perceived as dilapidated areas with crowded platforms where one wants to just board the train and leave as soon as possible and not stay for even a little bit longer or even arrive early for that matter. While stations are an important checkpoint in anyone's journey. So the proposition of the thesis is to explore railway station typology as a threshold space to the city, which harmoniously stitches the city with transit while providing comfortable and efficient passenger experience without losing the essence of travel. Next slide. 3 stations were looked at to get an idea of station design: the New Delhi railway station, Berlin Central, and Rotterdam Central. One can notice that while catering to the highest number of passengers, New Delhi station has very little passenger amenities. All stations are linked to transport networks, but in New Delhi, it is not very pedestrian friendly, and the connect to metro is not a covered connect to the metro, and it's very inaccessible during monsoons. You have to cross over the road to go to the other side. Especially in monsoon, becomes a very dangerous task. Stations in India, it's not that they do not have space, it is just that they're not utilized. Can you go to the next slide? There's a lot of vertical area on top of the platforms. Hello. Next slide. Okay, all right. No, you can stay. Go back to the previous slide. Stations in India is that they have a lot of space, while they're not utilized. While stations abroad utilize the vertical distribution of functions for the public spaces. Next slide. It is inferred that in terminal stations, it is imperative to segregate the departure and arrival for security and crowd management reasons. Moreover, IRSTC also mandates the separation wherever possible. The link to transport systems are vital, and the scheme must consolidate retail as well as movement. Next slide. Structural case examples show that structural efficiency is directly related to the identity of the building as well as in directing people in large halls. It also becomes crucial to have an overall integration of structure and services and design in order to help in wayfinding and proper operation of the station. Next slide. Next slide. Right now, the station operates till Patna and in the northeastern zone, but would expand till Assam fully once the trains are functional. Next slide. The station is a terminal station by function, but works as a through station architecturally for us. Next slide. 28 hectares in spread. The site is abutted by one main road, G. Chaudhary Charan Singh Marg. An overhead metro line passes through the site, and there's also a road connect from Swami Dayanand Marg. The platforms are on an embankment and exist at 4 meters from the road level. Next slide. Based on visits to the site, it was noticed that people cross over tracks to go to the other side. Also, the site must fuse with the existing transportation networks, the metro, ISBT, and the Kaushambi bus depot in order to function properly. The area lacks public spaces for people to stay or which are pedestrian friendly. The whole area doesn't have any kind of public space to direct people or allow for people to infuse into. So the retail activity on the road also congests the area. The red is a retail activity which shows retail on the street. Next slide. By nature of location of it is central to all the transportation systems in the vicinity, and it must help in the navigation of pedestrians. While transportation systems cut through the city, go above it or under it, the station is already cutting the city into two halves. In order to mitigate this imbalance, Terminus Delta tries to elevate the city to a higher level and take the street above the station, providing a connect to the other side of the city, infusing synergy in the area. Next slide. Initially, the offices were placed on top of the platforms to utilize the space, but on further examination, the space in front of the platforms formed a better location for them. So it evolved to connect directly from the metro. The space on top of the platforms is utilized for concourses as well as the retail. So the forecourt retail also evolves into an important anchor to allow for people to infuse into the site. Next slide. The metro connects at a higher level to the station. Majorly, next slide. Majorly, the station is divided vertically with 4 main levels: the retail area, the departure below it, the platforms that are already existing at 4 meters, and the arrival below the platforms at -2 meters. The main roof canopy ties the station together, providing front face for the station. Next slide. The departure is raised to a higher level at 12 meters, and the road is taken above for dropping off at the departure, while another road dips below the forecourt for parking and arrivals. The road reemerges on the other side, connecting to the main road for the arrivals pickup area and for the station passengers to take their cabs or take their cars. Next station to carry his luggage up after entering the station. Next slide.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah. Are we on slide 21? The site plan demonstrates how the roof form dips and merges with the main canopy. The forecourt is generated as an interface to the city to cater to the general public. Being in an important location in the migrant corridor, the forecourt allows for infusion of passengers from other mediums of transport, providing sanctuary to the people who do not wish to enter the station but are in need of space to spill out into. The retail deck binds the design together in the upper level, connecting to the metro as well as the station below. Next slide. The 3 slides show sections where the masses are distributed vertically. So the metro is, again, like I said before, directly connects to the public realm from through the metro connect. It connects to the retail deck. And the 4 main levels as illustrated in the sections are at progressive intervals. Next slide. Should be at 25 now. The retail level plan highlights connection to the offices from this level via cores. The blue ones show the office cores. There are points in the station where a person wanting to enter the station can enter and keep going down to board the train. So there are different points, one from this end of the retail deck and one from the other end of the retail deck. Next slide. A zoomed in drawing shows how these spaces are fragmented into smaller volumes of activities to maintain a main spine for wayfinding. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. The departure plan expresses how the retail operations of these stations are combined to form a seamless concourse, allowing for smooth transition to the platforms. Next slide. Since this is a terminal station, all trains terminate or start here. So there is ample time for early arriving passengers to take full advantage of the concessions that are provided in the station. And LOS levels were referred to the design for space of maximum capacity with over 60 years of traffic in mind for the future. Can we go to the next slide? These are some views of the departure area. Next slide. Again, departure views. Next slide. The forecourt is a membrane that connects the city, blurring boundaries between inside and outside with ample landscape spaces for resting. These are also where the additional kiosks can come and be set up. Like we have these telas in Indian context, which can come and set up over here. Next slide.
So your
In the
10
current
minutes are
scenario,
over.
all right. In the current scenario, public spaces become important because we are relieving ourselves from the lockdown. We will need more spaces than ever before to stay safe and maintain distance. So the forecourt provides for such a spillout. Kiosks are provided for local shopkeepers to infuse into the station, inhabiting it and transforming the space into a truly Indian space for all kinds of activities. Next slide. Disembarking passengers have no need to interact with the boarding passengers. Next slide. This shows the forecourt area. Next slide. So there are 4 underpasses which connect to the forecourt via elevators and escalators from the arrival area. Parking is sufficiently provided for the station. Next slide. Next slide. The section depicts next slide, sorry. The section depicts how the main roof canopy spans over the entire concourse, acting as a cursor for wayfinding. Next slide. The vertical split in levels show how platforms and tracks are in the middle of the scheme, becoming part of the whole configuration. Next slide. The offices can be clearly seen sinking towards the center, highlighting the center of the station, creating a void and forming a landmark. Next slide. The tree columns interact with the space, engaging in a dialogue with the users. Ample skylights are provided to ensure maximum light and platforms below without hindering movement in the spaces that are there above. Next slide. The platform roofs on either side have glass skylights over tracks to provide for lights in the platform. Next slide. Next slide. The elevations show the mass, how the mass is distributed on either side of the station. One side is kept lower as to respond to the metro station on the side, and the other side is taken higher to respond to the road on the other side. Next slide.
So you have last 2 minutes.
Next slide. Okay, you can keep going to page 55.
Okay.
So the orientation of building was not something which was up for negotiation, but the walls were. So the walls respond to the climate by cutting off the west sun and allowing north light, and also cutting off the southwest sun, allowing the sun to enter in winters from the south. Next slide. The roof structure is designed with structural efficiency in mind. They are optimized to be fabricated and fixed inside directly. They are of equal length to make sure that they can be simply assembled. Since they are space frames, they work only in tension or in compression. They have extractive systems. And you go to page number 59. The underpasses are spanned with the help of box girders and T girders, acting as secondary beams. Can you go to 61? Almost the whole station is daylit, as well as the offices are also daylit. The plan shows it. Can we go to page number 65? Ventilation in railways cannot be fully air conditioned due to budget constraints. So displacement ventilation can be seen as an alternative which cools only certain areas up to certain heights. Misting can be used for diffusers and non-humid seasons for cooling. So it doesn't have to be fully air conditioned, nor do they have to be, fully closed off. They can just be misters placed in the areas, and they can just cool the area around it. Next slide. This is how the system works. Next slide. These are some of the calculations. Next slide. So the station is a place of life, emotion, and goodbyes, as people depart and go off to far-off destinations or arrive from far-off destinations. In the end, the station is just a large living room, acting as a breather in the city. Next slide. This completes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, and your time is also up. So good presentation, I must say.
Yeah.
Okay, jury. So now you can proceed with the comments.
Anando, you start this time.
Okay. Thank you for the privilege. Okay. 008. I think this is by far the most professionally done presentation I have seen so far. It is immaculate in almost all aspects of graphics, orthogonal graphics, 3D renditions, technical supporting data that needs to be given to advocate your concept. I think you have ticked in all the right boxes.
Thank you.
It's very hard to find point of polemic or criticism here, but since my job is to do that, unfortunately, I'll start with a small, two small queries in this. One is, again, as before, such a tremendously multivarious, multifaceted area program needs to be put on paper. So we haven't put an area program on paper, which is something that I sorely missed regarding, the detailed deck-wise or level-wise. What are the areas that you propose and what are the footprints? This was sorely missed, simply because it's such a detailed, so many aspects that you've tackled. I missed that. But number two, and this is a little, a little point of interest for me. It's a point of dissent, a point of deviation for me also, in the sense that you've done 3 case studies. Apart from New Delhi station, you've taken the Berlin Hauptbahnhof and the in Netherlands,
Rotterdam Central.
Rotterdam. So in both these two, you've seen, I think there is a perceptible effort by the government to also bring in somehow a footprint of knowledge or culture here, because they want to see the future train station as not merely commerce, which is retail and coming from one place to other, but also a place where people want to hang out and want to stay and want to make it lively, animated, and also destination place. So in that respect, I think one of the area program factors which I sorely missed was a cultural footprint. Somehow, that's something that will cater to the young mind or the creative mind or the thinking mind. So this knowledge footprint, or let's say cultural footprint, is something that I have not seen. Number two, this is point number 2. And point number 3 is there are 2 kinds of retail, let's say, if I can call concourses, then okay, retail decks. One is above and one is the foreground. The foreground, as I can fully understand, is going to be partly taken over by, let's say, street vendors or temporary vendors, and finally will become a destination point by itself. But the main retail, which is, let's say, a little privileged retail on the deck, seems to me,
we can call that high street retail. It was envisioned as a high street retail.
High street, that's right. High street retail, if you ask me, looks a little sparse and a little too much, subject to the elements. What would you say to that?
I think I'll have to agree with you on that part. But since it is also a very public space, I couldn't take up a lot of, area just putting retail functions into that space.
Sure. And what about the cultural footprint that I would have loved to see here?
So for the cultural footprint, what I imagined was there is this area behind Anand Vihar station, the Karkaduma area. So those people also do not currently have any space to spill out into. So there were
So, for
some
example,
social
if
functions
you-
which are provided in the retail area.
Yeah, yeah. A young person, a creative and a energetic person like you, where would you want to hang up
Yes,
here?
yes. So
Hang out here.
functions like library and sports areas were all provided in the retail area. Zoom in, you'll be able to see some libraries on these end towards Karkaluma.
Which
Some library
slide
functions
is
as well
this?
as
Which slide is this?
this
Which
is away from the entrance side. This is the
which slide is this?
public.
Can you tell the slide number?
Slide number?
Slide. Can you go to the retail deck slide? One second.
Page number.
Retail street I can see, which is slide number 26.
26.
Yes.
Yes. So you can see there's a library and some kind of meeting areas for the community function. So that is actually labeled as community area.
On the top left. Which
Yes,
is...
yes. There are also some creches provided for them, and a daycare center on the other side.
Daycare, okay, those are service.
Some indoor sports hall as well.
So you're saying that you have a library. Okay, a library. Okay. But
some indoor sports
anyway,
areas as well, gyms.
Should have been slightly more, central and should have been not relegated to one corner, but could have been, not should have been, could have been more of a dominant feature.
It was envisioned, it was put there thinking that they would probably come here for these functions and they can directly access them from that side of the area.
Okay, but all in all, ticked in all the right boxes. There's hardly any fault to find here. And your presentation, the graphics, the colors that you've used is absolutely immaculate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, the rest, Geeta or Ujan.
Fantastic work. It seems like very, very extensive amount of research and understanding to bring out something like this that would have gone in. Is this exactly as per the program of the IRSDC, or have you?
No, I have changed it a little bit since there is a transferable development right proposal for this. So right. I've used one FAR for building this part of the station, and the other can be basically the total can come up to 1.5 FAR that has to be built.
Commercial and office spaces, in terms of the kind of land use, it is prescribed. All the land.
Yes. It is prescribed as per the.
I had a question for you. You're probably the only one who brought up the pandemic in your presentation so far. I presume that the pandemic happened, took off while you were in the midst of your thesis. Am I right?
Yes.
Or was it, at the beginning, or was it already in place by the time you started? Because March, I'm presuming it would have been when you were in the midst of your thesis.
No, it came in the middle of our thesis. So actually 2 months into our thesis is when the pandemic started and we all went home.
How did it affect your, because in a project like yours, maybe not so much if it's a gated project, but in a project like yours, it definitely impacts how.
Actually, it changed a lot. All this retail tech, the idea initially was to just place offices on top of the platforms. Then after I went home, the whole conception of this changed and I realized how important public spaces were. And while I was talking to my guides as well, their point was to make the public space as accessible and as open as possible, because that is what we are lacking right now. And this was the same time when there were news about migrant workers who were stuck in the bus areas over there. They weren't able to find buses and they were all crowded during COVID. It was horrible to see that.
Ujan, all yours.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I agree with my colleagues. That's great work. A lot of work. And my question would be, which you can answer after I finish my comments, that is, just run us through how a arriving and departing passenger moves from the platform to bus, taxi, or whatever. We'll do that a little later. Let me say a few things. I really like, it actually looks like terminus for Delta Airline, in the sense, the imageability part or identity of a railway stations have come through pretty well. And principally, I believe that all public goods cannot be achieved through private money. now everywhere you want to, they are trying to make money or at least make the project self-financing. In the process, you have to really load it up with a lot of sellable area, lot of, whatever you want to call, so that money can come. Because I think a railway station has already lot of traffic with its own requirements and maybe some required other related requirements, and loading it up with all possible functions, including commercial offices, commercial shops, high street, and everything I can think of is being loaded on literally on top of the station, which they are not going to all walk here. And I know you would say sufficient parking has been provided. Sufficient parking has never been provided. Metro is there. People doing metro hai to car nahi chahiye. Delhi doesn't work that way. No car wala has moved to metro yet, I mean, any significantly. All the bus walas actually have gone to the metro. Thereby, it is not that the car requirement has reduced. So I principally, programmatically do not agree with it, but that should not a criticism for this thesis here because they have been approved by your faculty. So, but I don't, I will definitely say this for everybody that you please think about it, that why should everything happen on a station? It is not something you are doing that to attract people. People will be attracted to the station anyway. There it is a functional place. There is no dearth of space to provide high street or shopping, metro, all that. So I programmatically have a major problem. And design-wise, as I said, that okay, it has an image, it's nice, and that canopy structure could have been slightly more attractive. I don't know, but the transverse one on top of the office is the sweeping curve is nice, well drawn. The front court, you call it really front court. Actually, I'm looking at a slide 35. It's again over-programmed. The front court is cluttered. What is it? I mean, I don't think it looks like a, you had all the opportunity not to have so many things here. I mean, these are my personal views. I would like to see, larger spaces, more defined and, kind of thing. I mean, you can prove all this right. There's no issues about it. As I said, no?
So one of the concepts I was looking towards was the folly concept, Shumi's folly concept, where we are not necessarily saying that this is what should happen in this area. But then large open spaces, like even in India Gate, in front of India Gate, while they might be good to hang about, when you have to actually move through, you need to find ways and you need some spaces to spill out into, some private spaces in those public spaces. So it doesn't make sense to landscape it fully and say this whole thing would be green, but in order to provide some kind of rest spaces between those landscaped areas, while maintaining that spine where this is how you're going to travel. This was one of the
no, that's
important
okay.
aspects that I
That's
realized.
okay. We can argue, this whole, the basis that, though just because public use a railway station, every space there should be a public space. I personally don't believe that a railway station and its precinct should be made to a public space more than the passenger space. I mean, there are always eateries and little staying places and all that near and in front, but they are all for the passengers. Now, if we want to try to make it as a public place for people to come and hang around, obviously you have to do all this. No, that's why it is correct. That's why we are appreciating it also. That's why you are appreciating your deck shopping. You have intricate landscape and a lot of shops happening there. Yeah, so if we accept the program, it's good. So I must congratulate you for that. But you please, you being a very conscious and a good worker, I would like you to thesis to ho gaya. To think on those lines also. We have to go and tell government that don't try to make money, don't program things to make money. because it's a public thing. I mean, one can make money from shopping centers. Anyway, that's about it. You might have noticed. I mean, my comments are always two parts: one direct comment onto this thing, and a couple of things to carry home.
All right.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Can you, if you have a few minutes, can you show us a section or something to show how the people are moving?
Yeah, if you go to one of the initial slides, I think.
If you can tell the slide number, so I'll quickly go through that.
1 second. So you could go to 15, slide 15, or 14 actually.
Put a section. 14
okay. Nay, after this.
No, please show through a section. These are 3D. You have a section, it shows the 3 levels. You just say it will come here.
You can go to 19 as well.
So these are the 3D sections. If you have a section,
go to slide 19.
It is 19.
Yeah, over here I've actually marked the circulation. From the access road, you go up to the departure, and there is arrival below the.
You are coming to the access road by what? Are the buses come here?
Everything, yes.
I mean, that's another thing.
The Anand Vihar ISBT buses are different. They have a different circulation in themselves.
Not ISBT. Okay, all right. So
there is no specific bus which enters the station. Buses don't enter the station. They go to the ISBT. There it is where they are dropped.
Anyway, I don't want to argue with it. There are local number wala buses. If they don't come, you have to make them come.
Okay.
Nothing to do with interstate. It is Delhi city buses. जैसे metro से आएंगे, bus में भी तो आएंगे. Okay, so from there we go to departure platform.
Yes.
How do is the same level, or you go up first?
No, we go up. Then? Departure level is at 12 meters above the ground.
So 12 meter, how do you go?
From the ramp.
12 meter height ramp.
Yes. So cars drop you off at the departure level. If you come from the road, you enter the forecourt level.
Okay. What's level? What is the level?
4 meters.
4 meters. Okay. I mean, it's filled up or something is below there.
There is arrival. There are parking below the forecourt.
Okay. So you arrive. You are at 4 meter. You have to go to 12 meter by ramp. 8 meter you climb, and you need about.
You actually go to 18 meters with the help of escalators. If you want to enter the station, you enter through the Metro Connect.
No, you're not coming by metro here. You are coming by this.
If you're coming by car, you're dropped off in the parking, or you're actually dropped off in the departure itself directly if you're coming by car.
Okay. All right. So you get escalators and you use coolies to carry package. Right?
You can. That is one of the main livelihoods in the railway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's not some high-tech stuff like airport. You put luggage somewhere and it goes away. So coolies will come and carry with you in the escalators and go up, and then you come down to your come down 12 meters somehow to the 0-0 platforms. Platforms are 0-0?
Platforms are at 4 meters.
4 meters, sorry. Okay. So 8 meter, again you come down, right?
You can show the next slide also.
No, samajh gaya, that's what I want. And when you arrive, so you go up how much? 4 meter.
When you arrive, you go down to the arrival concourse, and then you climb up 4 meters.
Okay, you go down below the tracks?
Yes, below the tracks, and then you climb up 4 meters again to the forecourt area, which is from where you can access your cabs. So the forecourt, the area towards the road, is where you access your cabs or cars.
Okay. Like airport, you get dropped above, and you while getting dropped, and you are picked up below.
Yes.
All right. Sorry, I took so much of time.
No problem.
All right, I'm done.
Okay, so I think now the question answer session is also over for the student.
Yes, so we may now break for lunch. Before that, I would like to announce the next presenter who can be ready. And that would be 20Z1040. Modern Library, Lucknow.
Lucknow Modern, okay.
Okay, so the participant's code is 20Z1040.
Yes. The Modern Library, Lucknow.
Okay.
What
Are you
time we
there?
start?
So is the
Can we
participant
convene at 2:40?
240? Okay.
Yeah, we can convene to
Are the
2:30
jury members comfortable?
Yeah, 2:30 is fine because we have a exacting job at hand. I think we have traveled halfway.
No, not 2:30, 2:40, not 2:30.
2:40.
Okay.
Sure. 2:40 then, sure.
Okay.
Geeta ji?
Yeah, perfect.
Yes, sure. Thank
Okay,
you.
so before leaving, is the participant is present right now with code number 20Z1040?
Keeping the Zoom open, right? This session
Okay.
open.
Okay.
Yes.
It's open because I will not sign off then because.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Me too. I'm also not signing
remain
off.
logged in. Please don't
Yeah.
sign off anybody.
Everyone
No, we are-
kindly logged in.
I can
just
see 040, but he's
Hello?
not speaking. Is he
Hello?
around?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are audible. So you. So you
Hello?
will
There's
be.
a small query.
Yes.
Not for 040, but what happened to the candidate marked 058?
The project in Mizoram, I think. No, the
058 Meghalaya. That participant was absent when we had called out the number. So we will wait till all the presentations are over, then take a call on that.
Okay.
We will have it in the last.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So the link is open and we are all logged in. Everyone kindly.
Yeah, I'm logged in.
We'll be back at 2:40.
Okay. Fine.
हो गया एक दो करेक्शन कर रही हूँ बस
और वो शशि सर को देखने के लिए वो
वो तो अभी
Hello.
Hi, John.
Hi.
Had a good lunch?
Yeah. But I can't see anything happening here other than your name in the full screen.
Just now started the video.
Okay.
Like
so
you.
how are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah. Keeping very busy with interesting stuff. I have misplaced your phone number, so you can direct message me on this if you can.
Yeah.
So I'll send you stuff on what I'm doing. So see
Okay.
different things
Why
there.
don't you have a pen there?
I do.
Just note down here. 98
Yeah.
100
Yeah.
24751.
Did you go visit Usha's house?
Yeah, I did. I didn't stay. Me and my wife stayed there one night too. He said that it looks better at night. So okay, well, let's see at night.
Saumitra Ghosh I introduced him to.
Okay, you did. Okay.
Yeah. Initially, they had another site in Sarjapur, and they were, working with Mistris.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that the kind of thing she wants and trying to use Mistri was not
Very
quite
different.
right.
So I didn't know, because that was something they had figured out before once they changed the site, I introduced Kiran Venkatesh and Shumitra Ghosh. And I said, these would probably help you. And I think Nisha has done a lot of the designing.
Yeah.
It's come out quite well.
Yeah, they do good work, no doubt about it.
You were a batch junior to Usha, or the same batch?
Same batch, classmates.
I thought she graduated in 74.
Five.
Chishti also was the same batch as you then. So he taught us.
She taught you?
Chishti taught me.
You are in SBA, is it?
I was in SBA, graduated in 90.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was teaching in urban design, whatever I teach since for a long time. Yeah. Chishti and all, we are all classmates, correct?
So I'm still in touch with Chishti once in a way. When he was in college, I would visit him regularly and catch up with him. But now that he's no more, last 3-4 years, he's not doing this.
He has made a very crazy house.
I see. Okay, I must.
for himself. I mean, it is really crazy because it's not much of outdoor. Little bit. It's a plotted house touching both sides, but you go in there. That PVC sewage pipes running all over the interior.
Oh boy. Okay.
I mean, not the actual civil. I mean, he's using that as interior design. Plenty of.
His wife is an artist also, right? Kutsi is a.
Yes, she is an artist, you can call. She is some kind of a sari expert.
Okay.
Sari. She also takes classes to teach how to wear sari of different parts of the country.
I see.
She has got good clients, and also she gives good leads to where to buy authentic traditional saris of different region.
Advisor of sorts.
I hope the whole.
Even you're in Saket, no? Somewhere that side.
They stay in not Saket. They stay in Jangpura extension.
Nah, apna there. I was asking about you.
Oh, I stay in Noida.
Okay, but weren't you in Saket or Green Park or something once upon a time?
No.
Never.
Long back, I was in Chittanjan Park in a rented place, but I have left that long back. I built a house here in 90. Long back. And my office is in Okhla now. Now means quite some time. I hope everybody is not listening to us. I mean, we're kind of chatting here.
Everybody's listening to us.
Yes, sir.
You're all here?
I think we have a good audience.
Oh, sorry. We are doing Man Ki Baat.
I thought Adda.
Adda, yeah. That's better. All right. I mean, this
We are
always
waiting
Man Ki
for
Baat
Anindya ji to join.
Anindya sir is already there, ma'am.
Oh, let's do.
I think he has joined, but he's not there in the video.
I saw him. He must have just stepped out for a second.
Yeah.
Must have stepped out of our talk.
Next is the 040.
to draw the next one also, no? The next
Yes,
one.
we commenced the session with the presentation by 040, the Modern Library, Lucknow.
Okay.
And the participant after that will be 091, Tribal Center, Revealing an Obscure Identity. 091.
Okay, so participant with code number 20Z1091. Are you there? Participant with code number 091.
091 is there.
I can see him logged in, but not responding, probably not
Right
there.
now.
He'll be back.
Okay.
He's there, but we should wait for him to respond. Otherwise, if he doesn't come in, that will be a problem.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, she's there.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you will be the 8th student to present.
Yeah.
So shall we start with the 7th one?
Yeah.
Okay, so
we can start.
So student with code number 040, are you there?
Yes,
We
sir.
are about to start.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to share your presentation. Okay, so is it visible to everyone?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, yes.
Yeah, sir, can you please make it full screen?
Okay, so okay.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My thesis topic was the modern library in Lucknow. Next. So, basically, libraries are going through a downfall because of the changes in technology. So, digitalization is the first point because all information is now available on the internet. Then, as years pass, the collection space basically increases because the number of books coming in are constantly increasing. So what happens is that it takes up the space which was meant for flexible usage. So eventually libraries become cramped. Now the next point is libraries, conventional libraries are very reader specific. They're all about books. So what happens is that only the readers feel welcomed and not the public in general. And the fourth pointer was that they are monotonous. Most libraries are just stacks of books. So there's no interest and there's a monotony. Next, please.
Next slide, please.
Yeah. So what I've done is that I've tried to stretch the core function of the library and tried to bring in other functions as well, which are not actually specific to library spaces. Next slide. So in my design, I've collaborated the library with a museum building. So the idea is that actually museums have originated from libraries. So they have a similarity. And then the idea is that this would provide a mutual benefit to both the building types, and it would also break the monotony of library spaces. Next slide. So other thing that I've done is that I've tried to make the library space comfortable for all types of people. So basically, I've divided the people coming in into three broad categories, which are introverts, extroverts, and ambiverts. So the spaces have been designed so that all these three kinds of people are able to feel welcomed and comfortable because they have a different set of requirements when it comes to the environment they are studying in. Next.
091, please switch off your mic.
So now this is the three main categories. So there are small spaces for introverts where the volumes are smaller and the light and everything is dimmer. Then there are big exposed spaces for socializers, which actually encourage interaction. Then there are spaces which are interactive learning spaces. Next slide. So my site is in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, mainly because Uttar Pradesh has a very low number of public libraries. So there are basically 1 in every 2.6 million people. Next slide. So the site is more or less in the middle of the city so that it's accessible from all parts of the city, and it is well connected with public transport, and also it is in close vicinity with many of the major landmarks in Lucknow, the riverfront being one of them. Then the Lohia Park is right across the road, and also a Fun Republic Mall and a museum. So basically, the idea is to invite in people who are actually visiting all these landmarks are also drawn to the library. So, and another point is that as we see, the Gomti River is dividing the city into two halves. So the lower half is basically the older part of the city, and the upper half is comparatively new. So the site is very close to the river, so that it can act as a bridge for the two different parts of the city. The Lohia path right next to the site is actually connecting to the other side of the Gomti River as well. Next slide. These are the existing trees on the site. So the block placement has been done in a way that it does not create a problem for the existing trees, and most of the trees have been saved. Next. This is a vehicular movement. On the right side is the main entry to the site, and at the back we have another service entry. Circulation is sort of visible in this graphic. Next slide. So this is the main site plan, which has the block. It has the road network. Then at A, we have a shallow pool. In between the trees, I've provided some seating for people who want to get away from the building and enjoy nature. Then at C, there's an amphitheater. Next slide. So the design concept, next slide. What I've done is I've taken the concept of compartmentalized flexibility, which was used first in Seattle Library. So what happens is that, as I said earlier, the book collection takes up the space which was meant for flexible activities. So what can be done is that you limit, you specify the collection of book space and flexible spaces, so that as years pass, the book collection is not taking up the space which was meant for flexible usage. Next slide. So in my design, what I've done is I've placed the book collection in the center and the library reader spaces around them. So so that the collection is accessible from all sides, and since it is concentrated, it can be protected better and also can be organized in a better way. Next slide. So this shows that presently, if the book collection has these many stacks, over the years when the stacks increase, the flexible spaces are still open, and basically the book collection area becomes denser. So this is how compartmentalized flexibility works. Next. So what I've done is that I've created this book tower all along the building, so it can have access through different levels, and also try to frame it from the outside so that it can create become an element of the facade as well. Next. This is the book collection tower, which can be seen from inside the building. Next. So to frame the collection from the outside, I've taken inspiration from the Rumi Darwaza arch. So it has been modified, and as you can see below, it basically the arched opening is from where we can see the book collection from outside the building. So the passerby is able to see that the entire collection of the books. So, and this also symbolizes a gateway to knowledge. Next slide. The blocks have been, the building has been divided into 3 major blocks, which is the same as the Bada Imambara plan. Next. And the blocks have been tilted according to the same axis, which is at the Triveni Sangam in Allahabad or Prayagraj. Next. Design pointers. Next. So basically, when I was studying about libraries, I came across some parameters which are important for a modern library design. So these are flexibility, transparency, welcoming, multifunctionality, openness, and socialness. Next. So basically, flexibility is that the library is able to host other need of the hour events as well, and also with the changing technology, the building is able to adapt and change itself, modify itself according to what is needed in future. Next. So this has been achieved through compartmentalized flexibility, which I've already discussed. Next. In transparency, basically the idea is that the user is able to see through the different spaces of the building, so that it encourages the user to explore other parts, and also basically inspires the user. Next. So transparency has been achieved through staggering of flow plates. Instead of keeping the flow plates straight, I have staggered them so the visibility between different floors is increased. Next. Also, I've put in some space in the center, which is the courtyard, and so that the connectivity is increased further. Next. Again, instead of using internal walls, I've used level differences to create a space division, and also glazed walls. Next. So welcoming, I've made the library welcoming for not just readers but other people as well. So basically merged it with the museum so that it breaks monotony again and invites in more people who are not actually specific to libraries. Next. And also an arched opening which would invite in readers. Next slide. Multifunctionality, all these spaces which are cafeteria, maker's space, writer's nook, art galleries, auditorium, etc., which are not specific to libraries, have been provided inside the building. Next. Next slide. Hanji. So placement of spaces can be seen as we see the book collection in the center, and the spaces around the book collection, which are directly in contact, are the spaces which have the most library character. Then as you move away from the book collection, there are multifunctional spaces on the left side, and at the end we have the services, and on the right side we have the museum galleries, etc. Next slide. So okay, I've explained this. Next slide. Openness has been achieved through various atriums. Next slide. So basically, it is important for a modern library to have a social character, since they also act as community catalysts. So what I've done is that I've placed all the social and flexible recreational spaces on the lower levels, and as we move upwards, the chaos decreases and the spaces become sort of more serious. Next slide. So this is a schematic section where we can see the different volumes. So as we can see, the wall on the right is the curtain wall. So it brings in a lot of light from the north side. And as you move away from the curtain wall, the spaces become dimmer and smaller. So basically, this is how the user can choose their comfort from this variety of spaces. Next.
Okay, so your 10 minutes are over.
Okay, sir. Next slide. On the southwest facade to block in the harsh sun, I've tilted the walls on certain angles so that the light which comes in from this side is diffused. Next slide. Next. Yeah, this is a view from the inside of the angled walls. Next. So this is the basic space allotment. In the center, the band denotes the book collection. So the spaces right next to them are library specific. Then away from them, we can see stepped seating, classrooms, galleries, etc. on the right, and on the left we have writer's nook, maker's space, etc. Next. This is a view of the courtyard. Next. So this is a perspective section where we can see that the well-lit spaces on the right, which is lit because of the curtain wall, this is where the library spaces have been placed. And as one moves towards the left, this is where the angular walls are. And so I've placed the museum space on that side. Next slide. Next slide. So as we see, this is a view from the courtyard. So this courtyard is a part of the library spaces, and at the back, the dim space at the back is where the museum visitors are going to be. Next. Because of staggering, the floor plates there are 9 floor levels. Next. So this is the plan at level 0. It has the main entry, and in the center at number 5 we have the book collection. Right next to it are the catalog, periodicals, etc. The shaded area that we see on the left side is at level 0. So basically that is level -1. So that is not a part of level 0. So okay, at 19, 10 and 11, this is where the museum circulation is going to be. Next. This is at level 0, which has the cafeteria, and at the back we can see the services, and it also has the courtyard. And this is at number 19, we have the first connectivity from the museum to the library spaces. So the idea behind the museum circulation is that it's done in such a way that it does not create a problem for the library users, but at the same time have a certain level of interaction so that the museum person is drawn to the library spaces. Next. This is an enormous desk on level 0, so that instead of putting many small benches to increase the level of interaction, we have put in one enormous desk. Next.
Okay, so your last 2 minutes remaining.
Okay. Okay, can we go on to the next slides? Next. Okay, this is the maker space, previous one. So this is the maker space on the left side, and at the back we can see the multi-purpose area at number 4, which has foldable walls so that the space can be modified according to the need of the hour. Next. Next. Okay, so this is the main reading room, which is at level 7. So at level 7, it is also connected to the stepped seating, and the stepped seating has a terrace next to it. So the idea is to provide a variety of spaces to the reader so that the spaces are not monotonous. And next slide. This is a view of the stepped seating. Next slide. Yeah, so we can see the terrace at the back and the stepped seating. Next. So yeah, the previous one. So yeah, so this is a museum circulation. All these yellow spaces are the museum area. So as we follow the arrows, we get to the library A, which is at the level 0. From there, we move on to level B. All the circulation inside the building can be done through ramps. So from level B, we move to level C. So at this area, we are able to cross the community living room. So that's one point of interaction. Then from C, we cross the book collection space and on one side, and the gallery is continued right next to it. From that, we move on to level D. And from there, we come down through ramps, etc., on to level 0. Next slide.
Okay, so your time is up.
Yeah, just one last thing. All these red circles are spaces where the user can get a glimpse of the library space. The museum visitor can get a glimpse of the library space that is present on the other side basically on the other side. And yeah, so without actually disturbing the people who are there in the library. Okay,
so the time is up, and is there any slides remaining?
Yeah, you can just run through them. Yeah.
Okay, so the presentation is over. Now over to you, jury members.
Can we start with Ujanda?
Yeah. Yes, we can. Overall, I'm really happy about this work. It is a great programmatic analysis. Some real good case studies would have been useful, but even without that, your product is very nice. Now the slide which is up, one can make out there is a character of its own. You can see north elevation transparent, south opaque. So there are considerations of sun has been taken. The whole process, how you have moved from the program to design concepts, calling them something indicator or pointer or something like that. So then you come and reach. Unfortunately, you have to rush through, but luckily these things we had with us. I think most of us had time to have a quick look at it.
Yes, sir.
But you did mention few things on the way. These visuals are very explanatory. I'm sure you have, because I'm running the slides for me in my computer right now, and each one of them one can see there are, all these have some nice, interesting spaces. They're a little low ceiling, but I think that's the contrast that you, from the low, you suddenly go to a taller space.
Yes,
So as
sir.
a public library and a museum, I think even if you go backwards, the next gallery A is also quite nice. So overall, really, little bit, if I have little problem, I think you did not have even gone to it. This interiors, not space. Somewhere you started showing some furniture and all that.
Yes, sir.
That somehow didn't gel too well, but it's okay. This space is very nice spaces. The artwork hanging from there and materials juxtaposed with exposed concrete or something and exposed brick in other. So I have all praise for it.
Thank you,
You
sir.
have already talked about a couple of issues I always end up with.
Yes, sir.
Here, when you present, when you have everything so systematically done,
Yes, sir.
and when you have so many design pointers, as I'm using your word,
Yes, sir.
so don't use. See, when you are dealing with design pointers, let's assume that you haven't designed yet.
Yes.
They are the little concepts. So these pointers you can convert to diagrammatic concepts, and you don't know that the design is done, or at least you don't let the other person know.
Okay, sir.
So
Yes,
you
sir.
build the case, then suddenly you show the design, and then in the design you show how those concepts has been converted to real design.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, what happens before seeing this plan, bits and pieces we are already showing much earlier, although in parts, but I have seen this form much before.
Yes, sir.
Even in the site planning, your great effort to, I really appreciate that, to leave all those trees and the form, how it is derived from the trees. You need not plant the exact plan. Make a diagrammatic thing which is curves around and saves the tree. Then in the site plan, you will show how these corners and things have come up following that concept, following that pointers of yours. That's the way one should do.
Yes.
Don't disclose the design while showing the concept.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Right.
So then the story becomes complete. Yeah, a little bit of I don't know. I've written here too many. Yeah, I think goes with my last thing. A little fragmented in the sense, very small little things have got a slide. Those pointers, I guess. So many of them can be combined, and with the conceptual sketches on its side. Otherwise, these big format these things, when there is less time, sometimes it gets little too much, going slide by slide saying the similar things. I will stop at that, but simple and nice, good work. One comment in your design, you were talking about book storage versus reading areas.
Yes, sir.
Of course, if you go in detail, we will find them there. Other than that, I mean, there are lounges, there are cafes, book issue, book receiving, referencing. There are subdivision of both stack area and reading area. Somewhere you want a carousel, somewhere you want 6 people sitting in one table, but none of them talk. So if you have to talk, there is another kind of reading room where participation takes place. I actually have seen few good libraries, that's why I know this. There is another room where it is called something which means that even you can't use a laptop there. That noise of the keyboard is not allowed even. So the name actually goes through that keyboard somehow. So which means that you can't even use that little sound. So from that kind of place to where you want to lounge with and read. So all these are separate and very creatively designed. And similarly in stack, there is every library has an expensive collection of reference books. Some of them are put in vaults almost. They're so expensive, and may not be this library, but all old libraries are very proud of their collection. And I had seen one library called London Library. There also, at the center, there is a glass cage, very large and multi-story. But those are only reference books. That the collections is called millions of dollars they cost. The fireproofing is different, but it's glass. You can see, like you had a drawing showing that. But those are treasure. Then they have the other flexible stack area like what you're showing here. So anyway, just wanted to share with you some knowledge on library design.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Then go for it. Not here.
I think sir's mic is muted. Anindya sir, your mic is muted.
Is that better?
Now it is clear. Yeah.
Okay. So who's addressing next? Geeta Balakrishnan can address. I'll go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Okay. So participant number 040. You have gone through the program in great detail for each level of planning. But I would have loved to see an area programming statement slide, which gives you the different areas for each floor plate and for the library overall in general. I have no idea how big the library is, excepting that the grids are at 10 meters interval. So apart from that indication, metric indicator, there are no pointers to how big, what is the scale of the library in terms of its area footprint, as well as in each area, in each level, since you have split levels, what is the area footprint like in each level? I would have wanted to see this to get a better understanding of the library.
Yes, sir.
The other problem I had, problem of legibility, is I think you could have been avoided, is that the plans are on one slide, whereas the legends are on another slide.
Yes, sir.
This means I think it would have been best if the legends would have been in the same, the legend table or the key would have been in the same as the main plan slide, so that correlation is much more easier. Otherwise, it's a little difficult to correlate each space with another slide, information on another slide. That is number 2.
Yes, sir.
There are some spaces which are a little inexplicable to me. For example, in slide number 81, you talk about no shoe zone, and
yes,
and then you have quieter zone. So how would you say, where does one keep the shoes then? And why would you want to have quieter zone and then no shoe zone and then a silent zone and then a noisy zone? How would you enforce these?
Yes, sir. The no shoe zone, the no shoe area is right next to the ramp, so it's a very narrow space. So
and
I
what
thought
is
that
special about why no shoe zone?
Because in India we have this in our culture that we actually like to sit down on the floor to do a lot of things. So and many people find it comfortable, and it's also a healthier habit to have your to sit on the floor and read, or maybe don't have your legs hanging down. So that's the idea behind it. And because of it being a narrow space right next to the ramp, I thought it would be easier to regulate to implement this idea on people. So because since it is narrow, you can actually ask people to, you cannot enter without removing your shoes. So that's the idea behind it.
And the quiet zone?
There's
something called quiet zone, quieter zone.
I cannot recall that.
Okay. this is so you mean to say, see, if you're talking about reading while sitting on the floor, then you have to limit this to only young people, because mostly people over a certain age are physically not capable of sitting for long hours or even bending knees. I think
Yes,
they're
sir.
targeting only a very select young group of people who can sit on the floor.
Yes,
And
right.
that floor activity could have been, in a slightly more delineated part of an overall space where you can go up and be not maybe sitting on a deck, but not completely at level with the floor, so that at least there's a visual connection. The eye level contact is at the same level.
Yes, sir. That's what I've tried to do. The seating, the furniture layout of that area is done right exactly the way you explained it. That it's not on the floor level, it's higher, and the entire furniture is higher, so that you can lift your legs up and sit the way you sit on the floor, so that you're able to also see the courtyard and the other spaces of the library.
Okay. The other thing, which there are two other things just I wanted to clarify. One is as my co-juror has just said before, the books also are, need to be protected from fire, from tampering, from various kind of mutilation, bad handling. Some are rare books, some are reference books, some are rare books in the sense they are fit for a museum. So books also have many kinds of security levels, that one access control levels, let's say. So in each level that the vertical book storage is seen, it is not clear how you access this central vault, to say the book vault. It
Yes,
is
sir.
not clear from the plans what is the access control level at the book vault at each deck. Somehow this needs to be a little more articulated. And I can see that you have also, in some levels, not on all, you also have reading possibilities within the book vertical vault, the book storage. So who controls the access at each deck level? Where's the control point? This is point number two. I thought the book vault also could have had its own service, unique, dedicated access or circulation, vertical circulation, which is only used for by the staff, not for the general visitors or the general people or users, so that the sanctity of the book vault, its security, and also its access control is better handled. The operations is a little more easier. Here, I'm not very sure how you gain access to the book storage at each deck. And finally, point number three is there are roughly, the design is roughly 3 staggered cubes, roughly squares,
Yes, sir.
roughly 3. So starting from left to right, from the right cuboid, the right rectangular footprint and the left rectangular footprint has got reasonably proximal, let's say, exits.
Yes, sir.
Evacuation systems.
Yes, sir.
Roughly 50 meters. But from the left block to the right block, going down, evacuation is more than 70, 80 odd meters, which is, I think, too large evacuation distance. I would have preferred, or I would want you to, explain this to me.
Yes, sir.
How, in case of a fire, let's say, your evacuation or your exit points work.
Yes, sir. Can we move to slide 45? So basically, as you can see at number 20, there's a core which has the toilets, elevators, and a staircase, fire staircase.
Yes.
And then on the other end of the building, there's another fire staircase. Apart from these, there are two more fire staircases, which are at the lowest part of the screen, if you can notice at the corner, and another one in the first block, in the right block, again at the corner. So this more or less.
So this is 100 meters, let's say. Each has got about 100 meters to 140 meters, 120 meters. So you mean to say that these all will need to be mechanically pressurized spaces? All these would be mechanically ventilated spaces with positive pressure? Otherwise, what happens is it is too long. As per National Building Code, it needs to be slightly more proximal. Did you consult the code? Since it's an assembly building, that's what I'm saying.
I think I'll work on this one.
You work on that, okay.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I think the run up to the form and the study material that went in, the evolution of the form, and the basic concept of merging the library with the museum is novel and it's wonderful. It's a beautiful new way of keeping alive the utilitarian value of both the buildings, the museum and the library. That I think is a lovely gesture. And
Thank you.
the general run-up is very good. Maybe the 81 slide presentation could have been compressed to about 50 or 45 slides
Yes,
with
sir.
information a little more packed in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so I also felt that very systematically, you progressed on your analysis and getting to what you wanted to do. Fortunately, we had these presentations with us, so we did manage to look at the plans forward. You couldn't spend any time on the plans with us. It seems to me more like a museum with a library than a library with a museum itself, because if you look at the space allocation, I think that's something that was apparent to me. What kind of a museum is this?
Art museum.
Okay, so you didn't look at it being so I'm just trying to understand what kind of museum could have enticed people to the magic of books once again, because there is a library there. You spoke about the library character and the social character, and from the social character you gradually move into the library character. So you mentioned in passing that visually there is a connect, so people see the books, but is there anything else that you've used through the medium of architecture to bring them, attract them into the library itself, into the magic of books? Because you've called it the modern library and not a museum, called it the library.
For the library.
I thought that yeah, go on.
Sorry, I couldn't understand the question.
Called it a library. You're saying it's meant to be a library, but I find that while there is a book core and the book core is kind of limited in its access as well. There seems to be a lot more ancillary activity than activity related to books. So have you used the medium of planning spaces? You've talked about a library character, right? You said
yes.
It recedes as you move away from the library and it becomes. So what is that character of library that you're talking about? And have you used any design tools to make people more interested in books, make them excited about the library being there next door itself?
I think the book tower, which is visible right at the entry, is one pointer which would attract people to it, because a person has to cross that book tower in order to get to other parts of the building. So that's one. And also, as you move away from there's an interactive learning space which I've placed, which sir pointed out that there are people who need to discuss and talk. So there was one space at level 5, I think, which I couldn't talk about because of the time limit. So that is one. So basically such spaces which are learning specific have been placed near the the core, basically the book tower. Away from it, there are more skill based places which are not specific to libraries, such as writer's nook is not necessarily present inside a library. So since they do not need a reference from the books, or even if they do, like makerspace, if they do not need a constant reference of books, so that have been placed away from the main building. My idea was not exactly to make people excited about books, but was to bring in people who are not just readers but also are inclined towards other interests, and so that the building can cater to their interests as well.
I gathered that from seeing your sheets in the first place itself, that it's not something that where you want them to. You accepted that books are not priority for many people, and you moved on from there. So I was just wondering if you were looking at doing something else to bring them back into the library. It's fine.
While on library, just want to take a minute to share an anecdote with you, with all of you. I was doing some case studies on library and gone to Hyderabad for that famous library of ISB, the Indian Business School. And I go there and I find there is no security. We are just now discussing about 2 minutes back that what about the control center. And I just walked through all the way to the librarian. And after asking some questions, I asked him, what about security in our library, in our college? You can't step in without showing all kind of things, getting checked. He said that, yeah, there are a few lost books, but that price is included in our fees, which is 22 lakhs. So we found that keeping it free is more beneficial than, but they make sure that the books which are not available are also not accessible to them. They have to ask for it and then take it and give it back, like some other, any book which is available in the market, they don't protect it from that point of view. Another thing I saw there, a lot of spaces being, little napping places, lounging and all that. Some students are sleeping, in fact. And he told that, people are not coming here. So we are just making the reading areas more attractive because it's a residential school, so that they stay here and they want to nap here rather than going to the hostel and never come back. So that are the new things of this, that the spaces are getting too much. The stacks are getting reduced. So they are making coffee shops, napping areas, sleeping areas, and all kind of things. And anyway, I thought I'll just share some story on library. So that's it.
Okay,
Next.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, ma'am. So can we move ahead with the next student?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Just a minute.
And before that, we have to announce the student number 9 for the.
Just a minute, please.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, just wait for a while.
Code number 091. Is that right, Mr. Omar?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Omar, I guess, Alok, I guess 003, the PPT opened, right?
003. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Now
so
I got.
003 will go next.
Okay, okay, fine.
Yeah,
ma'am.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to present for the student with code number 20Z1091.
The 003 is there. Have you checked?
003 is there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so is my screen visible to everyone for the 091 presentation?
Yes, it is. Yes,
Yeah.
it is, Alok.
Okay.
It is.
Okay, so now you can start presenting your presentation.
Yeah. So can you do
Slideshow?
the slideshow?
Okay, okay, just a minute. Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is Tribal Center, an attempt to reveal an obscure identity and to connect land, community, and creativity. So, you all must have gone once and a while gone through the term tribes, but I like to define it because, yeah. So, the social division in a tribal society consisting of families or community linked by social, economic, religion, and by birth ties are termed as tribes. So, I choose this topic because at the time of globalization of product, knowledge, and lifestyle, the native identity of people are getting dissolved and are at the edge of extinction. And in India, we are very fortunate to have a rich tribes residing in our country. So the few tribes are there, their knowledge and their heritage is well conserved yeah, is well conserved and are also getting attraction from the society, but still there are many tribal community in our surroundings or in India that their knowledge is uh, is is not documented and is only at oral level and is being passing on to next generation orally. But at this time, when the socio-economic changes are at a high rate, the young generation is not showing interest in the heritage knowledge. So the major means of the transfer of the knowledge is being uh, separating. So there at this time, there's need to get all this knowledge and the craft and the culture to get documented. So my site is in Meghalaya. I chose this because at this present scenario, the land has very rich in their culture, but it has been seen that from the last 2 decades, because of socio-economic changes, their knowledge is getting disappearing very fast. So that is the reason of selection. Yeah. So when I started this, the first thing that I did is to understand their lifestyle, their culture, and so the first thing is I studied the tribal community. So in Meghalaya, there are approx 12 different tribes are there, but The major tribes are 3 tribes that are that you can see in the slide, and the rest are their subclans. So these tribes are very different in themselves, their culture, language, religion. But one thing that connects them is their connection to the nature. So the principle of coexistence, and that is the basic principle that I tried to achieve in my thesis. Yeah. Next. So first, I like to explain what is a tribal center. A tribal center aims for the holistic development of tribes of a particular region and their traditional knowledge, which further helps to uplift of dying heritage and sensitize people towards their art and culture. So one question arises that what is the difference between a tribal center or any other culture center or training center? The basic difference is that it is specific to ethnicity and it's not universal. So after studying in the Meghalaya, I figured it out the different activities that their society needs, or basically their tribal community needs. So the first is administration and the research center, knowledge center, and tourist center. So in administration center, the main activity is to plan out the different schemes uh, for the development of tribes and try to execute those schemes, and if they are on bigger scale, then pass it to the center government for the development. And in research centers will be the main for the documentations and ethnographic, diagnostic, problem or development research studies. And in the knowledge center, I try to accommodate the workshops and trainings. In training, there will be 2 different programs for the beginners and for the advanced level. And in the workshop, it will be annually or half annually cycled. So different tribal people from especially the younger generation can come and learn the different their uh, crafts and the other, like they are very rich in medicines and all. So these things. And the next is the tourist center to generate the economy and for attracting the tourists. So this is the stakeholder for this project are the art and culture department of Meghalaya that is planning all the project, and the Ministry of Tribal Affairs is funding this. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. So I did the different case studies, especially the 4 case studies. The first one is a research and training, tribal research and training center in Bhubaneswar. So the main purpose for this choosing this is it is very similar. The activities that is being conducted in the center is very similar to my project. And then the Dakshin Chitra. So this I did because to understand how to design a building so it can be represent the native values. And then the Sanskriti Kala Kendra Delhi. This is being done because to understand how the research people can, how to facilitate the researchers and the training and workshop at a same ground. And also being in a tourist center, the different zoning especially. And then the museum case study. And then according to the case study, I specify the users, like the primary users, the secondary and the tertiary users. Yeah. And then I took the inference. So in inference, I first I finalize my activities, and then user groups, and then the areas that I have to give to individual category. The planning and the circulations and these things and design principle what they have followed. Next slide. Yeah, then I made a detailed area program after case studies, taking inference from the case studies. So the next thing is the site. So the site is in the Garo Hills. The main reason is to decentralize the tourist and economic center from the Shillong or East Karachi Hill. So when although tourism in Northeast, tourism is getting attention in the last two decades years, but still there are zones like in Meghalaya. You visit Shillong and you think that you have visited the Northeast. So I chose the site is in Garo Hills. So to decent, so that because in the total state tourist 71% is received by the Shillong and the East Karachi Hill, and the rest the 6% is from the Garo Hills, and then the 4% in by the Gentia Hill. So this is the reason for the site. And the site has a slope of 3% from the north region to the southern region. And it's not very rich in the greenery, but there are still existing trees that I have retained. Next. Yeah. Yeah. So the selection criteria is the exact location in the Garo Hills is the Tura district, Chiburg village. So the selection of that particular in that Tura Chiburg village is this the approaches like it is closer. Yeah. So and then context, like there are very different tourist space are present, and also it is also the center for the tribal activities, like 71% of the people living around belongs to the tribes. So if someone visited the place, so it also can it also can go around to the surrounding and see the
Your 10 minutes are over. Can you please be faster?
Yeah.
We haven't even reached your project.
Sorry. Next slide. Yeah, so the basic design principles are the attraction, coexistence, connection. And in the concept, I drive from the planning and the site planning, site circulation are all driven from their native village pattern. And then and the zoning of the site is also inspired from their dwellings. So first I did the yeah. So, the zoning of the site has been done like private, semi-private, and public. Yeah, next slide. The form of the buildings is also driven from their native forms, like the elongated plans and. And the basic, then the space adjustment matrix helps me to adjust the basic amenities along. And at the, yeah, next slide. Yeah. So the site has two approaches. First, the front and at the back. So I have divided the site in such a way that from front there will be two access from the visitors and for the staff or the office. On the right bottom, this is the area for this is for the visitor zones, at the back, there are the accommodations, and at the in the left there are the office zone. At the tourist zone, I make in central space for all the activity, for the open activity, like when a visitor enter to the site, it passes through the herbal garden, and then pond, and over the pond there was a bridge to depict the life living root bridge of Meghalaya, and then it goes into the rest of the spaces. So it get a feel of the space he is. Yeah, next slide.
Your last 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so this is the admin zone. So there are basic sections, and on the center is admin zone, and at the above there is a library, and then the craft museum. Yeah, next. Yeah, on the previous one. On the left half, this is all the visitors zone. There's a museum, and from museum at the back is the workshop, and then when you come out from the workshop, there is the restaurants and cafeterias. Cafeterias are placed in front of the entrance, so that the passing by can have the authentic food. uh, and the workshops were also connected to the accommodation, and in the front by the museum, so that there will be easy circulation between the spaces. Yeah, next slide. Next next slide. Yeah,
No, the
so
present. Yes. Yes, please. Is the presentation over from your side?
no, back, there are 2 pages are left.
Okay. So this is the
2
last
slides
slide.
before this previous one.
We also
Yeah.
got only this much. I don't know where you're talking about 2 more slides.
We have only these slides, and your time is also up. We have only these slides. That's it. Okay, so can we proceed with the jury? I think.
You want me to go first, or?
Go ahead.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. Interestingly, I've traveled a bit in these areas while doing the Northeast Hill University in Shillong. And in fact, your study till half your study is very good at your research work, and all the concepts. So it is simply done, and you have a very definite kind of a program. There's admin building, there is this, there is that, area is given. Site is not difficult because it's flat almost, and there is no tree for some reason. So your problem is somewhat solved, or sometimes there is no challenge, so it is boring sometimes. So your drainage and all that you worked out, put a retention pond at the end. So halfway through it, then after
Yeah.
that, sorry?
Yeah, actually the site is the proposed site.
Yeah, but it's an empty site, na? And there is no in that aerial.
There are trees, like there are 29 trees,
Okay,
and
okay.
the bushes.
That's all right. I'm looking at your aerial photograph of your site, and your site is surrounded by dense, almost dense forest, whereas your site is got very few trees, right?
According to that.
According to whom?
Sorry? Yeah. From that plan you are saying now, yeah. Comparatively, it is not that having because from the
slide
edge you
4.
are
Can you bring
seeing.
to slide 4? Alok, slide 4. Now this photo I'm talking about.
Yeah. So
don't worry, that's fine. I was all saying that you have done your site analysis well, and design concept, programming, all fine. But then when you start your site plan, then the problem starts. I mean, I really, after doing case studies, which you showed, including Sanskriti Kendra, which is done by me, and you studied villages with their village patterns, and you studied their housing typology.
Yeah.
Maybe typology you have used certain extent, but Garo Khasi area, the bamboo structuring system doesn't support curved buildings. It is extremely difficult to make curved buildings of this type in the indigenous method of construction there. So I find in those accounts, this thing is very rigid and very non-local. And so somehow there is no variety of spaces. There is no, there are, all narrow streets between buildings, like, housing colonies type. They may be housing, but they can be clustered. There would be a sort of a sequencing of spaces, variety, hierarchy. Nothing is really happening, Somehow after that great beginning, when it came to this design, it fell through. But then when I look at some unit designs, some sections of theirs, if I just ignore that they are carved, they have a sheet which is 12, and the character you are bringing in pretty nicely there, Yes, these look nice. But then, to me, I think the layout just doesn't work. I mean, it's no good. Can you please tell me if you studied their villages and why did you go for such a rigid sort of layout?
Okay, so I try to make it more linear for the better flow in the site, and to specify
flow of space or water?
Yeah.
No, flow of what? Hello?
The flow of the space, like people moving around the space.
Yeah, it's not quite flowing, nah? That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, it will be regimented, that's exactly what's not happening. The things are not space, connectors, this, that, and all those little principles which apply to any site planning. Anyway, I will leave it at that. I think I've got my point. I will leave it to the other jury members.
So even firstly, I was very delighted to see 14 sheets after seeing so many others. But you seem to think you have taken so much time in the first few sheets. I did think that while Ujan did say that your beginning analysis was reasonable, for me, I felt a little more could have been done. Maybe that's where you lost out. A little more could have been done to understand the layouts of settlements, not individual homes also, but to understand how layouts of these tribal settlements work. Because it did bother me also immensely to see these layouts the way they finally emerged. Your different kinds of workshops, the same form. Different kinds of spaces, your mess and your dormitories are the same form or the same sizes. When you study settlements, do community spaces and say a healthcare center in a tribal settlement, do they have the same kind of configuration? Do they have the same size? Do they have the same roof? Those are things that you could have really brought in so much variety here, so much excitement in the spaces. the movement between, when a craftsperson moves, when a tourist moves, what is it that this seems very curated and very, very, on the surface kind of a treatment of the design. So I would like to see a lot more in terms of the site planning for sure. Individual blocks, if you see them, by themselves, you probably have worked something out in terms of the structure, in terms of the material and so on. But the site plan certainly is let me down. Yeah, Anindya, it's yours. I don't think there's an answer to what I'm putting there.
Anindya sir, your mic is muted.
Better?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So participant 091, I'll start by asking you a very fundamental question pertaining to the design. Why have you chosen a radial layout? A radial layout usually suggests that you center all your elements around a nucleus. So here, what is the most focal, the most important nucleus around which you want to radially arrange the different houses or the different structures? And why have you chosen a radial structure, radial layout structure?
Yeah. I have chosen radial layout, and the epicenter is where all the landscaping and the water pond and the bridge is there, because I wanted to incorporate their native landscaping and want to make it a focus, because the life of these tribal peoples is very dependent on the environment, and is also the environment is also very important in their life. So that's why I want to highlight these native landscaping feature in the design, and that's why I did that.
So you mean the native landscape means the water body is the focus of the entire campus? Is that so?
No, in Meghalaya, they are very rich in the fauna, and the very species are present there. So that's why there's a herbal garden at the center, where all the species that are being at the verge of extinction can be planted.
Preserved.
So.
Okay. Number two, tell me something. You have, apart from the radial shape, there's another a pod shape which keeps repeating in form in many typologies that you presented. It's kind of a pod. But I have not seen any slide which highlights the structure of this pod that you talked about, this pod shape. Why have you left this out? I don't see articulation of this shape into the built form in any of the slides that I've seen, apart from a block of, I don't know, it's a model, I think. In slide number 7, there's just one cursory mention of visual reference to this pod, but in none of the other slides I see delineation or even articulation of this pod shape that is a dominant feature. What is this shape?
Yeah, so this bird shape is basically inspired from the oval Kashi tribes home sheds. So it is oval in shape, and the I have not, I think, structurally able to figure it out. So that's why you're not.
Okay. But at least a 3D of the idea would have would have helped. 3D of this particular shape that you propose, or that is something that you want to evoke, would have helped. And my point number 3 is the views. Let's say the admin building has a view which is a G+1 structure, whereas there is no G+1. At least I can't find any reference to any double floor, double deck structure here, excepting for the dormitory. So is that something that was left out in the planning stage, something that you want to incorporate later? The admin building seems to have a G+.
No, admin building is just a.
What is the view which has got two decks?
This is a. In this view, this is a guest house.
And is it a G+0 single story?
The guest house?
The admin block.
Yeah, admin block is in the previous slide. Yeah.
Page number 9. Slide number 9.
Yes, sir. I'm there in the slide number 9. Oh.
Yeah. So
that view, right?
Yeah.
So what is this stilt?
This
the view in the left hand side of the slide.
Yeah.
Seems to suggest that there is no. Am I reading it wrongly?
There is something wrong there for sure.
Yes.
कहीं और का view यहाँ पे डाला हुआ है.
Or maybe something else has got stuck into that slide, some other view, because it seemed to me at first glance to be a double deck, but maybe the angle or something.
In this view, this is the shop is visible. So there is a plinth over that, the two shops, and at the center is the admin block.
Okay.
So this is ramp is coming, and then the glass windows are visible, and this is the shop. And it has sloping roof, and there is projections you can visible supported from the inclined bamboo.
Right. So I think that's it. So you have deliberately put all structures as single-story structure, right? No double-story except in guest houses, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't you take a little more liberty with your traditional form to create, extrapolate on your traditional forms to explore something new? Were you not tempted to? Sorry.
Yeah. So basically, I wanted to design space that the tribal people can correlate. It doesn't feel superimposed to them.
Correct.
And so that is the one reason for being laying all the spaces to
sticking to the traditional form, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, so I think, sir, can we move ahead with the next?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next participant is with code number 20Z1003.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are there. And before proceeding with the presentation, the last presentation will be by the code number 20Z1058.
No, one second. Is it 003 or is it 003?
003. 003.
Or 003.
Yeah. Okay, so
what about but still I've got two more. I'm sorry, I've got 001 and 055. Are they not here on this list?
Sir, they are the standby. They are the standby.
Please don't announce any further numbers, Anindya ji. Please don't announce any further numbers.
Okay, so ma'am, can we start with the presentation? Okay.
So there was one absent in the beginning. It has come back.
Yes.
Anji, yeah.
058 is still not.
Yeah, was not available in the morning. Now we are able to trace.
Oh, so we have got the 10. All right.
Yes. So now I'm going to share the presentation for code number 003. Okay, so is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes.
Okay. So now you can start.
Yeah. So places near transit hubs have a potential to become vibrant public places as they can synergize on already existing footfall that a transit station receives and the diverse functions that a mixed-use development offers, which provides reasons for more people to engage with a place, thereby making it more lively and inviting. This project provides an opportunity to explore how the integration of mass transit with high-density mixed-use development can lead to emergent synergies to create a vibrant public realm. Next, please. You can move on. Okay. The selected site is next to the Badkhal Mode metro station in Faridabad, which became operational in 2015 and falls on the Violet Line of Delhi Metro, with a daily footfall of about 10,000 people, though the operation in the middle was halted due to the pandemic. Next, please. You can move on to the next. So the following 6 projects were taken up as case studies, including the Karkarduma TOD project, which is the first TOD project coming up in Delhi, the Cyber City in Gurgaon, Sliced Porosity in Chengdu, China, Futaku Tamagawa in Tokyo, Marina One in Singapore, and the Markthal in Netherlands. Next. This was followed by drawing an analysis matrix to identify the similarities and differences in the strategies adopted in these projects based on the following parameters, which are connectivity and movement systems. Next. Building form and massing the program. Next. Design and architectural features and sustainable measures. Next. Following topics were taken up as part of the research, including theories related to mixed-use development, the urban concepts of live, work, and play, designing for walkability, social logic behind retail stores, and understanding public places and placemaking. Next. This project has been proposed under the Smart City Mission of Faridabad and falls under the intensive TOD zone with a permissible FAR of 3.5. Site shares its boundaries with the Badkhal Mode metro station on the southwest and is only 100 meters away from the Badkhal Mode junction, which is one of the major landmarks in Faridabad. Next. As part of the broader vision, broader Smart City mission aims to make Faridabad the forebearer of the third industrial revolution. An innovation hub has also been proposed along with a mixed-use development as part of the vision. It also aims to tap on the linearity of the city to take the advantage and promote livability. Next, please. Precinct and neighborhood of the city was mapped to identify the demographics of the stakeholders as well as to identify the missing infrastructure. It has been observed that there are various multi-speciality hospitals within a 2-kilometer radius, and people use the metro to visit these hospitals. It has been found that there are nearly no public green spaces around the city and is mostly surrounded by residential and industrial areas. As we move on to the next slide, as marked in yellow and violet respectively in the diagram. Moving to the next slide. The site enjoys 4 very distinct edge conditions. The western edge faces the National Highway 2, also known as the Mathura Road, with heavy vehicular traffic. The eastern edge is shared with the residential development of Sector 19. Southern edge forms a cul-de-sac with the metro station at the southwest corner. And the northern edge is shared with the technical college, which is currently under construction. And there is also a petrol pump at the northwest corner of the site. Moving on to the next slide. From my research, I learned that the success of any mixed-use development depends on how the use within the development aligns with the needs of the people residing in and around it. Hence, a community survey was conducted to identify various stakeholders and their needs. Next, please. The area program has been derived following a 4-step process, which includes taking the mandatory mix as per Haryana National Theory Policy as the base and including components proposed under the Smart City Mission, and then incorporating existing uses of the site and adding functions which were identified by a gap analysis based on site study and community survey. The broader mix includes 40% offices, 20% retail, 30% residential, and 10% of community use activities. Next, please. An interrelationship has been established among the various components. Food and retail has been treated as the common function to which all the other functions plug into, making it a common place for public interactions. Innovation lab, co-working spaces, and offices have been kept in proximity to take advantage of their interdependence. Residences and community activities have been kept away from the transit hub, as these functions often act as destinations, thus activating the areas and functions which lead to them. Next, please. Unlike typical TODs that are designed around or near a transit hub, Barkal Hub aims to seamlessly integrate transit hub with the mixed-use development. The program has been envisioned and become a destination for the city dwellers, thereby broadening the scope of stakeholders from not only people in transit and people residing in and around the site, but also people of the entire city. The key idea is to create a vibrant, livable, and a walkable public realm. Next, please. Zoning and massing has been achieved considering various edge conditions, and mapping of natural pedestrian flow has been done to retain it during site planning. Since most NMT users get dropped off at the southwest corner and walk through the part marked in yellow to get to the metro station, this becomes an important location for attracting commuters to site. Also, views of the site from the metro station and metro corridor has also been taken to advantage. Next, please. Major factors influencing massing is one, to maximize east and west street frontage on lower levels, which is also a requirement as per TOD norms, and orienting major building elements to north and south orientation. Hence, the building blocks have been kept perpendicular to the direction of site. Also, this area has many full-grown existing trees which have been retained during the development. Next, please. The key idea is to get all those people who walk along the periphery of my site to get to their destinations, to walk through the site and become a part of it. A major pedestrian movement is expected from the metro station to the college, thereby creating a central pedestrian street. The built blocks on the ground floor has been divided into smaller chunks to make it more permeable. The street opens up to various kinds of nodes and plazas to add to the experiential quality of the space. Next, please. There are the various stages of evolution. The attempt was to create forms which invoke interest in people who are using the space as well as in people passing through the site. Next, please. This diagram explains the zoning of the entire development. Major considerations include the level of publicness desired by each function, its proximity to the metro station, as well as considering street frontages and the edge conditions. The lower three levels majorly constitute of retail and entertainment areas in combination with community use activities, including culture lab, library, study rooms, health clubs, and a multipurpose hall located on the opposite end of the site from the metro station. More private functions like offices, innovation lab, service departments, and affordable housing have been accommodated on upper levels. However, entrance lobbies for all these functions have been designed on ground floor as well as on the second floor, as the site could be entered from both of these levels, as there is a direct connection established between the second floor of the proposed development and the concourse level of the metro station right next to the site. Office lobbies are highlighted in light blue and the residential lobby is in yellow. Next, please. Before I start explaining the plan, I would once like to orient ourselves, as north has been rotated to right for visual clarity. Mathura Road takes you to Delhi towards right and to Agra on the left. This is the Barkhalmore metro station with the metro corridor in front of the site. The proposed development has 4 major blocks. These 2 are the office blocks on the left, and there's the service departments, which is the 3rd block, and the last one is the affordable housing block. Since Mathura Road kind of divides the city into 2 halves, people living across the road are equally important. A pedestrian bridge has been proposed which connects the second floor of the site to the opposite side of the road, as there is there was no existing pedestrian connection. Next, please. As seen in the ground floor plan, vehicular movement has been restricted to the periphery, making the entire development a pedestrian-friendly zone. There are 4 major drop-off points. Starting from the left, the drop-off is majorly for service departments and community use activities. Starting from the right. This drop-off is the main drop-off for commercial areas, and the next drop-off is a common drop-off for the site as well as the metro station, making it a transit node. There is another drop-off at the southeastmost dedicated to NMT. Basement entry and exits are at the 2 ends of the site, with one more basement entry from the main commercial drop-off towards the Mathura Road. There are cycle stands all around the site marked in orange and to promote healthy living and ease of access. The central pedestrian street offers diverse experiences while a person walks from one end of the site to the other. The street has shops, cafes, informal markets, places to sit, public amenities including toilets and drinking water taps. Also, architectural features like fountains, public art installations have been incorporated throughout the street to encourage public engagement. Various open spaces and nodes have been designed with different spatial qualities along the street. Like this, there is an atrium, a transit node with areas for informal stalls, the activity node with an amphitheater for active engagement overlooked by multiple terraces and levels. The central plaza look onto the greens with a water body to encourage passive engagement. There are also places to sit around this under the shades. The street has here opens up to a quite little courtyard where I cannot actually point it out, but towards the right.
Okay, so your 10 minutes are over.
Yeah, it opens up to a shaded which has a gulmohar tree with a small cafe with semi-covered seating. The street opens up to a youth node on the right at the other, which is expected to remain active by college students. Moving on to the next, please. As marked in red, the pedestrian street creates a network with existing streets, thereby seamlessly integrating with the context. If the nature of the shops are varying across the development, since this edge enjoys frontage to the highway, the shop sizes have been kept bigger, at these are the most likely to be taken up by bigger brands, and sub shops are highlighted in blue are also 2-level shops. While shops towards the residential edge are mostly likely to cater to people living in the neighborhood, shops with ice cream parlors or kids toy stores might come up near the central plaza, and shops catering to college students are likely to come up to the leftmost end. A lot of areas have been left open where informal stalls and kiosks are expected to naturally come up, like near the transit node and along the pedestrian street and next to the central plaza as marked in yellow. Moving on to the next. It's a representation of the central plaza. Next. This is the first floor plan where the mostly has retail stores. Next. This is a view of the courtyard. Next. So this is the second floor plan, which shows the connection, which connects directly to the concourse level of the metro station, which you can see on the leftmost end. And the connection has been designed for seamless transition. Corridor for the metro station has a built mass on the left and view of the city on the right, which also continues when one enters through the site. And there is also a connection across the road, which you can see in the center of the site. Moving on to the next slide. This is the floor, which it is the third floor. Next. Fourth floor. It has got 2 office blocks, and there is a central terrace, which is kind of an open office area where people can sit and work. Next. 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 All right. You can move on to the next slide. Here is the views. These are plans of the service departments. Next. 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 All the services are mostly in the basements. These are the basement plans. Next. Next. These are the floors of the offices. Next. So this is the longitudinal section of the entire program. So the section cuts longitudinally through the central street. It shows how there are varying covered and open to sky spaces, delineating the boundaries of indoor and outdoors with various terraces on multiple levels, looking onto it. There are kiosks, bridges, staircases and escalators connecting to various levels. Next.
Okay, so you have last 2 minutes.
Yeah. So this is a section which shows the connection to the metro station on the concourse level, which also connects to the pedestrian bridge on the other side. Next. This is a section through the office buildings. It has been scooped out on the lower street to make a free-flowing street. Next. And this is another section through the central, through the commercial entry. Next. We can move on directly to the slide number 64. These are the technology sheets I would love to talk about it if there is time.
Yes.
And yeah, these are certain views of the project. You can just flip through the slides, sir. This is the central street, central plaza.
Okay, so that is it. Okay, so your time is also about to end.
The entire idea was to make it a public space where all people could gather and not just a metro station where people are just coming and also kind of hurriedly coming and taking up the metro, and that's it.
Okay, jury members, now the presentation is over, so you can proceed with the comments.
Anindya, would you like to start?
Anindya sir, again you are muted.
No, I'll
Yes.
take a little time and let the others two start.
Ujan, would you like to start?
Yeah. I know this area. As you know, these TOD projects are very popular nowadays in this part of the country, Delhi and surrounding. And when I look at the end product, something on the screen here, it's really professionally done work, very good drawings. And besides such a detailed study, and there are a bunch of drawings which is actually looks at, she calls them technology sheets, but basically I guess services and etc. I don't know how she got time to do all that and why it was required anyway, but you have done it. They look like they worked out pretty well. So as a complete project, landscaping, this, that. So that way, I nothing much to say. Small but important things I must mention. If you go to the site plan, I think the vehicular access to the plot is little tight. Any of the site plans, I don't know where it is.
So the initial slides around 20 slide number.
Yeah, 20 maybe. Yeah, there is this. So there's a little problem there. I mean, because the design, the entire thing is in our hand. We normally try to squeeze these things, these drop-offs and all that, very tight because, developers normally sit on our head to squeeze out every square foot and, no, this is not a good site plan. Go to something else here.
Move on to the next slide. So.
It's the next slide.
Next. 23 or 24.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah. What happens is, this entire thing is accessed, other than the drop-offs, from that one road right side top corner. So all have to enter, including the residential people. Forget about them. But these people have to come this road all the way to the dead end on the station side. And there are, only in the beginning, there is a pair of ramp there. Where else the other ramps?
There is another set of ramps on the rightmost side for the residential areas. If you see there.
That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. all that road goes and joins the service road below the metro tracks, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So that junction is going to be a big problem. That's what I'm trying to say. In the morning, office hours, that is the only place every vehicle will come in from. So you should have explored somehow another option of another, even for emergency, if that they have to dig up that road for putting a pipe, nothing can come. So these are serious things. And the other vehicular thing I'm talking about is, these drop-offs are okay, but it in the real time gets really jammed up, those little angular things. You should be a little liberal about such things. And you have a nice entrance plaza and all that. They're pretty good. In the functionally, go to the ground floor if you can reach.
Yes, sir. So next slide.
Next slide. Very good. This is good. The entrance, like a typical mall with a courtyard, which you have saved all the trees there, which is nice. I have the little thing about, when you create these back shops facing a service road kind of a thing, or not, those somehow don't work, or they sell very cheap. So what we do, or what people do very often, that because there are service shops kind of things are required, but they need a different kind of typology in terms of size and little space. There was like back of the building kind of things happen.
So actually, that was the idea, because the shops which are towards the Mathura road, they're ideally be taken up by bigger brands because they get the street frontage. So the size of the shops have been kept bigger on that side. And what I imagine, the shops on the service lane would be more catering to the residential area on the lower edge. So it'll be more like kirana shops, or like a person who kind of press wala or something like that. So the shop sizes have also been taken, been considered accordingly.
The only thing which is considered there is the size.
So not only that, also some shops kind of you don't have to enter the shop. They are like the shop which there is only a shutter and you have the interface. You don't have to enter the shop and you have the interface right there.
Yeah, you interface on the road almost, because just 2 meters away the road would be there. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, this is how it is done. But when it is thesis, we talk a little differently. That when a group of shops have to function in a different way for the neighborhood shopping and kirana shop and all that, their typology, not by size but their arrangement, etc., becomes different. But you have a constraint that they have to come below these buildings. So hence there's a structural system, so they fit in this way. But the issue still remains. So it will work. It will become something else, maybe scooter repair shop or things like that. That is one little thing, not very serious. Don't worry about it. Most probably, this inner shop will get joined and, long shops will be given. That's how they are done very often. And this side, this blank wall system doesn't work much. This is not on the street and all that. So that's all those possibilities are there. If it's a developer built thing, you will be looking at market demands and change all the walls configuration. That brings to a point that who is building it?
So it's a project which has been only proposed yet. They haven't started working on it. But I did talk to the people of the Smart City Mission. So it is envisioned to be like a PPP model.
Yeah, so that's the issue. See, when it is PPP model, one has to see very important things, in the sense it is almost just less than 1 million square foot. I was just checking, some 80,000 cubic meter, not cubic, square meter. So that's a lot of space. So to make this design versatile, which can still be done, you have shown sort of things like phasing or zoning kind of things. Those are functional zoning. But this building, if built in 3 parts with 3 towers or something, that becomes more buildable. Nowadays, anybody investing for 1 million square foot will be difficult to find. So a design becomes better. It can, when you show that it can be built in 3 times and each time it looks good and nice and works, which means these ramps are there, drop-offs are there in every part. So that with little adjustments, this can improve to that. Right now, you certainly cannot cut off this shopping streets in the middle and all that, The third adjustment, but there are these 3 distinct areas. That's no doubt about it, One bigger, one smaller, which is very good, so that different capacities of building, money, financing, all will work very well.
So in fact, they're also structurally different sets, just to make sure that also is happening, is able to.
But I saw the connections. They are not designed for it because there are connections are there. So it has to be done almost like each one of them. The fire has to work. The fire exits have to work. As a building works. Then you connect it. That's a different thing. Once the second fellow builds, it connects to the first one. Like that it goes. But the important thing for the architect is to how to make it don't look half finished. It might remain with phase one for long time. It all depends on the economics. Then coming into the look of it, I will not comment this thing. But when we make commercial buildings, sellability and all that, I personally like, but I think the look would have been, what should I say? Some studies on the facade. Nowadays facades are being done by whatever sells for office buildings at least. But in a thesis, the facades come out of, it has come out to a certain extent in terms of climate, image, all those things. It's nice looking buildings, but I was hoping that it could be a little more exciting than this. Those staggered terraces are, of course, nice and all that. But anyway, that's all my comment. I think that took a lot of time. Good work otherwise. I need not say that I've never seen such a complete work in a thesis.
Thank you so much, sir.
I don't know how much you can do all this.
Okay, I'll just pitch in. 003, yes. Very exhaustive work, touching so many aspects, which in fact you didn't have time to run through. All apart from the very detailed complex program, handling transportation, handling existing nature, handling public aspiration. It has been a phenomenally exhaustive and complete, very professionally done work. So it's very good to see that you've done, and your graphics also are excellent, absolutely beautiful graphics. Now, coming to the design, very little I have to say, but a couple of clarifications I would like. One is, and this is the most important part, the most elementary thing that I would like you to talk about. There are 4 towers roughly, and 2 are cascading towers and 2 are roughly straight towers. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, as a vision that has a thematic unity in terms of texture or some element that connects this as a signature of one architect, let's say, how would you explain your development of the facades, the treatment of the facades, and how does it, in relation to the exhaustive design in planning that you've done, what would you have to say about the facades? Like, how have you developed the facades?
So, yes, true that they don't look exactly coherent in a sense, because also the attempt was to be very true to the typology of that building block, because the 2 blocks are offices, the other 2 are the residential blocks. So most of the facade was actually guided by that, the kind of light which is needed inside them. And if I imagine this project to be built, I think the materiality of all the 4 blocks will remain constant, which will kind of unify the entire development. And there are still like terraces is one thing which I've tried to also incorporate in the third and the fourth blocks as well, if you can see in this image. But it's not exactly in the way which it's been taken up in the first two blocks. But that's again just to be more true to the typology which it kind of holds.
I think that's it. I have no other query left except in this. Okay, over to Geeta.
I actually have not much to say except that very, very exhaustive, like Ananda said. Very good to see how your site analysis is actually to your placements, how you've been really, you know the site and the surroundings very well. It's evident from the way you've handled presentation and your drawings and the questions that have come to it. It's been a delight. Very, very good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, ma'am. There was one thing which I guess I forgot mentioning was that the major challenge of the site was that it's a east-west facing site. So there was this one major challenge which had to be.
Yeah, we saw that, and you. Yeah. So then that's why you had to you oriented it in the complete.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I think we can move ahead with the last student.
Yes, the last presenter can come in.
Okay, so the last student is with code number 20Z1058.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, so I am going to share your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so I think now you can start with your presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My topic is Eco-Sericulture Village, the story of silk and Riboi, Meghalaya. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the contents of this entire study basically involve framework, background, data interpretation, community study, site study, design development, and design proposal. So the basic objective of the project was to establish a process which could be used to suggest a model for the community, which could ensure self-sustainability, which at the same time sensitive to past, caters to present, and ensures a better future, that is a longevity between past, present, and future, which is something which we don't find in most of the existing models. So I divided the entire project into three parts, where the first part was community study, then which led to arising of few of the questions, which involve architect. What is the basic contribution an architecture can do, and basically an architect can do in such kind of project, where you have indigenous communities with rich knowledge, and how do we preserve them? Next slide, please. Yeah, next. So the story of silk and Riboi. Silkworm rearing and weaving has an ancient history in Umdain, and for more than 50 years, it has been the repository for knowledge in Meghalaya, and the people claim it to be from this knowledge has been descended from their ancestors, and this is basically peace silk practice, which is also propagated by PETA being the organization for animals. In this certain practice, the silkworm which prepares the cocoon is not killed and is saved. So this whole practice is gaining more and more recognition, and the global market, their global market has been increasing. So I thought a project for them could be the best fit, since it is an indigenous community. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so Riboi is a very small district, with a very remote district in Meghalaya, and Umden is one of the smallest villages among them. The occupation there: weavers, pottery, agriculture, and basketry. Next slide. Yeah. So for those who are not aware with sericulture is basically the process of preparation of silk, and it is a high value but low volume product, accounting for 0.2% of world's total textile production. And it is significantly very important for our country since it is labor intensive and high income generating. Next slide, please. Yeah, and these are the processes involved in the weaving process. I did documentation where you can see each and every step which is gone into producing the final product, the silk fabric. Yeah. Next slide, please. The need of the study. The need of the study was to figure out the role of architecture in empowerment of remotely settled tribes with indigenous practices of high potential, because there are sericulture is one example, but the idea was to get a process where you can develop such models for each and several other indigenous communities with similar potentials. And this particular practice was dying out because of the mass production of modern fabrics, cheaper and easy availability. And this was a cottage industry. So if architecture can find some role in it, maybe other indigenous communities and the professions could be saved. The stakeholders for this particular project were weaving and rearing community, the women cooperatives in the area, NGOs, and Central Sericulture Board and Meghalaya Sericulture Board. Next slide, please. So the major research questions which I had in mind, I've shared with you. That what's the role of architecture? What can architects do? Is new vernacular architecture a good way or sustainable solution for this? Next slide. So starting with the study, what I had to do was first form a research, do an entire research as to what is the relationship between sericulture and architecture. So what I did was I understood the different processes and what types of spaces were required, what type of quality was required in these spaces, which had a direct impact on the quality of silk. So I came up with such a matrix where these spaces could lead to best results in such type of spaces, like closed, semi-open, and open, and particular processes pertaining to each. Next slide, please. Then to establish architectural parameters which could affect the quality of silk for vernacular practices were cluster arrangement, regular airflow, balanced humidity, adequate light, temperature control, and group activity spaces. All these parameters affect the production of the quality of silk, and hence should be considered. I mean, this is the point where architects can intervene and lead to the improvisation of the quality of silk. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. This was just basically a case study of, the earlier slide was just a case study of the existing models that I had seen. Next slide, please. Yeah, so then I started comparing the vernacular and the modern practice, which was essential to establish the need of the need and the viability of the project, as in the senses of environmental, ecological, physical, and cultural aspect. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I've compared both the practices just to ensure that the vernacular practice is comparatively more sustainable than the modern practice. Next slide, please. Yeah, coming to the site, the site is located in the center of Umden, and Umden being the center for ancestral knowledge, houses as the perfect location for environment, tourism, and research. Yeah, so site analysis also shows the panoramic view shows the organic shape of the site along with the adjacent river body and the river basin, which is just adjacent to the site. Yeah. Next slide. Material availability. Then I did the community study where I found out the materials which are available. That is namely bamboo, brick. RCC was also coming in, as in becoming the new trend over there. Then mud plinths, GI sheets for roofing and thatch. Then a typical, next slide please. Then in community study, it also included the architecture study of the typical structures which were found there and the types of spaces which were found inside these structures. Next slide, please. And the architectural language involves over there majorly involved bamboo and brick, bamboo walls and also composite walls of brick and bamboo. Then I studied the proportions of various various entities like entrances, doors, and also the weaving space, the spaces which involved the different processes. Then for services, electricity, which was very um, which is not so abundant, so solar panels were being used over there. Next slide. And I also studied the relationship between architecture and the culture, as in how in different ways is their culture being shown in some way in their architecture. And, for construction, I studied that there were timber framed walls available, and which were comparatively lighter walls and a better way for making them sustain in that place, which had been followed over the years. Then the types of roof forms which were in the area, observed in the area. Next slide, please. Yeah. After that, I began to analyze, as in what all should I adapt and interpret, what all should be retained, and what all could be created and added. So for adaptation and interpretation, adapting the vernacular practice due to its minimal ecological impact, local motifs or prints used in the weaves, and interpreting the vernacular construction techniques and combining them with contemporary materials and modern day requirement for new vernacular architecture developed via engagement of community. Then for retention, characteristics of the public and group working spaces, materials, some of the materials which could satisfy the needs, and retention of values, care and ideologies to create a connection between past, present, and make it ready for the future. To create and add, addition of measures focusing on resource management like rainwater harvesting, phytofiltration, etc. Solar panels for service viability, waste management for each process, and research and development for the use of raw silk in other fields apart from textiles, for example, construction. Moving on.
Okay, so your 10 minutes are over.
Yeah, I'll just slide. Can you go forward, please?
You should get to the design soon.
Yeah, I'll just get to it. Yeah, so the project components. Project components involve research and development, OAT, Weavers production units, etc. Can you just please, next slide? Yeah, so the site section shows the various components toward the topography, how the design has been evolved to maintain and suit the topography and not obstruct it. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so site plan has been developed keeping in mind three components. The axis is available, that is ridge axis, geometric, and axis of approach. Then organization according to climatic factors, functionality and proximity factors, and heritage, that is the weaving patterns seen in the area. Next slide, please. Yeah. Pathway hierarchy and viewpoints, since the site has very picturesque views, so I tried to maintain the visual accesses and provide as many picturesque frame out as many picturesque points as possible. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this slide shows the different sensory experience which can be observed on the site, that is olfactory experience, sounds of loom, silence of nature, then different visual experience points. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this plan shows the material flow on site which goes from the bottom, that is according to the process of conceiving of silk right to the process of the final product being created and exclusive sale market. Yeah, next slide. So now so basically I studied each and every process in detail and developed different parameters for each process and came up with the particular output. So silk rearing was the first process. Next slide, please.
Okay, so your last 2 minutes remaining.
I'll just finish up quickly. So this was the rearing spaces. The first diagram gives you an idea of the whole how the whole cluster functions. A self-sufficient cluster. Next slide, please. So basically, the idea was that the open spaces feed to the built spaces, and the built spaces give product to the open spaces again, and the whole cycle repeats. So here the parameters: adequate light, ventilation, temperature, and humidity. Next slide. Yeah, a view which gives you idea of the entire of one particular hearing unit and why it has been organized that way, different materials and everything. Next slide. So a view of the rearing unit. Next slide. So these are the basic weaving typologies which are observed, like with upper mezzanine, with stilts, and with outside workspace. Next slide. Which led to formation of this cluster, like 3 units combined along with an exhibition garden. A section showing how they function with respect to each other. Next slide. Yeah, so here the design parameters were adequate light, ventilation, and connectivity of spaces. The zoning diagram shows that Master Weaver Studio on the first floor, then the Weaver Studio on the ground floor, a mezzanine in between connecting them, which had the supporting activities like reeling, etc. Next slide, please. Yeah. This slide shows the how the entire Weaver unit functions according to the parameters, along with the rainwater harvesting dam. Next slide.
Okay, so your time is almost over.
No, I'll just quickly wrap it up.
Okay, so I'm running through your slides and.
Okay. Yeah, so this was okay, sure.
So this is it. Okay, so the presentation is over. Jury members, now you can proceed.
Thank you for your presentation. I had a couple of questions for you. I think you had done a lot of work into understanding the background, how silk is silkworms are reared, how silk is sericulture, the art of sericulture itself, and even how the tenements or homes in the Khasi house plans are and so on. I wanted to understand from you, the program that you used, is it something that was given to you by, I mean, is it a ready-made program or did you make changes to it? Did you study what first to answer that question, was it something that you used which was ready or you developed?
No, ma'am. Actually, I have developed the entire program myself. If we can just go back to a couple slides.
Can you tell me the slide number so that?
Yeah, just a second. The slide is.
So also then when you're explaining that, address it from the point of view of, the footfalls, how many tourists are there, because it's not as if it's, I read your initial slides where the attempt is to bring the focus away from the larger centers into these smaller centers. So,
Yes.
So there are some functions.
Slide is 24.
Yeah, some functions that you've prescribed. Are they, the justification for some of them is what I want to know from the tourist perspective, particularly learners.
So
are there going to be learners who will come and stay here?
Yeah, so basically what I did was that after studying the entire state document, that is the Meghalaya and Central Sericulture Board, I came up with these objectives for the development. And these objectives led to the different spaces. That is, I needed to they wanted to maximize the potential of traditional practice. So came in the rearing rooms, weaving units, dyeing unit, yarn storage, etc. Then protection of ancient knowledge, so came in the library, exhibit gallery, exhibit gardens, and different types of users which were going to use them. and global platform for community, so exclusive sale. Enhance research and development, research labs, classrooms. Develop silk tourism, so accommodations, restaurant for local cuisine, and multipurpose hall for designers, guest speakers.
Areas, how many tourists are you expecting? How many learners are you expecting? Something like that. How did you get that kind of information and plan for?
Yeah, so I did a complete detailed study while I was doing the thesis, but I thought that while presenting here, it might, I mean, it would have taken a lot of time. So that's it.
Numbers have come in from there.
Yeah.
Can you, we didn't, you know, you had done so much work in the beginning when you led to your design, but when it came to the actual design of the site plan, you spent hardly any time. Can we spend some time on that, looking at that?
Sure, ma'am.
Can you tell me the slide?
Yeah, the previous slide.
Okay.
Yeah, will you tell us why you chose to do what you did here? And you had a lot of inferences from your study, so if you can kind of explain those.
Yes, ma'am, for sure. Yeah. So talking about the site plan. So basically, the site has a ridge in between. If you could just go 2 slides ahead. Yeah. So the axis that you see, the 3 types of axis. So these were the major axes. I mean, the major lines which I could identify within the site, along which I had tried to plan the entire site. Then I put each and every function which I developed, which I had got from the program, according to based on climatic factors, functionality, and proximity factors, as in what kind of processes need to be together, then what kind of processes can be on with the best, like which process needs to be near the water body, or which type of process is more likely to be on the southern side of the site for better sunlight and all. So according to that, I placed each and every.
What is the north
Sorry?
of the site, the northeast of the site? There's another water up in the northeast.
Yeah, can you go 2 slides back, please? Yeah, so the north is upwards, northeast side is on the top right corner.
Water body there is what?
Yeah, basically it's a water body between my site and an adjacent site, which is being formed naturally. So I just wanted to depict that
That into
would be
account
tapped.
into your design at all. That's in the no man's land, or?
Yeah, basically it's a no man's land, but while designing the site, I tried. So basically the topography of the site was in such way that some of the runoff from the site used to go in that small water body. So I wanted to show that to make sure for myself that I don't disturb the runoff to that water body, because it feeds the lake, the farming which goes in the basin.
Okay. Before I pass it on to the other 2 jury members, I didn't even ask them when I started speaking. I'm sorry about that, but I just felt again similar to a couple of presentations ago. I'm wondering about the rigidity of the sizes and the forms and the placement of buildings. I was just wondering if there could have been something more exciting that could have been done in terms.
Yeah, ma'am, actually I tried a couple of combinations, but this particular one was which fitted the most according to the side axes and also the topography, and also it was from it kept the heritage value of, because it was inspired from the weaving patterns itself. So that's why I chose this particular arrangement.
Ujan or Ananda, whoever's going up.
I think if, with the permission of architect Ujan Ghosh, if I may just join, if please I can pitch in.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, participant 058. Tell me something. What is your site area and what is your total built-up area?
So the total site area was 2.4 hectares. My total built-up came out around 8,500 square meters.
Is it given anywhere on the sheet?
No, I haven't mentioned it.
The site area you haven't mentioned.
No.
It looks like roughly a 500 meter by 250 meter site, which makes about 3 acres, 3 odd acres. Are you, where is this 2.5 that you mentioned? Is it given anywhere? No.
No, but while starting with the project, the site area that I came up with, I mean, which I defined was 2.4 hectares.
2.4 hectares, okay. And you are saying that the total built-up area is about 8,000 square meters, right?
8,500.
Or 800. Sorry, 800 square meter. Is it?
8,500 square meters.
Where is this given in terms of breakup of areas? Have you given this as breakup?
Not in this presentation, no.
Not in this presentation. Because 8,500 square meter is pretty handsome, area to build upon. And if you have mostly single-story structures, some double-story structures, then breakup definitely would have helped in terms of understanding the openness and the
We will need to discuss this with
cluster
him.
formation.
So अभी call है ना, तो ये सब एक बार run it by him.
Hello.
Analyze कर सकते.
Hello. There's some voices coming in. Hello.
Yes, can the other participants please mute their mics? Everybody.
So if you kindly walk us through your site, walk us through in terms of what you've done and why you have positioned and why you have put certain areas in certain zones and what is the logic of the clusters. If you just walk us through, just help us navigate through your site as you walk in. There are certain features marked with an eye icon, which are, I think,
Yes.
which are like vantage points where one can look. But if you please run us through, just walk us through your site. Why have you chosen, the shape and the geometry that you have derived? What it is derived from? Like, what is the logic?
Okay. So the basic logic behind the geometries, like for example, if I tell you about the entire site in short, then it would be the overlaying of the three factors, which was the ridges, the axes, then functionality, which was the zoning. Then the third would be heritage. Heritage was the weaving patterns, which was observed from, just go to 2 slides ahead, please. Yeah, so the weaving patterns which were seen in the local area. So the combination of these three have led to the entire site plan.
And your heritage, your patterns will be seen only on a plan, right? On a bird's eye view.
Yeah.
It's for your site, really.
Not for they're not for the experience of, no, just for the designing purpose.
That may be something that a drone shot can help, but as you walk like from a normal bird's eye, man's level, human level, vision, what is the logic of if you just in terms of zoning, if quickly, not very elaborately, I don't think we have time.
So
if you just give the logic of the zones.
Just one slide back.
The logic of the zoning.
Yeah, so the first site section that you see. Yes, so the first thing in the first site section you see is the entrance bridge. Then comes the reception area and exhibit area. Then as you go forward, you're going up the levels. Then you see the weaving areas, the weaving clusters. So you hear the sounds of loom. Then as you go forward, there is an exhibit garden, which is corresponding to the weaving areas, as in you display the exhibits. Then as you go forward, you reach the top of site.
What is this icon, which is like a ironing icon? What is this icon?
Yeah, so that would be post and pre-loom processes.
So something like a laundry or something.
No. So just a sec. If you could go forward to the slides, as in
Slide number
40.
25. I see. Okay, sorry. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is
Slide
this?
number 43. Please just go to slide 43. Yeah. So this is the post and pre-loom processes. As you can see in the key plan, it has been highlighted, and this was what I showed as the iron with the iron demarcation in the site plan. So this is
Okay.
post and pre-loom. So after the work on loom is done, so a few things have to be done, like before and after. Like, so boiling and dyeing needs to be done, then drying needs to be done. So those become the pre-loom processes.
Okay.
And since organic dyeing is done here, so I developed an raw material garden, which is adjacent, which comes like 2-3 slides ahead. So that, yeah, one more. Yeah, so this was the raw material garden, which was just adjacent to the pre-loom processes.
Mm.
Okay, and can you go back? Just one slide back. Yeah, so this slide basically shows you the different for the first one would show drying process. Okay, drying and raw material storage. So the roof form has been, so I developed the roof form so that inside drying can also be done when the weather is not suitable, or using reflecting panels and north light. And the bottom section shows you boiling units, as in the the yarn is being dyed. So a monitor roof form is preferred where the hot air travels out and their cross ventilation is being tried to maintain. So each and every process had some considerations which need to be taken. So I tried to assure that every architecture intervention that I make is in support of that and not obstructing it in any way, and enhances the production process.
Okay. Anything about you mentioned about this ikra style of framed construction that is prevalent
Yes.
in many parts of North.
Yeah,
So
ICRA is a
how
type
have
of
you?
construction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Sorry,
how
please
have
go on.
you sort of developed on this in your design?
Yeah, so ICRA was something which was very prevalent in northeastern parts of India, but instead of using ICRA, I went for a neo-vernacular approach where I was using wooden panels. If you could go 2 slides back, sorry, I'll just tell you the slide number, please. Like slide 35, 36, 37, 37. One more. Yes, so if you look at the plan, I've mentioned that for walling, I've been using timber framed walls along with wooden panels. If you go ahead, you can see the construction details. Just one more slide and another one. Yeah, so I've shown a wall section on the left, which shows I'm using timber framed walls along with wooden boards and panels as the filling material of the wall, and how these are fixed with combined with RCC and fixed on the wall.
I think that's it. I think I'll leave it to Architect Ujan to carry on.
Well, I think points have been one point I had. I think has been covered. Last one. It is a pretty much detailed study, and it's a very sensitive or rather urgent and important aspect, which is very relevant these days. You are looking at sericulture. Somebody looked at tribal. All these. A lot of consciousness have come towards that, and people are working on this. So good topic and well researched. Good drawings, My only issue was, which was discussed just now a lot in the layout, the same drawing that 27 or something like that. I couldn't find a logic of, I think there's been enough discussed. The answer didn't come quite well though. You know, this middle drawing.
Yes.
You know, this is the drawing when you have no rendering, na? It actually shows the space making aspects of a layout. And
Yes.
whereas the other aspects while layouts are sort of comes out of their well done, like, you know, functional relationships and the slopes and, you know, what should be near water or not, you told all that. It is now one is talking about morphology, built and open relationships, and how these like the building forms that and the groups of them are carefully designed. Same way the open spaces, small and big, narrow and wide, are also designed to achieve certain things. So that is one was discussing. All those spaces in between the pinks and yellows and these things, which generally may be locationally fine, with some fine tuning of these blocks, one can get meaningful positive spaces which have a hierarchy, which you can say this is a large space, this is a connector, this is a narrow street, which are there, you know, it's just happening type. So anyway, not very serious matter, but one thing to carry forward to, you know, every, like, I really like your elevations, and some of the pictures really brings in the character. Can you go ahead quickly just to have a, now, these are all very well done. I mean, go ahead. Yeah, these. Look at this. Go to the last one. I think it was very nice. That picture we just saw brings the character and also the, you know, the lightness of the structure of that region. I think comes through in his 3Ds. And technically, of course, you have done a lot of work here. So overall, well done. I mean, as I said, I mean, very involved work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
These sketches are, you know, it's very nice. This is modern, same time traditional.
Yes, sir. Neo vernacular, which I would call.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, let's go ahead with whatever.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so Rama ma'am, all the
that brings us to the close of today's program.
Yes.
It is my pleasure to propose a vote of thanks to all the jury members and also to all the coordinators. So it was an special pleasure to interact with architect Ritu Gulati and architect Alok Kumar today in conducting the proceedings. And a very warm thank you to architect Vandana Sehgal, who has facilitated the event, and the jury members who have spent the day with us today. A very warm thank you and a good close to the proceedings. We will now adjourn for the jury to decide on the shortlisted participants of today, and we come back with the announcements. At this point, I would also like to announce the winners of yesterday's program. Just 1 minute.
Which zone was yesterday?
Just a minute, please.
I thought you were on yesterday's jury as well. You told Jayashree we just met a few hours ago, so I thought you probably were on yesterday. Yeah, in the morning when you met Jayashree, you said good morning, and we just met a few hours ago. So I thought
No, a few hours ago means we were talking at 10:30 at night. So I just said good night. So that way I said.
So yesterday was Zone 2, and it was conducted by the Faculty of Architecture, Sri Sri University in Cuttack. And the zonal coordinators were architect Rupal Shah, architect Sarit Mukherjee, and architect Rishabh Ray. And the winners of Zone 2 Zone 2 winners are architect Nilanjan Roy from SPA Vijayawada on reconsolidating community practices of the existing glass bangle artisans of Firozabad Eco-Industrial Center, architect Nilanjan Roy. And Zone 2, again, the second winner is Manas Pratim Kalita from Pilumodi College of Architecture, Ajay Vinay Institute of Technology, Cuttack, Bhubaneswar, with the topic, Reviving a Tribal Settlement at Jorhat, Intervening Through Organic Built Environment. A big clap for the winners. And congratulations.
It was not declared yesterday, is it? It's declared, being declared
yeah,
now.
it is declared now, yes.
Okay.
It is declared now. So the jury members were architect Harimohan Pillai, architect Punita Mehta, and I'm not sure.
Yashwant Ramamurthy.
Yashwant Ramamurthy, architect Yashwant Ramamurthy. So the three jury members. Over to you, Jayashree ma'am.
Thank you, Rama ma'am. It has been a long day, but a very interesting day. I was just observing. I've been talking to the other jurors through the day today, and there's one observation that all those of you who have evaluated the several projects that we have received as entries, the jurors say that this time the projects are very imaginative and well handled, which is something which is creditable, because we were concerned that because of the COVID situation, students may not have been able to go to schools and speak to their teachers. So this is really commendable. I would like to thank all of you for being with us, the jury members and the host school, and of course Rama ma'am. You people have been really big supports in making this initiative possible.
Madam, we have
like to,
sorry to interrupt. We have a poster ready for yesterday's zone. If I have a minute, I can display it.
Sure, please go ahead.
Thank you to everyone for being it was an honor being a part of this jury today. Thank you, Jayashree ma'am.
Thank you, Ritu ma'am. But before we close today, I would like to inform all the participants of the day that the process is that the jury members will sit together and deliberate and discuss before finalizing the winners. So we have scheduled a meeting for them on the WebEx platform after we close this session. And after their deliberation, they will be in a position to announce the winners, which is why we are announcing the winners of yesterday's jury now. So we would be announcing the winners of today's jury tomorrow at the end of the day or at the beginning of the day. I would also urge our jury members to please share their observations of the day and of the projects that they have seen today, so that our participants would be able to get some more inputs on the kind of work that they have done in this year. Thank you, Rama ma'am. This is which zone is it? This is zone 2?
Zone 1.
No.
Zone 1 today. The poster is zone 2.
Poster is zone 2, right. Maybe you could also display the zone 5 poster if you have it with you.
Yes, very much. I can do that.
All the winners, the 2 winners from each zone will be invited to present their projects in the national jury, which is once more scheduled on the Zoom platform. The date is 4th March, 9:30 a.m. onwards. There is a query on the chat: when will the results of this zone be possible? We will share the results tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening latest. So the winners, please prepare yourself for another long day and some more interesting deliberations. You all have got inputs from your jurors, and maybe it could help you to improve on your presentation, not the PPT, but the discussion and the talk. We will continue with the same PPT for the national. Yes, somebody is asking, other than Zoom, where will the results be posted? We will be circulating these posters, which Rama ma'am is showing right now. These two posters we will circulate on email and on social media. We will also put them up on CoA social, and they will be put up on the council website. At the end of all the jury, that is on Friday or 26th, we will make one whole big poster so that we have the names of all 10 presenters of the national jury together. The winners will also be intimated by email regarding the details of login, etc.
Nice to see colleges that are not usually in the like CARE and Coimbatore Institute of Engineering and Technology out there. Yes.
Yes. The projects have been really very interesting this year. Thank you, Rama ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Can I request the jury members to please share their experience of the day or anything else that they would like to say? Should we begin with you, Geeta?
Yeah, sure. So it has been an intense day, and I'm glad the entries came in a day before, so we had some time to pore over them. And hence, even if many of these students have 75 sheets, and to be able to present all that in 15 minutes is not easy. A huge amount of work each one of them puts in for their thesis. It's like their crowning glory, and we should be able to do justice to each of their entries. I think the organization by the team, all those who are behind this, has been quite amazing, starting from the first stage and then now here. I'd like to congratulate Jayashri, Rama ma'am, and all of you for really putting this together in such a fantastic manner. I think each of those entries, nice to see the kind of themes and the kind of issues that students are choosing for their thesis, and how they're passionate about delving deep and understanding all the real issues before coming into those site plans. So it was heartening to see that, and really nice experience. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Geeta. Maybe Anja sir could take up now. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, I think it has been a phenomenal management success story of the entire team, starting with you and Madam Rama and Alok Omar and the entire hosting college. I guess this has been spread over several days now, and almost 100 odd selections to be coordinated online on time, and it's quite phenomenal. That way, I think it is really very challenging. We are used to meeting people and talking to them, students physically, but to coordinate all this on a digital platform is a real challenge. And thank you all for doing it so wonderfully. And now regarding the entries, I must say that with each passing year, I start feeling that we are getting replaced by younger, brighter, more creative minds who are so exceptionally equipped to deal with all the language of modern architectural thought, architectural ideas, even architectural presentations. And some of the presentations today are at par with global standards, almost. Not all, but some are really exceedingly well delineated. And even their presentation modes, the audiovisual narratives are quite exceptional. So that having said, a few, one or two nagging issues could be addressed to make it even more better. One is that each student has to be told that a general, for the sake of understanding the scale of the project and scale of the drawings, it is better that an area program has to be there in each sheet. so that it helps the jury members. And also, things like putting the legends and the plan in one place so that navigation between the sheets become easier. And lastly, there has been a huge variance of presentation like tenure between 81 sheets to 15 sheets. I don't know whether it's possible to have a capping on the number of sheets, slides, so that the presenters have a better chance of completing the entire presentation within 30 minutes, 15 minutes, that is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, this suggestion has been coming from almost all the jurors from day one, because across zones, participants have come up with presentations having, like you said, 75 and 90 and 100 slides, and it's just not possible to see all of them in 15 minutes. It may be that the presentation would have been prepared for some other purpose, maybe the college jury or something like that. But yes, we are considering putting a limit to the number of slides that one can have in the presentation for this 15-minute talk that the students will give. You're right, they would be able to do more justice to that if there is a limitation on the slide.
Absolutely.
So we will certainly try and bring that in next time, as well as give them more detailed instructions on what they could put into the slides also, or put on their sheets as well. Thank you so much, sir. Jana, would you like to say something?
I would, if you like to hear. Well, again, TRC, the team and all that, thank you very much. Always excellent work. It is. I just noticed it's not much less fun, even online. I was okay. Now, the changes one is seeing in the first online kind of a thing, which is, in fact, the thesis are also has been taught online. One is, I think, one of the reason of that much of work, because we have been thinking, I'm also, like all of you, I'm also a teacher, and we are constantly seeing much more work than what they did when the studios are physical. And much more work and much more intelligent work, personal work. I teach postgraduates, so they're often group works. And nowadays, the groups, after 3-4 days of work, will come with 5-6 sheets. That also after being after them. Now each person coming with again 60-70 every discussion. So I guess first of all they have a lot of undisturbed time. They're at home. They don't have to worry about like hostel food, this and all that attractions of, like for Delhi, when they came to Delhi, they were in a hostel. They have to see Delhi. They have to go out. They have to sneak out. So I think with all that and good mom's food and all that, I think and every decision they're making themselves. And I have also seen teachers are being more available, because you can call them up and send something. And so that didn't happen much when that option was not there, because you only discussed in the studio. At that time, all this soft copy being sent and crits being getting. So I think all that has resulted in a very positive way. We all teachers are very worried about this online teaching kaise hoga. I know there are some problems, but I think there are a lot of gains too. And if we can work on those gains that of online teaching and all the opportunities, because this online teaching, even if the pandemic and all these things go, is here to stay, maybe partially. And so this combination will work, and we have to be ready for that. So that's how I think that's why there's a lot of work. And sometimes they look too much actually for presentation and too much detailing. And today, I have been dreaming thesis in the last few days. I think seeing some 60, 70 thesis, but I enjoy them. Today, like, the variety, look at what we had in this 10 even. I mean, we had, like rail station one, the TOD one, the mega buildings and very building oriented and very professionally done, all pretty much sellable. In the same time, there are other social kind of thing of, tribal and the sericulture, the Taradevi kind of that art and craft wala. And then we have these very public museums and the Lok Manch and War Museum kind of thing, and all that. Then we have this Sihi kind of thing coming up. Today what we saw, totally new discovery. I would say new invention, not even discovery. And so those are the rewards to sit for a whole day and to get to see these things. And I'm so happy. So now to carry back home for the students who are listening, other than the 10 who have got the comments, to look at is to give value to case studies. The one best way to learn things is case study, other than, of course, you have a research work and all that. And for that, you have to choose, spend a lot of time, find first of all, the right kind of case studies. All case studies have to be good designs, otherwise no point studying them. And understanding them, today's one example was the museum person. I mean, the way he studied is a great example of how to do a case study. And then but people are doing very well with analysis, conclusions, and all that. Pretty good stuff, programming. You might have noticed in many of my comments that maybe because my inclinations toward urban design is the architects must go beyond their site, beyond their client's brief, beyond their, whatever. And if you do that, that will be for the public and for the city who are actually not paying you. So unless they are the client. And looking at a bigger picture. I mean, if I am doing a bus station, how does it fit into, is there a critique of the whole, energy through bus? We have to contribute something beyond that mundane program, I mean, today we're talking about a Nala being converted to a river, or so-called river, but actually to a canal. And so how do we expand it to something which is more meaningful, either to the environment or to the urban poor or the public? Every project can have a component like that. I think it should have. And then it will something to talk about. As I said earlier, that every project may be very nice. There may not be anything to talk about to somebody else, So just make sure whatever you do, there is something to talk about. And that will get published then. So I would say best of luck to the 10 who have already presented. And my advice, the two who will get selected today and the people who are already selected to go for the final, because you cannot change your 70, 80, 90 slides. Your slides, make a strategy that how you will be able to, which slides you will jump and what will you do. You make a strategy as soon as you know who, and others also, because you may have to make this presentation to a potential client or a potential employer. Now that you have these 80 slides, so you have to only edit. It's not that you have to create 70 slides. So that's a must. I'm telling you, we are all jurors for many, many years. The person who finishes in time gets 5 marks straight away. That is a good. So it's a very good feeling for everybody when something finishes dot in time. So please, the winners who go, time your presentation. Make a presentation at your house on your dining table to your mother or whoever is there, and time it. You do twice, you will be 20 times more confident that day. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to add 3 cheers to Team AKTU.
Yes, a big clap for them.
Thank you so much, Jayashree ma'am, for making us the coordinators and giving us the opportunity to host the event. Thank you so much, jury members. And it was a really nice experience for us to have a jury like this. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Alok. Thank you, Ritu ma'am. It was wonderful being with you. And we are still going to be together. We are doing the DH award very soon. The documentation award national jury is scheduled on the 3rd of March. So we will be back again after a little break.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
There is
Okay.
one query here which on the chat which says, will there be any honorable mentions? Now, what has happened is there were 10 best selected, so only 2 go to the nationals. So the remaining 8 are kind of honorable mentions, but they are getting awarded. They will get a cash prize of 5,000 each, and the 2 winners who go to the national will get a cash prize of 10,000 each, and books. The prize consists of books and cash. Another thing that I want to share with you is that every year since 2006, we have been coming out with a compilation of all the entries that have been presented in each zone. So the 10 of them who presented today will definitely get a place in the publication, and the work is going to be published in the book which we call Archiving Architectural Thesis. So in the 2020 version of that book, your projects will be published, and we would be circulating copies of this book to all the colleges all over India. So that is for all of you who have presented today. And we look forward to meeting the 2 winners at the national jury. All the very best to all of you. And please don't feel disheartened, because please remember that your college has selected you as the best to come and represent them on this zone. So although you may not have made it to the presentation, you all are still winners. So let us have a big clap for all the people who submitted in this. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will now close this session and invite the jury for a deliberation on WebEx. We've shared the link with all of you, with the 3 of you. Rama ma'am also had the link.
Where is the link, Jayashree? I'm not clear.
It is in the email that we sent you, the same. I will forward it to you on your mobile right now.
If you could forward on the WhatsApp platform.
I will do right away. So as soon as
we close the session here?
Yeah, we will close the session here now, and we will meet on WebEx. Rama ma'am and I will. Yes.
Right away, right away, I think.
Would you like to take a break?
No, I think we'll
finish it off first. No, we could quickly wrap it up.
Yes,
we want to wrap it up.
Finish it right away. Right away. I will. As soon as I close this, we will begin with that. So thank you, everybody, and goodbye. See you soon. Take care.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye bye.